What in the hell? What in the hell? How come I wasn't live? I thought I was live already. What just happened, man? I thought I was already live. All right. I thought I was live. Just keep living. Yeah, baby, let's do this, huh? Let's go. Are you ready?
1, 2, 3.
Yeah, this is the song. Get up or down, yeah. Get up or down, now. Yes. Dooby doo boop boop. Get on up and get down.
Get on up and get down with Skyjack Morgan.
Oh my gosh, this is it. A new horizon. Sky is blue, no deny it. Bright and early new dawn. It's the time we go. Let's go. Happy Taco Tuesday. Yeah. Oh my God, it's happening right now. Good morning. Dr. J just right. Hey everybody, welcome. Everybody, welcome to the show. Welcome. I'm so glad that you're alive. Morning show you need to know. Hey, I'm glad that you're alive. Let's do this one. Hey, everybody, welcome. Good morning, headlines with Skyjack Morgan. Start your day just fine. Information for you, darling. Coffee in your cup used to fill you right up. There we go. Sorry, I had to fix that. It's the morning show, and you need to know. All right, guys. Good morning. Hey, everybody. Welcome to the show. I'm so glad that you're alive. My name is Skyjack Morgan. I'm an independent news and culture commentator, free speech and critical thinking advocate, and this is the #1 news reaction show in YouTube history. Thank you. It's crazy. Today I woke up and I realized I'm supposed to be out of this house in 13 days. That ain't going to happen. You know, they say that escrow never closes on time, which is good to me because I am not packed and ready to go yet. I did a live stream for members only yesterday where I was just trying to pack up my comic books. And even that is like, it's a lot. So I'm going to go buy some boxes today. I'm going to start packing even more aggressively and make sure that we have, all the things that we need in life. That's all I'm going to do. That's the vibe. That's the vibe. I'm excited about it. I hope you're excited for me. It's going to be wild moving to Albuquerque, New Mexico. I put an offer in on a house this morning. Hopefully it goes through. I'm still kind of right now. I'm just about homeless. I'm almost homeless. Who knows? I might be homeless. I might be vlogging. I might be doing this show from a cardboard box here pretty soon using the Starbucks Wi-Fi. That's what I'm going to do this show from Starbucks from now on. Moving is not easy. Yes, exactly right. Moving ain't easy. Moving and not easy. It's a lot. Pay someone to help you pack. Oh, I don't have that much money, Smoking Blondie. I'm not rich. I'm poor. I don't have money to pay someone to do that shit. No, I thought about having someone come by and help me pack, but it's like $600 for a couple hours. It's a lot just to like help you sort and pack. Man, I don't know. It's a lot of money to have someone come and help you pack. A friend of mine came by and helped me pack one day. That was okay. Maybe I can just like, I don't know. It's a lot, man. It's a lot. Yeah, exactly. It's not. Sell it, lighten. Well, I'm going to try to lighten it up as much as possible. Moving, I dread that action. I always move myself. Oh my god, I've always moved myself too, except for actually last time I moved, but it was very short, and my mom just died, so I was just like, I just said, put all this shit on the truck. Let's get it. Like, and that sucked. That was like the worst move. That was even worse than the one I'm going through. But this move, it's a long distance, so it's like you can't avoid. And plus, I've got more stuff because a lot of it's my mother's stuff. You know what I mean? And it's like stuff like I kind of wish that I had the time right now to go through photographs and just sort them. I kind of want to do a morning, a members only live stream where I'm just sorting through photographs and talking to you guys about them. That'd be kind of fun for me, not for you, but for me, I think it'd be fun. A little hangout where I'm sorting through comic books, I mean, shit, through through photographs, and I just have like a keep pile and a throwaway pile. I think that would be really great. That'd be huge. I have too many boxes of photos. My mother kept everything, and it's very annoying and very daunting. It's annoying. Yeah, Grammy's old photos. Exactly. What do you do with them? What do you do with old photos? Reminder that pizza and beers don't count as payment after 40 years old. That's true. It's true. Yes, that's true. No, I mean pizza and beer still counts as payment, but it's just you have a smaller group of people who are willing to work for pizza and beer. They still count. They still count. But it's hard to get them over to your house on that. Yeah. Check the property tax lien auctions in Michigan. They have them in August. I did that plenty when I was younger. Same with the help working on cars for pizza and beer. Yep. It's true. Pizza and beer. Paint. That was the currency. Here on top of that, I have my mother's journals, over 100 journals. Oh my god, I haven't even started. It's all that good. That's like, that's the thing, man. I've got the same thing. I wonder what's gonna, like, I've got journals. I feel like I should throw away my own journals. I have journals that I've kept for so many years, and I feel like I should just toss them in the garbage right now. Just do it now. Have it over with. What do I need all these journals for? I need to declutter. And I need to Marie Kondo this. Does this spark joy? No. But the problem is, like, nothing sparks joy. I hate items. I hate objects pretty much. Almost nothing will spark joy. I'll get rid of it all. Sky, don't any photos of my child. You don't have any photos of your childhood? Oh my God. Don't toss them, you see? Never throw out journals. Yeah, you guys. 33 motorcycles, comic books, clothes, guns, too much. That is too much, Kirk. I feel like you need like 2 guns. You need 2 guns. You have really big fire. Have a really big fire. Put them all in there, man. Comic books. The problem with comic books is that they come, like, it's not just a comic book. It's a story. It's not just a story. It's not just a piece of paper. It's me when I was 15, 13, 12, 10. That's what these comic books have. They have me. I'm stuck in there. And so I want to throw it out. It's like, that's me as a 12-year-old is what I'm throwing away. I kind of think it'd be cool to try to bring new life into the comic books, though. I was thinking about trying to, like, go through my collection and do read-alongs on the channel with, like, an overhead camera with the artwork and talk about the artwork and read the comic with voices and stuff. I think that'd be really fun. I think that'd be so much fun. PDF your journals. PDF your journals. No way, man. You know, because then it's so funny. I was trying to digitize photos back in the day, and now my mom just kept the real photos and the CDs. I think the CDs are in there, but now I don't even have a CD player. I don't have a CD drive. I have no CD-ROMs. No, I don't own a CD-ROM drive, but I have CDs with photos on them. Great. So glad I kept those. So glad that I did that. Calvin House's Pete comic book. Yeah, pre-digital. You still have your comics bought in the 80s. There you go. Sell them. No, I mean, I kind of want to. I drew my comics with coworkers in them back in the day. Nice, that's pretty cool. I was thinking, I want to breathe life back into the comics, so I was looking at ways to do how people do that, because it kind of sucks that they're just sitting in a box. And so what people were saying was that, like, some people have in their homes, they put little comic book display racks up on their walls, and then they rotate them through so that you can let them breathe, and you use them as artwork, and you have like these 5 for the month, and then next month you put another 5 out, and you just have like a rotating exhibit almost in your own house. I think that'd be pretty cool. But I think more cool would be like to create with them, and because I've got some comics that I think it'd be so much fun to revisit, or ones that I haven't even read yet, but I have. That'd be so cool, and I could read them online with the. No one's really doing that. I don't think that hangout niche really. I never seen anybody do that on the internet. Do a comic book read along, and it's be an easy setup, like a overhead camera on the comics, so you could see the artwork. Me in a little box at the bottom talking about the comics. It'd be super cool. I think so. I think it'd be cool. But hey, same with vinyl record. I know, but vinyl records. Throw them out. Sell them. No. Throw them out. Same with vinyl records. Vinyl records, though, the cool thing about vinyl records, if someone comes over to your house, you can play a vinyl record. You can't do that with a comic. So you need to have some kind of thing that breathes life into these comics, so they're not just sitting in a box. Because that's what's so annoying to me, is that I keep them, I've traveled with them, I've moved them, but then they sit in a box and I don't look at them. I have 6 albums and a wall rotation of artwork. That's sick. I like that idea. You need a house for us to do all that stuff. Yes, I do need a house. I'm working on it. My house is coming up. I think I bought a house. I bought a house. I have a, what do you call it? I have an offer going in today. With any luck, they'll take it. I'll have a house no matter what. I've got 2 out. I've got 2 offers out. One of them's got to hit. One of them's got it. Come on, Daddy needs a new fucking house. Daddy needs a new pair of houses. That's what I need. We've got some news to go over. I'm going to react to the news and watch it with you if you don't mind watching it with me. I think it'd be really fun. You need a house, Smoking Blondie. Oh my God, Smoking Blondie. What am I going to do? What are you going to do? You going to stay there in Indiana? Oh, that was hot coffee. You're going to stay in bumfuck? I'm so mean. You going to stay out there in bumfuck or what? You need a house. Yeah, I know. Everyone needs a house. You have to? That's cool. Indiana's great. I've only been there a couple times. Wasn't my favorite state, but it's fine. It's fine. It's a fine state. It's a fine state. Mike Pence comes from Indiana. Everyone loves Indiana, right? The Hoosier. Aren't you you're a Hoosier? A Hoosier. I don't know. Everyone loves the Hoosiers, right? I don't want to stay. My kid is her last year. Oh, I see. The kids. You hate it there. Where do you want to move? There are some areas that you could buy a house in the United States for $10,000. There are places you could buy a house for $10,000, but then you're in that place. You could buy a house for. There's houses out there for nothing in America. You could buy a house for. There's some places you get a house for $5, but then you're in that place. You're in the outskirts of Detroit, or for $10,000. Shit, man, you're in the Ozarks or something with like bears walking in your living room. No, I'm from LA County, but grew up in Orange County. Ooh, mister. I'm from LA County, but grew up in Orange County. That's right. I did not grow up in Orange County, though. I grew up in LA. Oh, this guy's so weird. No one ever says LA County. Nobody. No one ever says I'm from LA County. Nobody. That's how I know you are a sucker. You're a sucker, MC. No, I grew up in LA, and then I moved to Orange County. Then I moved back to LA, and then I moved to Germany. That's how that happened. Thank you so much for watching Illegitimate Non-Carborundum. Let's see. Look, Lindsey Graham, his sister's going to take. Don't worry, Lindsey Graham, Darlene Graham, Nordone is going to take the reins. You don't need Lindsey. What do you need Lindsey Graham for? His sister's going to take over for a little while, because that's totally normal in America to have your sister take over. It's totally normal. That's happened a few times. Kids take over because we fought a whole war to not have aristocracy, but here we are in America with aristocrats. Or aristocats. Real aristocrats. It's the aristocrats.
Thank you, Governor, and just bear with me as I try to get through this. But first, I just want to say one thing I've never heard Lindsay described as is irresistible. So, okay, we'll just start with that.
Yeah.
But first, I would like to thank everyone who has called and reached out over the past couple of days. I can't tell you how much it's meant to me and our family. I know Lindsay was loved and respected by many, and I greatly appreciate the memories and even the funny stories that have been shared. These shared experiences, along with our faith, have gotten us through these past 2 very difficult days. Next, I want to thank the governor for selecting me to serve the remainder of Lindsay's term. It is such an honor. Lindsay has always been there for me.
What qualifications does she have to be a senator? I have no idea. Why is she a senator? I guess what qualification did Lindsey Graham? Lindsey Graham was in the he did something with the military, right? He was somehow he was involved in the military. What was Lindsey Graham's job in the military? He served as a military lawyer and staff judge advocate in the U.S. Air Force, commissioned into the judge advocate 8 generals. He was a JAG. He was a JAG. He spent over 33 years across active duty in Air National Guard and Air Force Reserve before retiring as a colonel. Yeah, he was a lawyer for the Air Force. He was a JAG.
And now I will be there for him. My brother was the most amazing person, outstanding leader, and just a genuinely good man. He was kind and considerate and loved by his family dearly. As I think everyone would agree, Lindsay worked harder than anyone.
I don't think anybody would agree with that. Lindsay works harder than anybody? No, I don't think so. I mean, no, I don't think that anybody would agree with that. Thank you.
He worked nonstop to make our state, country, and world better. He loved his family and loved serving the state and our country. He dedicated his life to our country.
I mean, I guess he sort of did dedicate his life to the government. He did sort of do that to the state. He did dedicate his life to the state. He did do that. He got us really involved in a lot of wars. He was really interested. He loved war. That's what Lindsey Graham loved most of all. Above all else, Lindsey was a warmonger. After all of the weird closeted homosexual homophobia stuff that he did, after all of the butt kissing with Donald Trump and the flip-flopping between calling Donald Trump the most evil man alive, to the best dude who ever lived, to an insurrectionist, to what a great dude. After all of that, Lindsey Graham should be remembered as a man who really liked killing kids. He loved killing kids. He worked tirelessly to kill more kids. He knew he couldn't have any kids of his own being a homosexual, although these days you could, but not as a closeted homosexual. He could have no kids of his own. So he decided none of us can and set to trying to murder all the children on planet Earth.
A privilege to get to finish some of his important work, and I promise to work hard over the next several months to support the president and carry forward the efforts of my brother on behalf of the citizens of South Carolina and the United States. I know Lindsay thought the world of his staff and colleagues, and with their support, I feel confident. I think this is what Lindsay would have wanted, and I plan to honor him in this way. Now to Lindsay.
To Lindsay. I love it when they do this. We have the watch. See you in Valhalla. I hope she says it. Can we just make that the thing from now on? Every time someone dies, whoever's talking on a podium says, and now to Charlie Kirk, we have the watch. See you in Valhalla. Because it's Kashia Patel. We have the watch. See you in Valhalla. I hope she says it. Let's see what she says. And now to Lindsay.
Issue more than I can even put into words. But I'm going to do this. I got it. Thank you.
It just seems so insincere. I'm going to do this. I got it. I miss you more than anything in the world. But we can do this. I got it. That was confidence. I like that. She seems like she realized how lame that was. And I like that about her. I like it when people do stuff like that. Like, I don't think Kashia Patel got how lame it was to say, Charlie, brother, we have the watch. See you in Valhalla. I don't think he ever understood how ridiculous that sounds. She does. You can see it in her face. She understood that this is stupid.
Waking up one day and being told the home your family has lived in for years is going to be demolished to help power the AI boom, and there's absolutely nothing you can do about it.
The AI boom. Let's get it, man. The surveillance boom, he means. We're going to surveil everybody, and we're going to tear down all your houses to do it. Fuck
That
you.
is what is happening to some homeowners in Georgia. They've been given an ultimatum: sell your home, or the state will take it. Utility giant Georgia Power is planning to build a new transmission line so it can.
The devil went down to Georgia, and he was looking for a house to steal. He was in a bind. He was way behind. He was looking to make a deal. He said, I got to put a data center up your butt, and nothing that you could do about it. And she said, well, I'm going to go to Mississippi, and I'm going to shout about it.
Handle new data centers. Skylar Henry has more from a county just outside Atlanta.
Skylar is a boy or a girl? My name is Skylar. Do you think it's a boy or a girl? You never know. When someone introduces a Skylar, could be a girl. What do you think? Skylar Henry, boy or girl? Sounds like a boy. Skylar Henry. Introducing Skylar Henry. Let's find out. Boy or girl? I wish I had time to do a post real quick, but a poll, but let's see.
I'm a single mom. I worked hard for everything.
How do you put a price on a home you
I work hard. I'm from Georgia.
never intended to sell? One filled
Look at these houses, man. This house probably cost
with more than 2
$50,000.
decades of memories.
I think I was 5 or 6 when this was built.
The yard where you buried your pets. The green
Oh, that was a lot of pets. What you guys doing? How many pets did you bury? Jesus.
2 decades of memories.
I think I was 5 or 6 when this was built.
The yard where you buried your
2 decades and you killed 5 animals? 2 decades and you killed 5 animals? That doesn't sound right to me. How did you kill 5? I guess like if they were all born the same day, I guess they would all be dead in 20 years. I guess that's fair enough. Okay. Sorry. I had to when you say we buried our pets here and you show a picture of 5 different animals, it gives me pause. Pause. It gives me pause. It gives me 10 pause. If you tell me you buried your animals in the yard and you show me a picture of 5 different animals, that gives me pause.
pets. The greenhouse that fed your family.
When you talk about what being on this property means to you,
Yeah.
right? It's y'all's.
It's y'all's. That Skylar, a black man. Skylar Henry's a black man. I did not realize that was not what I was expecting. Skylar Henry is a big black man. I did not expect that at all. I thought it was definitely going to be a woman.
Ours. It's our family. We belong here.
But Ansley Brown's childhood home likely won't be here much longer. That's because the state's largest utility, Georgia Power, says it needs the area to make way for a 35-mile-long transmission line.
Georgia Power has been here for as long as Ansley's mother has owned this property. It's just beyond the tree line. Now, with the expansion of this latest project, they're looking to take the 2.5 acres.
Oh man, your house is in the dead wrong spot. You lucky y'all ain't got leukemia. Y'all been living under them power lines, having them deformed babies. What you doing out now in Georgia?
The house sits on.
Georgia Power says increasing demands has outpaced the capacity of its existing grid, and building a new transmission line requires acquiring more than 300 parcels of land, including residential properties.
What?
My pronouns are y'all. I think what they should do, you ever see like sometimes in New York and stuff, they have these people that just won't sell, and so they build all around them. Everything's built around it. They're just like the last little house. They should do that with this. Build the data center around them so they could just be inundated by heat and pollution and loud noises. How come they can't just give this lady what her house is worth? Give this lady some money.
Your mom tell you she wanted for this property to be?
Generational wealth, true generational wealth was the idea. And
That's what, the American dream? Are you crazy? You thought you were getting the American dream down in Georgia. Yeah, I'm sorry. That does suck. I have to admit. Like, I thought I was getting the American dream, but no, that's gone, lady. That's gone. I'm moving. The American dream's over. They thought we were going to get generational wealth. I don't do spit takes, but I would look like this. American dream.
now it's being stripped from us.
Georgia Power estimates 70 to 80% of the power on this new line is expected to help serve data centers. It says the remaining 20 to 30% of power will serve the state's growing residential and commercial demand.
Georgia Power told us that they feel as if they've done this process responsibly.
Say no to data. I like her shirt.
What would you say to that?
I disagree. You can't tear down 35 miles of rural Georgia and it not hurt something or somebody. And to say that you're doing it in the name of data centers is a slap
Think of all the squirrels that are losing their homes too.
in the face to us, our community, our animals.
This poor lady, she's just some Southern belle living out there in the middle of Georgia. She's out there living in the middle of Georgia.
Brown's mother recently came to an agreement with Georgia Power to sell. Brown says if she didn't, the utility could have sought to acquire her property through eminent domain.
Yeah.
A legal process that allows private property to be taken with compensation for projects determined to serve a public purpose.
All power generation starts somewhere.
Holly Lovett is a Georgia Power spokesperson.
Eminent domain is always, a last resort for us, and it's something we never want to do.
To us, it's
Yeah, we never want to do eminent domain. I love it when they said, it's going to hurt you more than it hurts us. Eminent domain. Proof that you don't own shit and the government owns everything and you're nothing. You're nothing. The state doesn't care about you. Think Donald Trump's going to get on the horn? Get him on the horn. I hear there's a little sexy little Georgian girl. She says she's looking for the American dream and we got to keep it alive. We got to keep it alive. Got to keep it alive. She had a very high flush toilet and a shower with a very, very high water pressure. And we can't just let that go. Can't do it. No, can't do it.
It's literally $1 billion company stealing land from smaller people who can't fight
Oh, the chickens and the goldfish.
back. We don't have the money to fight Georgia Power.
So that's why a few months ago, Ansley took her story to TikTok.
My childhood home is being taken by Georgia Power.
She began sharing stories of others in similar situations.
What is it taking from her? Look behind me. It's taking this entire backyard.
What do you say to someone who
I like it. They're taking my fucking pool. You know how much a pool costs? They're taking my swimming pool. This is the American dream I'm living out here in Georgia. These sons of bitches are taking my swimming pool. You sons of bitches.
will push back on any sort
What
of...
are we? Is this Ghana? You gonna come and take everything, government? This is Ghana. Like, this is why America thinks it's so special. Like, we're so different from Iran. We're so different from all those countries in Africa. We're so different. We, the good Americans, yes, the good Americans, we never do anything wrong. We would never take any of your property. We would never take anything away from you, sweet little American girl. No, sir. We love you.
offer that's out there and say, well, the price tag can't replace memories.
Oh gosh, it almost makes me emotional because I have
Almost.
those memories in like my house, and I get how deeply personal people's homes are. I would just say that we see you and we hear you, and we want this process to be respectful and transparent, and that is going to ultimately benefit you.
Brown doesn't buy that. And while she knows it's too late to save her home, she says she doesn't want to see this happen to anyone else.
My mom wants an apology.
Oh, Jesus. My mom wants an apology. Apology. They're worth about the same amount as an American ceasefire.
She wants an apology from Georgia Power. That's it.
And it's because of how she feels as if she's been treated.
Yeah. I mean, for an entire year, they have bullied her, and there is no sorry. So that's what we want. We want an apology from Georgia Power.
She might have the deed, actually. In a little house like that in Georgia, she might. She says it was her mom's house, and like, she might have a deed. Maybe. Generational wealth. It doesn't take that long to pay off like a $200,000 house like that. And that's the thing. They could give her $200,000 for it. Let's say they gave her $300,000. They'll make a lick of difference. She'll still be in Georgia, and $300,000 ain't buying what it used to. And then she's got to uproot everything. She's not going to find what she wants. It's going to be all messed up. But hey, we're so different from China. You know, when China dammed the Yangtze River, they eminent domained all the people who lived there. They moved hundreds of thousands of people in order to build a dam. They also killed, I think they extirpated 2 whole species of dolphins and like hundreds of different fish. They made a bunch of animals extinct, bunch of mammals, like 4 or 5 mammals, hundreds of fish species, bunch of insect species completely extinct. But hundreds of thousands of people were relocated. But we're so different. We're so different in America.
When asked if the utility company is willing to apologize, Georgia Power told us they have worked hard to be transparent, negotiate in good faith, and make this process as easy as possible. As for the data centers and who's behind them, Georgia Power told us it doesn't publish lists of customers to protect safety and security. Guys, this is obviously a big story. It's one of those things that we've talked about.
The 2 women are like, no. My government would never do this to me.
For months now. These data centers, communities, obviously not in my backyard. But I think the real crux of this argument here is, what do you say to people who've owned these properties for 20, 30 years? And it's like, you got to go.
And you feel the emotion. It's interesting to me that Georgia Power says we've tried to make this process as easy as possible. Their definition of easy as possible is very different from what these families are experiencing. It's so hard to believe there's nothing they can do, nothing.
And the reality is that you're looking at this is going to happen more and more because you're going to need over the next 20 years, 10 to 20 years, 10 to 15% more power than is being generated right now in the United States. That's probably 100 nuclear reactors if you have to generate 110 gigawatts.
How do you put
We could blow it all up and stop doing this AI bullshit. That'd be cool.
price tag on this? Truly, it is so tough.
We can like not surveil our people. That'd be cool. Pass laws so that surveillance is illegal, so that we don't need all these data centers. That'd be rad.
Skylar, we thank you.
Absolutely.
Thanks, Skylar. Skylar Henry. I like seeing a Skylar on the news. Skylars. It's funny. You'd be surprised how many black dudes I meet named Skylar. People always think of it as like this super Anglo white person name, but I meet a lot of black people that are named Skylar. It's true. You know, it's the other thing is you're like 80% more likely to be vegan if your name is Skylar. I don't know why, but it's like every Skylar I meet is vegan.
Tonight, new video showing more than
every Skylar I meet is against slavery. It's weird.
dozen FBI agents fanning out across the Washington home of the late Senator Lindsey Graham. The FBI shutting down the street as investigators spent several hours on scene, taking photos and searching the property.
Lindsey Graham's house just got ransacked by the FBI. What is going on? What did Lindsey Graham do? Why is the FBI there? They want to get some of them dildos to find out the DNA on those dildos before it gets burned. He's like, burn everything, Meemaw. Meemaw, you got to burn everything. Don't let anybody in my house. Y'all better not let anybody in Lindsey Graham's house. It's going to be real bad news in D.C. You don't want to know what I've been up to you. Burn everything. Burn down the whole block. You don't want to know what I've been doing. In the privacy of my own home over in there, D.C. Never been married, lifelong bachelor and all that. Don't let them know. Burn everything. Sorry, the FBI's here. This the FBI. What do you want? We want to do the DNA test on all the dildos in there. Let us in.
Law enforcement sources familiar with the scene tell NBC News their work is out of an abundance of caution. So far, no evidence has emerged to suggest foul play.
Foul play at 71 years
A
old?
preliminary medical examiner's report revealed Graham suffered from a tear in the main artery of his heart, but they are still waiting on a toxicology test before declaring a cause of death. On Capitol Hill, Graham's seat in the Senate chamber adorned in white roses, his colleagues struggling with his shocking loss.
Senator Graham always brought a smile to your face and levity to the halls of Congress.
Levity. He brought levity. How old is Chuck Grassley? You're next, Chuck. Chuck, how old is Chuck Grassley today? Chuck Grassley is 92 years old. That guy that just said levity. Levity. We got to have levity. Let's see. There's
Senator Graham always brought
this guy. 92 years old. Why are you still there, Chuck? 92 years old, and you're in charge. You're in charge.
Smile to your face and levity to the halls of Congress.
We will laugh together again.
See you in Valhalla.
In his home state of South Carolina, the governor appointing Graham's sister.
All these fucking Republican crybabies. It's so sad to me. Like, you guys are so cry more, maggers. You guys cry a lot. You guys are always crying. Just constantly. All these tears. Charlie Kirk dies. Y'all are crying. What the hell, man? I didn't die when I didn't cry when Gene Hackman died. I don't know. I don't die when I don't cry when celebrities die.
Darlene Graham Nardone to fill his term until the end of the year.
I think this is what Lindsey would have wanted, and I plan to honor him in this way.
Nardone is not expected to run for the seat this fall, leaving a wide open primary field for a special election in August. She will be sworn in Tuesday, filling the vacancy quickly. What is less certain
Lindsey Graham probably died of terminal dehydration after windstorm trapped him in an endless nightmare cycle of his worst. No, he died of fentanyl. He was a fentanyl overdose, just like Charlie Kirk and George Floyd. It's fentanyl. It was fentanyl. Everyone knows Sam Neill died. That's sad. Should I cry? Sam Neill, have you ever seen In the Mouth of Madness? What a movie. I love Crafty and Romp. I love Crafty and Romp with Sam Neill. And there's a couple really scary moments in that movie. Maybe they don't hold up over time. But has anybody seen In the Mouth of Madness? It's such a good movie. It's an old horror movie starring Sam Neill. If you are like Fuck Jurassic Park. It wasn't as good as everybody says it is. Go watch In the Mouth of Madness. Sam Neill was amazing in it.
Is if or when Senator Mitch McConnell will be back. Absent for more than a month, his office released this picture over the weekend, revealing that the 84-year-old is recovering from pneumonia after a fall at his home.
Yeah, it's funny. Parallelish said I had a friend tell me it was crazy when Stan Lee died at 98, and I said that's the least crazy thing to ever happen. I said the same thing about Nicole Brown Simpson when she died. Oh, you mean the woman that everyone knows OJ was stalking and was beating her up, and now she's dead, and there's no one out, there's no suspects except for OJ Simpson because he was the one that was stalking and beating her. Yeah, it's not crazy. It's not crazy that she died. By the way, if you know somebody who's getting the shit kicked out of them and stalked by their husbands, you should do something about that. Get that woman away from that situation because she's going to end up dead. And people are going to be like, this is crazy. We couldn't imagine that would happen. Imagine it. Imagine it happens more than you think.
Sent him to the hospital. Ryan Nobles joins us now live. And Ryan, I know you have some new reporting for our viewers about what was potentially Senator Graham's.
Look at this shit with Senator Graham. Look at this is bullshit. This is so photoshopped. And this is really funny to me too. They put the newspaper on the desk. Like, oh, so he's sitting there in the hospital reading newspapers. Is that what's happening? He's sitting there reading, here's a date. Look at, there's the date, right? It's like when they do proof of life with a hostage. And they got to put the date so they have a newspaper printed that day. What the fuck? Oh my God. Give me a break. He looks better than he did before he went in the hospital. Looks great. Mitch McConnell, man. What do they got in there? They feeding him baby blood? How does he look younger? Is he just in the vampire hospital and they're feeding him the blood of newborns? What is happening in this hospital where Mitch McConnell goes in and loses 20 years? He's 20 years younger.
Ryan Nobles joins us now live. And Ryan, I know you have some new reporting for our viewers about what was potentially Senator Graham's final phone call. Yeah, that's right, Tom. Senator Tommy Tuberville telling us tonight that his former scheduler was working for Senator Graham and took a call from the senator on Saturday night saying that he had chest pains and to call 911.
Sweet Havoc doesn't understand socialism or communism. Why do you seem to have a problem with the government taking property from the people? Isn't socialism, communism famous for doing just that? At least they're compensated. Okay, in communism, socialism, it's not that you're taking land from the people, it's that you're giving it to the people. You understand? You take it from the corporations. Here, they're taking it from the people and giving it to corporations. In fact, what you're seeing is quite the opposite of socialism or communism. What you're seeing is capitalism at work. A company like a data center comes in. They need more power. They need more everything. They need more land. They need more water. They need it all. And so they take it from you. The shit that, because you own it. You own all of that. As the people, you own the water, the air, the land. You own all of those things. The idea of private land is really stupid. You can use land and you can, build your little house on it and, have it for yourself and stuff. But like this idea that you would have the means of production not collectively owned. And think about what that would look like if the means of production were collectively owned. If, for example, the electricity, the water, the land, and the air were all owned by all of us. They are, by the way, but someone has stolen them from us. Imagine what we would do with them as the people. We would vote. Hey, do we want to poison all this shit? Hey, do we want to take all these people's houses away in order to build surveillance so we can surveil ourselves? You see? Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. You're talking about totalitarianism. You don't know these words. Don't use the words if you don't know what they mean. Thank you so much for being here. My name is Skyjack Morgan. I'm an independent news and culture commentator, free speech and critical thinking advocate, and a guy that happens to read a lot. My stalker found my YouTube last night. Oh, God. I got a weird person leaving videos for me yesterday. I thought maybe it was your stalker. Maybe it was your stalker because they commented on my YouTube channel on a video with you in it, Smoking Blondie, on a Sunday show. And I was like, why is this guy talking? I have no idea what this psychopath is saying. Is he talking about me? Is he talking about Blondie? I have no idea. And I thought it might be your stalker. Oh, was it your stalker leaving those weird messages, leaving weird comments on my, he would make videos and leave comments on my videos. He was stalking you. I was like, what is this guy talking about? I don't even know what this dude's talking about. I have no idea what he's talking about.
Staffer called 911 and then rushed to his house. They found the paramedics there treating Senator Graham, but unfortunately, it was too late. Tom?
We thank you for watching, and remember, stay up.
In fact, I even have to talk about this.
Communism, though. They take land. It's like, okay, so even in anarchism, which anarcho-communism, they even have the clauses usually in practice when we've actually had little communities of anarchism. If someone's like, you know what, I don't want to collectively farm with the rest of all you assholes, you can do it. You can only have the land that you can grow yourself. You can harvest. If you can harvest your land alone with no help and no workers, you can't hire anybody. If you can do that, you can have all the land you want, but you have to work that land yourself, and you have to own, and you can only have as much as you can work for yourself. Then you can have it. Do you understand? There's already, I mean, like, I know people don't understand anarchism, communism. They don't understand these ideas, socialism, because they've been propagandized. But people like Sweet Havoc in the chat, he's always doing, like, here you go. See, anarchy doesn't work. Only children believe it could. See, this is Dwarven Jesus doesn't understand that most of us live in anarchy. We just live our lives. Millions of us, actually, millions of us don't even know who the mayor is, who your city council is. You probably don't even know who your fucking mayor is or who your city council is. You don't even know these things. You might not even know who your state legislator is or who your president is. A lot of people, unless it's Donald Trump because he's so famous, but like a lot of people don't even know who the vice president is. Even today, there's people, you walk outside to ask people who the vice president is. They won't know. Show them pictures. Who's this? Which one's the vice president? They won't know, because people are anarchists at heart. They walk around not needing any kind of government Then what we do, they don't interact with the government at all. Most of society runs in anarchism. That runs with contracts that are based on mutual trust, and you know, and reputation and consensual agreements. That's how most of society works. It doesn't usually work with the government at all. Governments are there to protect the rich oligarchs and keep you from actually owning the means of production, so that you are held back forever and can be used as a slave for them. But in your normal life, you just walk around being an anarchist. Most people.
Pisses me off, but let's get into it, shall we? Because on the same day Lindsey Graham died, Mitch McConnell's people released.
I'm uninformed. Dwarven Jesus, you have proven yourself to be woefully ignorant on this channel. We all know you at this point, how ignorant you are. Just because you're uninformed, that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. It's not about being uninformed. It's about you're not interacting with the government. It doesn't matter about things existing. Is that anarchy works 99% of the time. 99% of your life, you are going about your business without interacting with the government. And it's only for that 1%, which is like the most painful, worst part of your life, is when you have to deal with the government and deal with their bullshit. And it's usually they're taking something from you. Usually they're stealing from you. That's what's usually happening for that 1% of the time. But most of the time you're living completely either ignorant of it or not, just completely in the wind, without any of their help, or without any knowledge, without any interaction.
Proof of life, complete with like, here's today's newspaper kind of thing, like he's being held for ransom. A lot of people automatically went, this is AI, this is fake, this isn't real. And I think there's a valid reason people would respond that way. So first and foremost, is the image AI?
I didn't think it was AI. Do you guys? No, I don't think it's AI. People were saying it's AI, and I don't think so. It's Photoshopped. It's clearly Photoshopped. Let me see. Parallelist, you know Photoshop. This is clearly Photoshopped.
According to AI detectors, no. 86% real.
86% real, which means it was Photoshopped.
Does that mean it's not AI? No. AI is constantly evolving and changing. These detectors scramble to keep up. I ran through like 5, though, and all of them said 86% real, which is an interesting number because it says it's 14% digitally edited, or the likelihood thereof, which is interesting because, one, if this image is AI and it doesn't detect it, okay, but also it wouldn't detect Photoshop. Just good old-fashioned skilled person doing Photoshop. It can't.
It would detect it. It would detect artifacts of Photoshop. That's what that 80s. That's why it's 86%. It would detect. You could detect Photoshop. That's why it's 86% real, 14% altered. Things have been altered in this photograph. What has been altered? Just it. Not that skilled. I think that like he and their faces look amazing. He looks far too fucking healthy. They're probably both not smiling as joyously, and Photoshop can fix that. The fact that the newspaper is super in focus and the rest, like the newspaper's off the side of the screen, but super in focus, like this is Photoshop. It's Photoshopped.
Detect that. It can detect, however, that some sort of alteration was happening. And I would ask, why do you need to digitally alter an image just showing that Mitch McConnell is alive?
So that you could see all the things that you need to see. You could see that they're smiling big smiles, not just any kind of smile, like undoubtable, unencroachable smiles. These smiles are big as fuck because they're fake. They probably were like this, and they stretch it out. They were like this because you could do that in Photoshop. You can just very easily make people smile more. And I think the fact that newspaper is in super crisp definition, I think that's why.
My question is more about things like, how is he de-aging?
Yeah, they colored his hair. Yeah, there you go. They colored his hair too. Totally. Yes, absolutely. Let's see what else. Necklines, jawline sagging. Yeah, the eyes brighter and more open because they AI'd his face for sure to make him look younger, happier. Definitely. Firmer, his neck is firmer, sure. Jawline sharper and more defined. That's exactly right. It's like a back in the day they used to have Playboy models and they would like airbrush out all of their like stretch marks and scars. They'd like any kind of labia that was in the wrong place, they would just airbrush that shit. This is the same kind of thing. Instead of labia, they're doing his neck.
Like, did he go in for a Benjamin Button procedure? Because this was him right before all of this. And now in the aftermath of severe illness, he looks younger. Speaking of, also, apparently his wife had the same procedure while in China. Because how is she looking younger?
Yeah, exactly. She not only I don't think it was de-aging. I think it was just like glam shot. And look at that smile. You see that smile's fake. You see how it's on both sides and it's like really stretched out like the Joker. That's Photoshop. 100%. 100% Photoshop. The eyebrows. Yeah.
Also, the newspaper's real, but of course it is. Like, you wouldn't include it if you weren't going to have it be something that people could check against. But there's still weird anomalies with the newspaper. I think that's less of a deal.
The weird anomalies came from because they were adjusting the colors to make it so you can tell that it's that. That's why they did that.
Than the rest of it. Honestly, my questions have less to do with this image and more to do with the timing. Why is this the first we're hearing this? Why are we just getting details now when people have been questioning whether or not he's alive for a while? I think it's because that video came out showing paramedics loading him into the ambulance, and they were not in a rush. They were chilling. And him having any kind of serious issue would not make sense unless he was gone, or, as their statement said, oh, he had like a small fall and then just developed pneumonia. I think they were just trying to cover for that, especially since some other source came out and said, no, he coded at the house, he was gone, that's why there's no urgency. And all these Republicans who claim to have talked to him, why is he not talking to like the only people that matter, like Andy Bashir, governor of the state he represents? He hasn't heard from him. Why wouldn't you have talked to him? It doesn't matter he's a Democrat if you don't like him. You talk to him, that's the person that you go, hey man, I'm doing okay, I'm getting better. He wouldn't have been out here like putting your business on Front Street. He would have been looking out. He would have been saying, hey, I've talked to him, he's good. He did not. Occam's razor dictates if he's still alive, it's only in the most literal sense of the word, and he's certainly not able to do his job. The American people deserve to know that. And
I mean, the American people do deserve to know that because he's on our payroll. I mean, I get that he's not a private citizen. Like, we should know that this dude is on death's door. But I mean, I guess what's really disgusting to me is that people are going, we have the right to know. What the fuck do you mean? You have the right not to be lied to. You're being lied to. You're being had. The fact that you're okay with the government, again, the state lying to you, and you know it's a lie, you know that Mitch McConnell ain't doing okay. Mitch McConnell's 84 years old. Mitch McConnell ain't all right. He is on death's door. He's got one foot in the grave. He's not going to make it. Even if he does get out of the hospital, he'd be dead in the next couple of years. He's on his way out, and they're lying to you. Just like they did with Biden. I said the same thing. Biden, he's too fucking old, and they keep telling me he's okay. Oh, when the cameras are off, he's doing cartwheels. Bullshit. When the cameras are off, he's doing great. Lies. When the cameras are off, Mitch McConnell's clear-headed, sharp as a tack. He's like a 25-year-old man. He's sharp, so quick on the take. Bullshit. These old fucks. How is this different? How is this different than what they did with Castro when Castro got old and he was missing for so long, and they're like, Castro's dead, and they were no, he's not. No, he's not. Castro's fine. Or how is this different from when Kim Jong-il was saying, they said he was fine. Kim Jong-il is fine. Like, America is doing the same shit as these countries that we claim to be so much better than. How is this any different from the Ayatollah Khamenei? Now people are saying that he has his legs blown off, his lips are blown off, and no one has seen him. But Ayatollah Khamenei, they're saying, oh, he's fine. He's super healthy. Super healthy. They said the same thing about Yasser Arafat when he was poisoned and he died. They always say these things about these guys, and it's the same thing over and over again, and we pretend we're so damn different. We're not different. The state is unethical. The government is unethical. They exist by threat of violence. And they lie to you. And you give them your money.
Deserve to have him replaced.
For the second time in less than a week, ICE officers have shot and killed a motorist in the middle of the street. For the second time in less than a week, the man they shot dead was not their intended target. For the second time in less than a week, an entire community is in mourning. This time it happened in Maine. At 7:15 this morning, residents in Biddeford, about 20 miles south of Portland, woke up to the sounds of reported gunfire when a federal
That's because was it Graham Plattner?
Immigration agent shot into the small white car that 26-year-old Colombian immigrant Juan Sebastian Guerrero was driving. Immigrant rights groups say Guerrero was authorized to work in the United States and had been issued a Social Security number. One eyewitness told the Portland.
He had a Social Security number. He was here legally, and they shot him to death.
Press Herald, he saw an unmarked SUV trying to ram a small white car at an intersection downtown. Moments later, agents in vests stopped the car and pulled the driver out. The witness said the driver was, at that point, quote, bleeding profusely from the head. He was talking. He said, I tried to stop. Senator from Maine, Angus King, says Secretary of Homeland Security Mark McMullen told him,
I tried to stop. Too late. You're dead.
Guerrero was shot after he had, quote, weaponized the vehicle against the officers. That's something that we've heard ICE say about many others.
It's so funny. These guys are so afraid of cars. Maybe they shouldn't be in cars at all. You guys are so afraid of vehicles. Weaponized. They're weaponizing the vehicles. What we should do is put everyone in Waymos and Teslas. That way we can't escape. They can just get us whenever they want. You can't get away ever.
Shootings. But then less than 2 hours ago, we should note this. DHS released a statement officially saying the officer shot Guerrero, and they said out of fear of public safety.
Skyjack Morgan, why aren't you calling Trump Hitler anymore? Oh, that's right. You Democrats voted for an actual Nazi planet. Are you fucking... Where do these imbeciles come from? How much did I was never on Team Plattner. I'm not a Democrat. Are you fucking stupid? Are you Can you read, Robert Newby? Are you able to read? Because you did you just do text? Is this text to speech? Because I'm reading something that you wrote, but I'm guessing you didn't write it because you obviously can't read. Holy shit. Well, Trump is Hitler, and that was popularized by J.D. Vance, but many people have called Trump Hitler. I was never a fan of Plattner. I think Plattner was no different from Donald Trump. Donald Trump and Plattner. If you hate Plattner, you should hate Trump. If you hate Trump, you should hate Plattner. Both assholes telling you what you need, love bombing you so that they can manipulate you. And people like Robert Newby are easily manipulated by stupid old men who tell them what they want to hear. They'll tell you whatever you want to hear, Robert Newman. You won't question it because you're a sucker, a simp, a hall monitor, and a snitch. You're a piece of shit, Robert Newby. Go and jump off a bridge. Not the Golden Gate Bridge, though, because they have these little nets that'll catch you. You need to jump off a really big bridge. Go jump off a really big one.
When he attempted to flee the scene. So they are not claiming, in this case, that he attempted to weaponize his vehicle, and they're not claiming that the officer feared for his own life. Elected officials across Maine are calling for an investigation into what exactly happened, but we know this from one witness who spoke to the Portland Press Herald after the gunshots. There were dozens of cars, officers, and a body on the ground. What bothered that witness most was the body of the victim was on that sidewalk for the next 5 hours. Guerrero leaves behind a wife and young daughter. So far, the shooting sounds like a story we've heard too many times. We saw it in Minneapolis, really good. Chicago with Silverio Villegas Gonzalez, just last Tuesday in Houston with Lorenzo Salgado Araujo. And now today in Maine, another family that's just lost their loved one, and another young child who just lost her dad. Congresswoman Shelley Pingree represents Maine's 1st congressional district, which includes Biddeford, and she joins me now. Congresswoman,
MAGA hates kids.
Difficult and busy
MAGA hates kids.
I guess because we're trying to get our arms around what happened. You've been in touch with authorities, you've been in touch with people in the community. Do you have a sense of what happened this morning?
Yeah, it was obviously a horrendous incident. We've had a chance to talk to some of the neighbors. I visited the crime scene, and I was down there today around noon when there was already a protest and a vigil going on, and there's another one there tonight. People in Maine are significantly upset, really so angry that ICE has this continued presence in our state. And my basic feeling is that no one should leave their home at 7 a.m. going to work and fear that they might be shot and never see their 3-year-old daughter again. The justification originally for the person they said they were going after, I think, was utter bullshit. And then the fact that they shot the wrong person, who is now no longer there for his 3-year-old daughter and wife, is beyond horrendous. This is a case of ICE having way too much money, quotas to pick up as many people as they possibly can. And while we thought perhaps this ended after the catch of the day, as they called it when they were in our state several months ago, it certainly hasn't. I have an office in Portland, Maine, and my office has a steady stream of people who are targeted by ICE officers, generally all legally here in this country, just as the man they targeted today was, and members of families who come to us and say, we can't find someone who's been detained, or people who are afraid to leave their home and go to work because of incidents like.
But don't call it a concentration camp. These concentration camp people, man. Well, it's not a concentration camp. Well, we can't find anybody who you've taken. We have no idea where they are. They can't contact their families. No one has had a trial. Nobody knows what the plan is. They're being used as slave labor. That's a concentration camp.
Now they're going to be afraid that they will get shot if they leave their house.
Senator King, who has been working on this as well, also said that he was told that this was not the intended target. So it does seem like we don't know if they were tailing the car or they pulled it over. I also just want to read this detail from the reporting. You said he left behind a daughter, and I don't know if we have confirmation if this individual is his daughter, but in the Portland Press Herald, which I have to say has done great reporting today, to thank the local reporter here today. A neighbor said she saw a girl she believes was the victim's daughter. She couldn't have been older than 3. She was still in her bluey pajamas. Do we know if the status of?
You see how stupid someone like Mark Lewis is? Imagine if we had this kind of protest carrying every time an American gets killed by an illegal. This is how stupid you are. If the public kills another member of the public, it's very different than the government killing a member of the public. The fact that you don't understand that shows that you are just a zombie going along following orders. You're just an NPC. You're just an NPC. You don't realize that the public, the illegal, is a member of the public. You are a member of the public. You have more in common with the illegal, who's also a member of the public, than you do of an ICE agent. You don't have anything in common with an ICE agent or the president of the United States, but you're an idiot. You don't realize that there should be solidarity amongst the people, not for the state. You should stop worshiping the state, stop worshiping the government, start befriending your neighbors. What if they don't have paperwork? And nobody has the right paperwork. Everyone's walking around committing 3 felonies at any given time because the state has legislated you into being a criminal, no matter who you are, no matter what your legal status is, no matter what country you're from. You're walking around as a 3-time felony, as a 3-time felon anywhere you go. Look it up. There's all sorts of things that we have made everything so illegal that the government now has the power to snatch whoever they want. If push comes to shove, they can stick something on you. No problem. And yet you'll be like, but illegals though. Scapegoat. You're just a sucker who believes in scapegoating.
Of his family and if they're being taken care of.
They have asked for privacy, but as we understand, they are currently working with one of the advocacy groups, and we have reached out to them. And as soon as we have a chance, we will do whatever we can to assist the family. And I know all of Maine will be reaching out to help this family, particularly since, as it was confirmed by Mark Wayne Wallen to Angus King, they shot the wrong victim. I mean, they shot the wrong individual who is a victim.
They don't even have to do that, Smoking. They can get anybody on title fraud. There's all sorts of shit that people look at. How many you've seen it happen, lawfare, where they trump up something like title fraud because some real estate deal, someone didn't sign the right document at the right time, or you signed it a day late or a day early. There's all these things that could happen that most people, because we live without the intervention of the government most days, we just go through the contract and we're like, yeah, a little fudging here and there. The deal is done. Everyone's good. But technically, laws were broken that didn't hurt anybody. But if you really wanted to dig into somebody, you can find a law they've broken, because they probably have, without even knowing. But ignorance is no excuse. So they can get you. They can get you, throw you in jail. It's very simple.
There's also, the statement that DHS put out was notable to me, having covered now multiple of these. They have used this phrase, attempting to ram our officer, fear for the safety, weaponizing the vehicle. We've seen it time and time again, and again, we've seen it essentially refuted, belied by the video evidence. They're not even saying that right here. And my reaction is, I don't think it's legitimate protocol to fire into a vehicle that's trying to flee. I think this is actually something that's been litigated up to the Supreme Court. I mean, what's your reaction?
Yep, it's been litigated up to the Supreme Court.
Hearing them not even make that claim here.
Yeah, I was completely shocked. Remember, this incident happened at 7 o'clock in the morning, and this was just released an hour ago after multiple stories had said that this was a weaponized vehicle. But as you said, they were fleeing the scene. They said it was a public safety concern. There's no accounts that this person had a gun or was attacking anybody else. And
They weren't even illegally here. They had a social security number.
And 4 shots went through the windshield. We've seen pictures of that. So to say that the vehicle was struck when this person was shot in the head through the windshield, it's just unconscionable. And I agree with you. This does not sound like any kind of protocol that any of our other public safety officers.
It's an execution. No one else would do this. Even a cop wouldn't just shoot through the wind. Like cops, man, one time I knew this cop, right? And he killed a guy. And I'm like, how did they fucking... I wanted him to tell me a story, and he told me that the car was coming and he was starting to ram them, and the cops shot down at the engine block and at the tires, because if they shoot down, shooting the engine block will stop a car pretty quickly, and shooting the tires will slow it down enough that you can pretty much, then you just got to move out of the way and catch up with the car because the engine's not working. So they can put bullets in the engine and in the tires and slow that car down so they're not in danger. So they're shooting at it, and they said he said that they shot, but the bullets went under the car and ricocheted up and killed the guy. And he said it really sucked because they didn't want to kill the guy, but the guy was trying to ram them, but they didn't want to kill him. And they shot down and it ricocheted up, and they were all really bent out of shape about it because they followed protocol and it didn't work. The protocol didn't work. So it's funny that story from a cop from when I was a kid is now playing out today. The point is, shooting into a windshield is not what cops are supposed to do. Okay. They're not supposed to execute you because you're driving while Colombian who has a social security card. This person is here legally, and the ICE agents shot him because he was driving brown.
Would be allowed to do. And what we've seen time after time is that ICE follows no traditional procedures. We've learned that there are no body cameras on this individual. And my understanding is that while we've pressed ICE to use body cameras, they have yet to be distributed throughout the country. So why they hadn't arrived in Maine by now, why these ICE officers continue to target our state, we're a very low crime state. We know the immigrants in our state generally to be our friends, our neighbors, our coworkers. I have an individual who currently can't leave his home. He's an ICU nurse because he is targeted by ICE, but he knows the day he steps out, even though he's legally there, he will be detained under these false pretenses that they use, or stretching immigration law, saying you overstayed a visa when frankly you're waiting for your asylum claim to be determined. I mean,
you overstayed a visa. There you go. Dead. Murder. That's what I mean. Overstaying a visa, they could get you on all sorts of shit. You didn't in 2005, you didn't file for taxes. You're a felon. Like, there's things that they can do. All of you were felons. Jungle Boy behind the wheel. He should have stopped and not gotten out of the car. He should have stopped and got out of the car. They were trying to hunt and kill him. What do you mean? Got out of the car. He said, his last words were, I was trying to stop. Those were his last words.
The way they are using immigration law is unconscionable. The fact that somebody was potentially murdered by an ICE officer today and certainly questionably shot is very concerning to all of us.
The senior senator from your state, Susan Collins, of course, is.
Oh my God. This woman got hit by a car, still delivering. Still delivers the food. Got to deliver that DoorDash, man. You're gonna lose your tip. You just got hit by a car. Deliver the food. Deliver the food.
Yo no sé si el policía chocó con ella o algo, porque escuchó un big boom. Se escuchó un choque grande, yo no sé qué le pegó el árbol, lo tiene que salvar.
This the tubby one didn't make it. Whoa. How embarrassing How embarrassing. Your deck, it looks all shitty. You're like, man, no one's ever going to come back here. You're all got your deck all hidden and looking all shitty. And then you got to show this to the cop. Now it's all over the news how shitty your deck looks, man. Clean that shit up. Fuck. Clean that shit up. Tidy up. Need Mari Kondo needs to come to this house. The individual was seen. They got the dog. Is she gonna? Her car's all fucked up. That sucks. She probably isn't gonna get her car fixed either because the cops crashed that guy. Why were the cops chasing that guy like that? Poor lady. Oh, that car's dragging something. Well, there you go. Just goes to show if you get hit by a car, keep working. We remember yesterday when that lady in the Ukraine, the Russian bombs were going off and she just kept taking orders and shit at the bar. God. Blowing. She's like, oh, my ear hurts. She's like, you gonna pay for that drink? Human beings, man. We'll just keep showing up to work. We're gonna keep showing up to work right up to the apocalypse. Right as the world slides off into the void, we'll be like, my boss was real mad at me. I was late today. My boss was real mad. I was late.
As you know, we live in a dynamic and dangerous.
Man, good thing he bought that. You remember when Pete Hegseth spent like $100,000 or something to get that little makeup room put into the Pentagon? Thank God. He looks great. You look great. Doesn't look like you have 5 pounds of makeup on your face. Look completely normal. Look completely human to me, Pete.
Threat environment where access to and accumulation of closely held information is key to understanding our world. The unauthorized disclosure of sensitive War Department information.
I like how he's always got 2 cameras on him too. He's always got the 2 so that if he goes he can just switch to other cameras. So great. Nice. I really love the editing job on his.
Has the very real potential to cause exceptionally grave damage to our national security and the operational integrity of our armed forces. To leak sensitive national defense information and secrets betrays the men and women who wear our nation's uniform. It's a principle as old as war. And in the United States goes back to the founding of our republic. George Washington himself battled leaks, insider threats, and espionage. When a leak of department information occurs today, it's critical that we provide the Department of Justice and other partners in federal law enforcement, including the FBI, with actionable information as quickly as possible. And that's
no, I've never saw it. Parallelist says a while back Israelis were going to restaurants and playing explosion sounds to run out on the tab. No, I don't remember that. That's crazy.
That's why the Department of War and the Department of Justice have created a joint task force to identify and prosecute leakers. I'd like to thank Acting Attorney General Blanche for his help in this important project. I'm proud that our departments are working together closer than we have ever before, committing manpower and new resources to protect our warfighters and their operations. To combat the dangers that leaks pose, effective immediate.
Good question, Rough Frame. Where were we? I was complaining about it. Of course I was. It was very controversial at the time. Very controversial, Obama. And the way he got away with it, it was by creating DACA. And they're getting rid of DACA now. The Deferred Action for Childhood Arrival. And by the way, Obama did oftentimes, I don't know about 3 out of 4. I don't know if that's true. But the truth is that he did at all. If he did it once, it doesn't matter. He denied people their due process. But oftentimes they were people who already committed crimes in the United States. And a lot of what he did was just have his ICE agents wait outside of prisons. And when they got out, they would just snatch him up and get rid of him. And is that violating people's due process rights? Yeah, but hey, at least he was getting rid of actual people who actually committed crimes. But, you know, this is how Obama got away with it. But you're right, Rough Frame. I was here talking about it. I wasn't on YouTube, but I mean, it was a long time ago. It was controversial at the time. We were all talking about it. The whole country was talking about the Obama concentration camps and ICE agents and all the stuff. We were all talking about the deportations. Don't worry, Rough Frame. We were all doing it. I know you might be only 12 years old and maybe you don't remember those Barack Obama days, but let me tell you, we were all talking about it. Anybody who was interested in politics or global, policies, international law, all these things that anybody who cared about rights, we were all talking about Barack Obama and the concentration camps and the deportations. Yes, kids in cages, the whole thing. Democrats were talking about it. Republicans were talking about it. People like me who political orphans, we were talking about it. Everybody was talking about it. It was a whole thing.
Immediately, I have delegated tasking authority to the War Department's Office of General Counsel, empowering OGC to request and receive all information, records, and support across the department concerning media leak investigations. All department components and personnel will prioritize these requests, and any taskings issued by OGC under this authority must receive a full and complete response within 48 hours of issuance. Leaked information risks lives. These new tools and processes will greatly assist us.
This guy has been leaking like a sieve. This guy's bleeding like a stuffed pig, and he's blaming everybody. Oh, we're gonna surveil you more.
In protecting our joint force. The security of our nation cannot be a bargaining chip for those who seek momentary headlines. Access to confidential and secret information is a sacred trust, and those who betray that trust will be met with the full force of the law. Again, I want to thank Acting Attorney General Blanche and our federal law enforcement partners for working with us on these investigations to protect and safeguard America's national security.
Yeah, national security. You aren't allowed to know what about who, where. Don't say anything about the wars. You're not allowed to show that stuff. The American people will no longer be allowed to hear what's going on in their government. Because this isn't America. This isn't your grandfather's America, people. This ain't your grandfather's America. America is not great again. America is going full Nazi, full National Socialism. Here we go. Let's do it. Look at that. I love that. Do you like that? Department of War. It's not. That's illegal, by the way. That was a crime. You're not allowed to call it Department of War since there's no such thing. Congress has not changed the name of the Department of Defense, but he likes to say Department of War. It's against the law. But who's counting? Who cares about the law, right? We only care about the law if you're brown and you forgot to go to your court hearing. Then you get shot in the face. But if you break the law in front of everybody, it's perfectly acceptable. Little laws, who cares? Unless you're brown. If you're brown,
on Friday night.
And don't even give me stuff. If you're black and you commit a small crime, like a paperwork crime, oh my God. Little marijuana possession as a black man, forget about it. Man, you think the Browns got it rough. You think the Browns got it rough. I mean, let me show you how, if you live in America, this is what they teach you in schools, all right? It's like the white people, bam. That's where I am. We're at the very top, tippy top. We love being up there. The air, get out of the low zone, get into the ozone, you know what I'm saying? We're feeling great up there. We're the law. Okay, then underneath that, you got yellow. Yellow is mellow. We like the Asians. They're the good minority. We like them. They're all right. They kind of stay in line. They work real hard. They don't ask too many questions. They're pretty good. They're right there. Do everything the whites are saying. They love it where they are too. They don't want all the trouble being white. They want to be right there over all the other minorities. And then you got the Browns, man. The Browns are like, well, they've been here for a while. They're pretty good, they don't cause too much trouble, but they're under the yellows for sure. We don't want them getting any money. God forbid any of them get any money. God forbid any of them get to chase the American dream, get their kids to go to college and stuff. We don't like that shit. And then if you're black, all deals are off. We don't even talk about that anymore. That's what you learn in school, is that there's whites, there's Asians, there's brown people, and there's black people out here at the bottom. That's what you learn in American schools. It's I don't know. If you're not racist living in America, then you're a miracle. You're a miracle.
This past Friday night, federal agents showed up on the doorstep of several reporters for the New York Times, showed up at their homes. The agents served the reporters with subpoenas that order them to testify to a federal grand jury this week, the day after tomorrow, on Wednesday, about their sources.
Man, if only there were a YouTube channel that talked about this, Mark Lewis. Harris just threw them in jail for a little weed. Harris jailed a lot of the black folks. That's funny because I remember this guy This guy was calling Harris a Nazi because she was just following orders, that she is not a good executive, that she should not be in a position of power. She should not be president of the United States. And the argument that she's just less bad than Donald Trump is not enough, especially in an environment where people were not trusting the police. People were not happy about the cops. I remember when they made her I've always hated, because I live in California, I've always known who Kamala Harris is. And then they talked that she was top cop, she's super cop. And guess what? Stupid Joe Biden made her vice president while BLM and all this was, when all cops are bastards or stuff, there was a huge movement. People were pissed about cops, rightly or wrongly, it doesn't matter. The whole country was very controversially engaged in talking about the police force, the police forces of the United States of America. George Floyd and all of that, Breonna Taylor, all these things were happening. And sleepy, stupid, racist Joe Biden decides to say, well, listen, Mac, I'm not racist. Kamala, come out here. Love you, kid. Damn. I've always talked about this. Kamala Harris was bad news. Kamala Harris was always bad news. The fact that Democrats had the nerve to put her up there. The nerve. I know what we'll do. Let's put, get this. The former Attorney General of California, who put her own people in jail, a race traitor, a class traitor, and she put people in jail for minor drug possession charges. And when asked about it, she said, I was just doing my job. Anybody who uses the Nuremberg defense, remember, that's what the ICE agents say every day. We're just doing our job. If you don't like it, tell Congress. Just doing my job.
According to the Times, the subpoenas demand that the reporters testify, quote, in regard to an alleged violation of federal criminal law. Now, what's this about? I do not in any way want to diminish the importance of or the quality of the New York Times coverage that sent the White House into this freak-out subpoena, mandatory testimony, give up your sources or go to jail mode. But this whole thing appears to be about something the Times reported that doesn't exactly appear to be the world's most tightly held state secret. Again, not diminishing at all what the Times has accomplished with this story, but this is what it was. On Thursday, the Times reported on the new plane the government of Qatar gave President Trump, the plane he is now using as Air Force One. Officials who have been briefed on the retrofitting of that plane told the Times that the new plane lacks some of the defensive...
Theatrical. Judges have to do their job or can go to jail, or they can quit. In fact, during the Nuremberg trials, the end of the Nuremberg, God, have you ever seen a movie called Justice at Nuremberg? It literally is about putting judges on trial. That's what it's about. Towards the end of the Nuremberg trials, after they hanged all of the big Nazis, they started going after the judges and the lawyers. You should watch it. It's a great movie. It's based on a real thing that happened. It's a dramatization. They changed the names, but it was based on a real thing that happened. In real life, what happened was they put a bunch of judges on trial and said, hey, you could have stopped this. You were the third branch. You were one of the branches of government. And they said, well, that was the law. I have to follow the law. You help determine what the law is as a justice of the peace, as a judge. You get to interpret those laws, and you get to interpret them any way you want. That's what judges do. Even back then. We've been doing this since 1776. Judges interpret the law. Legislature makes the laws. The executive enforces the laws, and the judges interpret the laws. That's how it works. If you just do what the executive branch tells you to do, then you are not maintaining your own power. You are not creating an adversarial footing between the branches of government in order to ensure that the people, that their will isn't undermined completely. And so the judges were put on trial, and a lot of them were convicted, and then they let them all free. They let them all go. They gave them all these crazy sentences, like 20 years, 60 years, and then they just let them all free.
countermeasures found on the other Air Force One aircraft, specifically stuff like this. This is the directional infrared countermeasure system, which jams any incoming heat-seeking missiles to divert them away so they don't hit the plane.
Wow.
This system is not a big secret. This animation that I'm showing you here, this little pew-pew laser animation, this is on Northrop Grumman's publicly accessible YouTube page.
That's pretty cool. I didn't know that they had these little lasers. All I wanted was some sharks with some freaking lasers. That's pretty dope.
Which tells you all about it, including where exactly on the plane you should look if you want to see the parts of this system that tell you whether or not the plane.
I don't know why it reminds me of like sex ed. It reminds me of those little digital sperms going to the egg and getting like confused. Remember, like they would show the. Never mind.
Is equipped with this thing.
Like the opening of Marty Supreme.
Where the sensors and stuff are and what they look like. This is publicly available, commercially advertised information. The Times reported that while different parts of that defensive system were visible to the sort of trained eye on the old Air Force One, on the new Air Force One, you can't see those parts. Photographs of the new plane indicate that those same sensors and things aren't there. It's a visible to the naked eye anti-missile system. You can see it on the old plane. You can't see it on the new plane. And that is great reporting from the New York Times. But it is also not exactly, cracking the Enigma code. It's like one of these things is not like the other. That said, Trump has freaked out about this reporting. And
I like the old paint job better, gotta say.
so reporters from the New York Times got subpoenas at their homes late on Friday night. They're being told they must effectively give up their sources by Wednesday to a grand jury or else. The top lawyer for the Times saying in response, quote, the appearance of federal law enforcement agents on the doorstep of news reporters should shock the conscience of any American who believes in the Constitution and the press freedom that it protects.
Americans do not believe in the press freedom, do not believe in the Constitution. They are going to put New York Times journalists in prison because they know things.
Should shock.
They know things they're not allowed to know. You're not allowed to know things in America. How you wouldn't vote for Donald Trump if you knew stuff?
The conscience. Well, now the question becomes how to defend these reporters, how to keep them out of jail, and how to keep them from having to give up their sources. How best to fight this? Joining us now is one of America's legendary.
That's exactly right, Joyce 777. It's always that, well, judges got to follow the law or they get arrested. They can quit. Judges quit. You can protest, quit, get a job doing something else. Sorry, I'm not going to have my morals under. I'm not going to have this. No. I will not be forced to do things I disagree with. So many of us are forced to do things we disagree with all the time. I'm not impervious to that. I know that my life has been contradictory at times, and I strive, the older I get, to adhere more and more to my principles and less to the whims of people who have power over me. Now, a judge has more power than I do. A judge can quit. A judge can go. A judge still has a fancy degree. Still has a lot of experience. Still can write books and do other shit. Tons of other stuff a judge can do. Can go teach. All sorts of stuff. What the hell just happened? Something just happened. Sorry.
Moving on now to immigration. A controversial part of Arizona's new border security law will take effect tomorrow, allowing state and local law enforcement to arrest people who are suspected of entering Arizona illegally.
It's Prop 314, also known as the Secure the Border Act. It was approved by voters in 2024. 12 News journalist Maria Stobbs is here with a look at what we can expect. Maria?
Mark, Troy, even though voters approved Prop 314 back in 2024, this part of the law was on hold until a similar immigration law in another state cleared a legal hurdle. Now, two civil rights groups are asking a federal judge to stop it before it takes effect.
In Pinal, we have a saying, we like our streets like we like our water with a lot of ice.
Pinal County Sheriff Ross Teeple says his deputies already work closely with federal immigration officials.
If we like our streets like we like our water with a lot of ice.
We pull someone over for a lawful traffic stop and it becomes readily apparent that they are probably not in this country legally.
How does that become readily apparent that they're probably not in this country legally? How is that your job? You're fucking sheriff, asshole. You're not ICE. You fucking asshole, do your fucking job. If you pull over someone for a traffic stop, give them a ticket and move on. Well, we're going to determine whether or not they're here. We're taking on extra work over here at Sheriff's Department.
ICE is there within minutes.
Now, Prop 314 could give local law enforcement a new way to handle some immigration cases on their own. The law would make illegal entry into Arizona a state crime, allowing state and local officers to make arrests.
You have to have probable cause, not just that they're in the country illegally. You have to have probable cause that they cross at an illegal port of entry.
Yavapai County Sheriff David Rhodes says,
how are you going to determine that? We're not gonna, because as soon as we get them in our clutches, they'll be disappeared.
The law would likely be enforced primarily in border communities.
If you found people that were walking out in the desert, perhaps, and you followed their tracks and they were close to, they were nowhere near an actual international port of entry, That could be probable cause.
But civil rights groups say the law could reach far beyond the border. The ACLU and ACLU of Arizona filed a lawsuit on behalf of the Florence Immigrant and Refugee Rights Project, arguing immigration enforcement is the federal government's responsibility, pointing to Arizona's controversial...
That's true. This little thing called the Constitution says that immigration is the federal government shit. Why are all these dumb assholes trying to make the government's life easier? Like, you pay... Like, all of us pay trillions of dollars to the state, you realize, and they don't do their jobs. They don't do their jobs. If they want to control the border, they could do it like this. Like this. The way you know this is all for imbeciles, as to be used as just to be fooled by the use of scapegoats, is because if they wanted to solve the problem, easy. Easy. But they don't. Why? Because they want to use imbecile MAGAs in order to continue to amass power, in order to continue to build columns of power and wealth. They'll use you. And how they do that is by creating scapegoats. Those scapegoats this time around for the Nazis are immigrants, trans people, those type of people.
SB 1070, the so-called Show Me Your Papers law, which expanded the role of local law enforcement in immigration cases. The U.S. Supreme Court later struck down several key parts of that law. The ACLU argues Prop 314 goes further, giving state courts the power to order deportations. Rhodes says that was a necessary addition when it passed.
We had seen millions of people come through the southwest border and through Arizona. You know, the federal administration was just not lifting a finger.
The group say Prop 314 could lead to racial profiling.
The federal government's not lifting a finger.
Unlawful arrests and detentions. Both Rhodes and Teeple disagree.
Crime doesn't have a race.
There's no place for it, for racial profiling. No, we will never accept or tolerate that.
Oh, no, of course not. No. We're going to ask all the white people for their proof of citizenship, too. Don't worry. All of you are going to have to show your papers. You're all going to have to show your papers. All of you. That's the big thing about, if you let Nazis take over, you think they're just going after the Jews or the bad immigrants or the bad Mexicans or the bad blacks or something like that. But in the end, you're all going to have to show your papers. You're all going to have to do everything the government says until they're telling you what color socks to wear. And they're going to tell you everything to do. They'll tell you what time to wake up in the morning. They're going to tell you everything. And everywhere you go, every time you cross the street, papers, please. Papers, please.
ACLU is asking a federal judge to block the law, but unless a court steps in, Prop 314 is set to take effect Tuesday.
Glad that we're finally getting moving on it.
Arizona Attorney General Chris Mays, who's named in the lawsuit, did not respond to a request for comment. Phoenix Police says its policy won't change as Oscar.
Shane Lewis, if that's what you think, call in. Can you behave long enough to call in? Can you behave? There's a link in the chat. You can call in. Explain your definition of fascism and how I'm the Nazi. Please. I'm the Nazi saying that the public is all equal and that we're all in this together and that every human being has a right to go wherever they want, the freedom of movement and autonomy, the freedom and that the right to habeas corpus and due process in a republic that probably shouldn't exist anymore but still does. So maybe we should just acknowledge each other's rights and our rights in the face of the government rather than allow it to run roughshod over all of us. Maybe that's it. Maybe I'm a Nazi for saying that. Am I a Nazi for saying that borders are bullshit and they're tools of the state in order to enforce violence and supremacy over another race? That makes me a Nazi? Strange. Please call in. I'd love to hear your point of view. Can you behave long enough? Can you talk without saying the N-word or blaming the Jews for everything? Because that's usually what people like Shane Lewis will do. They'll get on the show and they'll just say something about the N-word or, MAGAs, man. You can't trust them.
Officers do not ask witnesses or victims immigration-related questions. Others, like Goodyear and Mesa Police, say they are reviewing the law and will follow legal guidance. Live in studio, I'm Maria Stobbs.
What a fun thing. I'm pro-choice because abortions kill millions of Democrats before they can vote. How many, just out of curiosity, how many abortions do you think Donald Trump has paid for? How many do you think? The dirty little secret is that the GOP, the Republican, the red states, man, they're having abortions like mad. They're having abortions like it's nothing, like it's birth control. when they talk about people using abortion as birth control, they're not people living in like liberal blue states where we're giving condoms away for free. No, when we're the places where they're giving condoms away in schools and shit, they're not the ones having abortions as birth control. It's you red states, because you're fucking your sisters and your kids and your cousins. All you red staters, man, you're fucking your kids and your cousins. It's disgusting. All the incest happening, your nieces and nephews, you're fucking all of them. And every time you make a little whoopsie, you have an abortion. It's really disgusting what's going on in those red states out there in the hollers.
12 News.
Maria, thanks.
President Trump has been calling for changes to retirement investment funds like your 401k. It is a move backed by Big Wall Street. According to ProPublica, the president wants less regulated and often risky investments like private equity and cryptocurrency. But doing so could roll back major legal protections for employees. That means you and me. Joining me now, the reporter behind this piece, Paul Keel. Bill and Scott are still here. Walk us through these proposed changes. Because
It's funny, abortions kill Democrats. It's funny. It's a funny thing. No. Maybe you don't know. Maybe you should read Freakonomics. You read Freakonomics. You could talk about abortion then. But you don't know how to read, so.
this is definitely not something people pay attention to unless 4 years from now you go to retire and suddenly your 401k is filled with crypto and you're worth zero.
Right. So this started last year. There's an executive order that President Trump released that said, we want more of these alternative assets in 401ks. It's sort of a tragedy that this hasn't happened larger at scale. The reason it hasn't happened is simply because employers are afraid. There's very strong legal protection.
I'm supposed to have my 401k in crypto
that workers have. It's called ERISA. It's a law that goes back to the 1970s. And it says that when your employer sculpts your 401k, they have to keep your interest in mind first, and they have to use good judgment.
They have to act as a responsible fiduciary.
Right. And so that's the problem for them, is that employers have looked at that, and they've also looked at crypto or private equity and have decided this is too risky. I don't want this exposure. The largest companies can be sued by their workers. And so the solution is to water down that protection, essentially.
Water down the protection for those employees, for everyday Americans. So while people aren't paying attention to lots of these rollbacks, should they be? Because not all regulation is good regulation. There's tons of examples where we have too much. But what happens is if you put, let's say, a polluter in charge of the EPA, you don't get sick today, but 4 or 5 years from now, you get very sick and there's no recourse because the rules were changed and you didn't know.
Yeah, so we have this funny system where there's sort of split responsibility. So your employer is responsible for choosing the options that you have in your plan.
He actually paid her the $5 million. Nice.
Investment options, and they have a legal risk. They're on the hook if there's bad options in your plan because the workers have a legal remedy. But it's really up to them. The financial risk is with the employees, and the workers are paying for the plan. It comes out of your investments. There's fees and stuff like that. So you have to pay attention to what you're doing before. Unfortunately, a lot of people, this is complicated. So a lot of people just choose the default option in their plan. They set it and forget it, and then relying on their employer to make good choices.
Scott, is the administration right though that some things need to be changed about retirement accounts? Maybe there's too much regulation.
I mean, I think directionally, yeah. The reality is that there are a lot of rules around what 401ks can do.
It's so funny you say that, Sky. I'm surprised you haven't invested a 401k in Melania coin. I'm thinking about it right now as I'm watching this. I'm thinking about my 401ks because I've worked with places where I put these investments, and I'm thinking, well, I actually get emails from time to time. If you don't do this by this date with your 401k, we're going to charge you $50 or something. And it's like, motherfucker, I'm trying to forget about my 401k so that I don't have to think about it when as time goes by. I want to be old. The next time I think about my 401k is when I'm old. But if you're going to keep bothering me, then I'll just fucking take all the money out and stick it in some Bank of America, Merrill Lynch, IRA, Roth IRA or some shit. You're allowed to do that. Like, do they not? It's just so annoying. These bastards always fucking with me. God, I hate all these fucks all the time. They're always on my shit. It's like you try to do what you're told and they still are on your shit. Damn it.
Not do. I think workers should actually have far more control over what they can invest in. It should be less on the employer side. It should be less linked to employment to give workers more power to move and so forth. And so, the details here are a little different. You just have to wonder how many employers will actually start giving their employees crypto-heavy 401ks. My guess is very few, even if there are these legal protections.
Your guess is that? I don't think so. Fuck you.
Flock cameras are back on the news tonight. More of them have been cut down in Houston. Earlier this week, we told you about 2 of the license plate reader cameras vandalized near Washington Avenue. Now 2 more have been found on the ground near Memorial Park. And the damage comes amidst all the controversy over this public surveillance technology. Sarah O'Shea reports.
The camera that once stood here is gone. All that's left is this.
Yeah, but I used to have what do? They say, hey, if you sign up for this, you just click a little box. We're going to take 3% out of your paycheck, and we're going to match it with another 3%. You're going to be rich when you're old. And you're like, okay, fuck it. 3%. I'm not going to miss it right now. So you do that, and then you leave the company, and they're like writing you things like, "Well, have you done this yet? Have you done that?" Dude, I'm paying you to handle it. What in the hell why are you talking to me at all? The only time you should talk to me is when I'm 65. Call me. Give me my money. That's the next time I want to hear from you. I don't know why people are all like, I don't want to know about my 401k. I don't want to look at my 401k. I don't want to watch the ups and downs. I don't want to think about it. That's why I have a 401k. If I wanted to think about it, I'd be playing the stock market or I'd be buying and selling Doge coins and Melania coins.
Pole across the street, another one taken down as well.
I love it. Thank you. Somebody out there is doing something about this. Thank you. Look at this. Someone took a chainsaw. People forgot that Americans have chainsaws.
A criminal justice expert tells me this could be a sign of the growing public unease with this type of video surveillance. In two different
This type of video surveillance. This type.
parts of Houston, the same scene. Surveillance cameras lying on the ground. 2 near Memorial Park, 2 more near Washington Avenue and Westcott. All part of Flock Safety's automated license plate reader network used by Houston police and other law enforcement agencies. Houston police confirming an investigation into this. While the motive is unknown, the technology
The motive's unknown. The motive is unknown.
itself has drawn criticism in the past from people concerned about the data they're collecting.
What level of frustration have we encountered?
Texas Southern University professor Howard Henderson, founding director of the Center for Justice Research, says the backlash reflects broader concerns over privacy and who ultimately has access to the information these cameras collect.
For many in society, they're looking at what the negative unintended consequences may be if this information gets leaked or someone uses it and finds itself in the wrong hands.
A crowdsourced map from dflock.org shows thousands of flock cameras across the greater Houston area. Because anyone can submit locations, ABC 13 cannot independently verify the data shown, but we know that multiple law enforcement agencies use the cameras. Houston expanded its use of
All the democratic cities are collapsing. All centralized governments are collapsing, Shane. All of them. Doesn't matter who's in charge. Democrats and Republicans are the same. I know you're in this cult where Democrats are bad and you're very, very afraid. I know you're afraid. I know you're scared, baby doll. Don't be so scared. Don't be scared, baby doll. Democrats and Republicans are the same. You got to be afraid of the MAGAs, the Nazis. But other than that, Republicans and Democrats, they're the same, man. Same shit. They're having the same problems in all the cities in the world. All over the fucking world, they're having the same cities problems. All of them. And the reason why is because the people who should have money enough to have, feed their dogs and their kids and have cars in their garages, they ain't got that money anymore because Elon Musk is a trillionaire. That's why. Because Elon Musk and his friends are trillionaires, you ain't got shit. And a lot of other people got even less than you. And so centralized governments are starting to collapse. Places like Detroit are cutting off whole parts of their cities. Doesn't matter if it's Republican at the top or Democrat. Don't matter. They're the same. And anybody who thinks that California is a Democrat-run state and shit, you're idiots. You're fools. Go out to the Central Valley. See how many Democrats you meet. They're just the same MAGA bullshit in the middle of the state, like in the middle of all the other states. Same shit. And you want to be divided by this red and blue bullshit like you're playing Contra with your little brother. Up, down, left, right, BA, start, buddy. Ain't going to give you 30 lives because you only get the one. And if you're busy worrying about red versus blue, somebody's picking your pockets. People like Elon Musk who have $1 trillion, they have all your money. They have all your neighbors' money. All those homeless people you see, they got their money. Elon Musk has their money. That's why you see homeless people, because we have a trillionaire now.
The technology through a multi-million-dollar agreement with Flock in 2022. In that contract, HPD describes the camera as an investigative tool, writing that, quote, all data from vehicles observed will be provided to HPD for further assessment in detecting vehicles wanted in suspicious or post-event investigations for law enforcement purposes. Just months ago, Harris County commissioners voted to renew its contract through June 2027 at a cost of just under $869,000. The Harris County Sheriff's Office previously...
Chris, I see that you're getting real emotional about the whole thing. Look, man, I keep telling you, I'm not trying to turn you into caring about slavery and stuff. I keep saying it. I'm not trying to. I think slavery's wrong. You don't. That's nothing. Again, this is not an emotional plea. You seem like you're really emotional about this. You're calling me names. You're going off the rails, buddy. You need to calm down. There's no reason to get so emotional about, the 70 billion chickens that we kill every year in the world. There's no reason to get so emotional about it. 70 billion that we slit their throats. Stop thinking about it. Stop thinking about the 360 million pigs we put in gas chambers every year in America alone. Stop thinking about it, buddy. Just stop. It seems like you're thinking about it too much. Stop thinking about putting pigs and kids and children and people in gas chambers. Stop thinking about gas chambers. It sounds like you like ignorance, and now ignorance is bliss, buddy. Go back to being ignorant. Don't think about the gas chambers. Stop thinking about it. Stop thinking about gas chambers. Stop thinking about all of the millions of cows that we rape and then kill their babies to sell them milk, and then once they can't produce enough milk after about 4 or 5 years old, an animal that would gladly live to 20 years, that we slit their throats and hang them upside down and take out their unborn fetus and use the bovine serum that's just blood from the heart of a cow fetus. Stop thinking about that stuff. Sounds like you're so emotional. I'm not being emotional about all this. I'm just against slavery. I just think freedom should be our guiding light. Freedom should be our lodestone. Freedom should be our North Star. Liberty should be the North Star. You don't believe that. I don't know what your North Star is, actually. But it sounds like you're very, very emotional. And there's no reason to be. You could be ignorant. Stop thinking about all the gas chambers, okay, man?
Now at 10, law enforcement in Orange County on high alert this weekend after reports of more teen takeovers going viral on social media. And they're warning to those that are looking.
Teen takeovers. Chris, look, man, I know you want to insult me. You want to insult me. I don't mind that you're watching on one of the you're watching on one of the, I don't even know what platform you're watching on. If one of the platforms has 28 viewers, that's rad. I'm happy to have 28 viewers on whatever platform you're watching. Are you watching on Facebook? It doesn't matter. You're watching on Twitch? Are you watching on Kick? I don't know where you're watching, but I appreciate you so friggin' much for being here. Thank you. I really do appreciate you. But attacking me isn't going to make you feel better. Stop being so emotional. There's no reason to be so emotional about this.
Cause trouble. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the News at 10. I'm Rick Chamber.
And I'm Corinne Winter. Thanks for joining us on this Saturday. Winter Park police are now warning about a possible dangerous teen takeover that could target the historic Knott's Berry Farm.
Yeah, this alert comes after a similar warning for Huntington Beach this weekend, and just 1 week.
I wonder if vegans look at freshly mowed lawn and think lunch. No, they don't. But I wonder if idiots who believe everything that animals are necessary to eat, I wonder if your mouth waters when you see roadkill. When you see a dog smeared across the street, does your mouth water? Because you're a carnivore? Did your mouth start watering when you see an animal dead in the road? If you hit a deer and you have blood all over your car, is the first thing that you think of is lunch? When your cat dies, do you think, I can't wait for dinner? I can't wait to eat my cat. Finally, my cat is dead. I can't wait to eat him. I don't know, man. Sometimes people are weird. It seems like it seems more likely if you were a carnivore, your mouth would be watering every time your dog came in the room, right?
After more than 400 people were arrested during a takeover in Newport Beach. Haley Winslow joining us live from Buena Park tonight with what police are doing now to prepare. Haley?
And from Knott's Scary Farm to Soak City, it's a place always known for a great theme and always a great time. Tonight, teen takeover turned into more of a police takeover. So kids looking for a what?
Police takeover. Yeah, I think I kind of saw that one coming. I have a subscription to the Orange County Register, and every day they're like, there's going to be a teen takeover at Knott's Berry Farm.
Wild ride? Think again. Thrills, shrills, and cops. Police patrol Knott's Berry Farm after catching wind. It's the latest teen takeover hotspot.
Teen takeover. Oh no.
I want to go. You want to go?
Yeah, I'm gonna go.
The unsanctioned event is expected to mean trouble.
That's just the nature of social media. It's viral. You can make posters like in 5 seconds.
Proven in the past to lead to chaos and crime.
I didn't know this was really a thing until 4th of July in Newport. That was a lie.
Over the holiday, officers arrested more than 400 unruly teenagers, mostly from out of state, and warned the same here if things get out of hand.
Man, my mom's like all scared. I'd rather not go to jail or die, you know.
Make your mom mad.
Yeah.
Police even threatened to punish their parents.
I saw a police car sort of circling the rounds around the perimeter trying to get to the lots.
Buena Park PD helps the theme park implement its policy established after enough nonsense at Knott's in 2023. 4 p.m.
I remember those days, man. The Knott's Berry Farm. Back in the day, people used to get shot over there, and they used to get shot at Magic Mountain too.
On kids 15 and younger now require a chaperone. Yeah, I think they do.
Yeah, it got a little thuggish when I was a kid, man. It got a little rough out there.
Need a chaperone. The teen takeover trend is also threatening Huntington Beach this weekend and has struck other cities and states around the country, mostly targeting theme parks to really let loose.
Oh, don't do anything too rowdy. I don't want to hear no businesses getting vandalized. Okay, y'all take it easy. Okay, let's be good out here.
Yeah, be good. Be good, kids. Everything's working out for the best. Kids, be good. The grown-ups, they've kept the whole country and the world pristine for you. The grown-ups, we really took really good care of everything for you. All the rivers are pristine and clean. The oceans are perfectly clean and filled with fish, and the air is clean, and everything's great, and no one's getting their houses taken away for surveillance centers, and everything's going to be fine, and you're going to be richer than your parents. Watch, you'll be fine. And there's no such thing as climate change. And you're all going to have big houses too. And also, if any of you guys get sick, you could just go to the doctor and it's going to be okay. You could just go straight to the doctor. You could do that now because the grown-ups did that for you. Yes, everything's going to be fine, kids. Now stay under control, okay? Do the right thing. It's like the 1950s. People wonder why in the 1950s the kids were more chill and did what they were told. Well, it was because they believed that they were going to do better than their parents. If you're a kid today, you do not believe that you're going to do better than your parents. There's no fucking way. There's no way that you look at your parents like they're from a different planet because they don't play Fortnite.
Buena Park PD and other law enforcement agencies stayed inside the park all night to make sure it was all about safe, innocent fun. And there were so many kids here that the 7-Eleven down the street ran out of free Slurpees by 5 p.m. on 7-Eleven day. Thomas was the...
Bro, Chris, you are the only one talking about it, Chris. No one else. You seem like really trapped in this, Chris. I am not talking about this. I have not talked about veganism at all today. I think that the only thing you should understand when it comes to veganism, for me, in Skyjack Morgan, is that I'm not a fucking hypocrite. I believe in liberty and freedom and anarchism. I don't think that we should let the corporations tell us what to do. I don't think the corporation should own us or animals because I'm not a fucking hypocrite. That's it. Why is Sky vegan? Because he's not a hypocrite. That's it. It's that easy. I'm not trying to convert you. I'm not trying to make you. I already tried that. I traveled America talking to people, trying to have conversations. People love slavery. People love murder. People love hierarchy. They love it. They think that they're better than black people, and they think they're better than animals. They think they're better than women. They think they're better than whomever. I don't. I don't think I'm better than the pigeon, the humble pigeon. I do not think I'm better than a humble pigeon. The pigeon does whatever a pigeon does, and I do whatever I do. The pigeon can fly. The pigeon probably looks at me and says, look at that stupid animal. He can't even fly. I look at the pigeon and it's like, look at that stupid animal. I don't know. I like pigeons. I don't know. I can't think about why I think pigeons are dumb, but I look at pigeons and I'm like, I'm glad I'm not a pigeon. A pigeon probably looks at me and goes, I'm glad I'm not one of those dumb apes down there that can't even fly. Jeez, they got to go inside to have sex most of the time. 90% of them are having sex indoors. That's how pigeons probably look at us. They're like, man, I can just have sex anytime I want. I just ruffle my feathers and the ladies go crazy. Pigeons, pretty rad. I love their little nest, their little weird little nest. Rad.
Last kid to get a Slurpee, my photographer, I guess I didn't make the cut. Reporting live here at Nuts.
To an NBC News exclusive now, and survivors of Jeffrey Epstein's abuse, revealing a new push and pushback against the president's pick to be the next attorney general. Todd Blanche, ahead of his confirmation hearing this week. President Trump, about a month ago, picked his former personal lawyer for that job after ousting the ex-AG, Pam Bondi, partly because of his frustration with how she handled the Epstein.
Hungry people, no, it doesn't matter about hunger. It's for money. It's for money, honey. It's for money. Animals are not killed for hunger. They're killed for money. Animals are not killed for protein. They're killed for money. Animals are not raped for protein. They're raped for money. Animals are not put in cages for protein or entertainment. They're there for money. They're in there for money. They're not there to broaden your horizons at the zoo. They're there for money. It's there for money. It's all for money, honey. They're slaves. No way of looking at it any other way. They've been looking at it the same way forever. They just don't like calling it that because it makes you feel weird. But just because it makes you feel weird, facts don't care about your feelings, honey bunny. No, they don't, honey bunny. We're going to be cool, honey bunny. Be cool, honey bunny. Be cool, honey bunny. Hungry people don't care. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. That's the whole problem. Nobody cares. Nobody cares that there's a Nazi in the White House. Nobody cares that there's a racist running the show. Nobody cares. That's the whole problem. Nobody cares. That's it.
Files. But look at this. You see here billboards popping up in states like North Carolina, Texas, Louisiana, targeting retiring Republican senators by urging them not to back Blanche. And now a new emotional PSA airing for the first time ever right here on HJN, with several survivors making their case directly. We'll play it for you here in full.
My name was released. My phone number was released. Where I went to school. Where I live. My students can now search me and read about my abuse. I am an Epstein survivor. I am an Epstein survivor. I am an Epstein survivor. We were exposed. Nude pictures of victims were released. Our family's safety was put at risk.
Now Todd Blanche wants to be the Attorney General of the United States.
Todd Blanche had a duty to protect us. Instead, he protected the people who committed crimes against us. 30 years, 1,200 victims, and 6 million files. A mountain of evidence. But Todd Blanche says there are no investigative leads. Todd Blanche failed us. He failed victims everywhere.
Most people do not care that women were tortured by Jeffrey Epstein. They don't care. I mean, and if you don't care, if you paid Jeffrey Epstein and you loved him and all that, are you just as bad as he is? Some people would think so. Some people would think that if, like, for example, Charles Manson never pulled the trigger. Charles Manson didn't do shit. He got other people to go do it. Charles Manson told other people to go kill all those people, Sharon Tate and everybody, and the unborn baby of Sharon Tate. Charlie Manson spent his life in jail. They called him a murderer, but he didn't murder nobody. You see? So if you go to Chick-fil-A and you know, but you didn't kill the chicken, you're Charlie Manson. You're just like Charles Manson. You're just Charles Manson. You're just paying somebody to go do it for you. But you didn't do it yourself because you're a lazy, cowardly slimeball.
We deserve better. Our country deserves better. Vote no on Todd Blanche for Attorney General. Vote no. 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 Vote no on Todd Blanche for Attorney General.
Vote no for Todd Blanche for Attorney General. I wish that would be for us, but that was for the Senate. The Senate will have to vote no. Do you think they have the guts to do it?
That new PSA there, you saw both Liz Stein and Joanna Harrison both in it. Both are survivors of Jeffrey Epstein's abuse. They are joining us here on set in Washington. Thank you both so much for being here and for taking the time out of what I know will be a busy week for both of you. Liz, I'm so glad to have you back on. Talk me through this push now, the concerns that you have
Chris,
about the nomination of Todd Blanche to be the Attorney General, and which one?
Chris, do you think that Charles Manson was a murderer? Hold on, let's make a poll. Do you think Charles Manson was a murderer? He didn't kill anybody, by the way. He told other people to do it. And he went to jail for his whole life. Was Charles Manson a murderer? Yes or no? I think that's the thing. Here we go. We can also do it so that people on the other platforms can do it. New poll. Was Charles Manson a murderer? Yes. No. Okay. We're going to show it right now. Here you go. Start and show. You can now vote with the chat. You can do 1 or 2 in the chat, or you can do or you can vote on YouTube if you want, if you're watching on the vertical stream.
I see this week.
Well, I think that we have a lot of things that are concerning us about Todd Blanche's nomination. I think that it's important. Something that I like to bring people's attention to a lot is that there has been so much political emotion infused into this case that I think that we have lost sight of what we're looking at. We are victims of a crime, and Todd Blanche is looking to be confirmed to be the top lawmaker in our country. Law enforcement agent in our country. And that's beyond concerning to us because of the way that these files have been handled over the past year. I think that what we saw in the release, and I'm going to say partial release of the files because there are still 2.5 million files that have not been released to the public, but we have seen over and over again where victims' names and personal identifying information has been exposed, yet perpetrators' names and information has been redacted. And that was not a provision of the Epstein Files Transparency Act. I think that Todd Blanche and the Department of Justice's lack of interest in prosecuting a crime that had more than 1,000 victims. There were 1,000 girls and young women who were sexually abused in this case, but we're not focusing on that. And I think that the way that we've seen the DOJ handle this case so far is concerning not only to us as victims of this crime, but it should be concerning to Americans everywhere. What would a victim of crime anywhere in our country feel about coming forward, and what the Department of Justice will do to protect?
Chris, you were like off the rails. I keep on saying, if you want to eat meat, that is your business. Yeah, that's your business. In America, you're allowed to own slaves. You're allowed to pay for slavery. You're allowed to do all those things. It's America. You're allowed to do a lot of things. You're allowed to go to Jeffrey Epstein's house and do horrible things to little girls. You're allowed to do that in America. You're allowed to do whatever you want in America. This is America. So you do whatever you want, Chris. I don't know. That's your business. Yeah. That's not the question. The question isn't that. Yeah, you don't come here. Then why do you keep bringing it up then, Chris? You're the only fucking person bringing it up. You keep bringing it up, Chris. I don't come here for vegan. Apparently you do, because you're the only guy who keeps talking about it. You're the one who keeps bringing that shit up. And if you don't like it, you don't have to fucking bring it up. I haven't shown one news thing about animals today. You brought it up. I don't come here for this. Fucking stop talking about it then. Like, you don't like the Charles Manson? Okay, then how about this? Did Donald Trump kill Soleimani? Donald Trump assassinated Soleimani. He didn't pull the trigger. He paid some soldiers to go do it. He claims credit for it, though. He said, I killed Soleimani. Is Donald Trump a murderer? Is he an assassin? He paid somebody else to do it. He paid a soldier to go do it. Does that make him a murderer? I think so.
Protect them. Joanna, you are one of the women that Liz is referring to. You never intended to be public. I don't think you ever intended to be sitting here today telling your story, talking about your story. But the file release, the release of the Epstein documents has something to do with that, right? Explain that.
Yeah, I never wanted to go public. I didn't want my face out there. I was ashamed to be a part of this, as I think a lot of us have felt. And I felt like after reading my name so many times when the DOJ files released it, it was beyond devastating for me. And I felt the only way for me to regain some of my strength was doing interviews and coming out. But I feel like it was just something else. It wasn't really my choice. I didn't get to do it in the timing I wanted to do it. I feel more forced than anything to come out.
For some reason, they took all the men out of, they redacted Donald Trump's name and all the men, but not the women. They showed nude pictures of the girls.
And I know it's emotional for you now. You really haven't done many interviews. I know this is still something that's fairly new to you. And it sounds like you are yet again, a lot of the abuse that you suffered at the hands of Jeffrey Epstein, not able to exert your own agency, your own control over this process. Is that what you're saying?
Chris, I keep on saying it. That's ridiculous. Like, your argument is the same thing. If I said black people should have the same rights as white people 100 years ago, people would say, that's ridiculous. That's your argument every time. That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. I declare. Like, your argument isn't worth anything. Just saying that's ridiculous. You say it over and over. It's utterly ridiculous. It's like you're stuck on a record. You won't engage in any arguments or thought. So just leave it alone. You're the one who keeps bringing it up. If you don't like it, don't bring it up, man. You come in the sandbox, you throw sand, and then you declare yourself a victim because someone throws sand back at you. Like, this victim mentality. I saw when you came into the chat, you came in and started talking about this, and then you got upset that other people talked back. And now you're the victim? You called me an awful person. It's ridiculous. Like, fucking crybaby. This victim mentality is killing America.
Was one of the more devastating parts is it was the lack of control. And here we are getting hurt again, being used again, having our names put out there. And it feels like it takes away some of your power. That's a story I should be able to tell people when I decide it's right. It shouldn't be something that somebody can just go Google and then they find that I'm connected.
To be fair, Abraham Lincoln said a lot of shit about black people and Africans, but Abraham Lincoln also got shot, you know.
Because your name appeared at first unredacted, is that right?
Yes.
And what was that like when you realized that?
Very devastating. I had friends sending me pictures, screenshots, and there's nothing that can prepare you for that.
Liz, it is not just the document release and the handling of the document release that has created a cause for concern, I know, for you and some of the other survivors that are coming forward now urging Blanche not to be confirmed. The handling of the Ghislaine Maxwell case, I know, is a part of this as well, right?
Absolutely it is. Last July, the DOJ and the FBI jointly released a memo that basically said, we've looked at the files, there's nothing to see here. And we know that that's not true. And just a few weeks later, Todd Blanche went to Florida to interview Ghislaine Maxwell. I want to remind the public that Ghislaine Maxwell has perjured herself in civil cases before and has not been a reliable source of any credible evidence. Yet after that interview, she was moved to a lower security facility in Texas. And Todd Blanche's only explanation for that has been that there were safety concerns for Maxwell. Now, let me tell you, there are more than 1,000 of us who have our own safety concerns.
Yeah, it's true. That's a good point. We have our own safety concerns because you doxed us all. You showed people our naked pictures, and Donald Trump fans are fucking crazy. So they're threatening these women's lives. My God. If I get death threats every day, think what they get.
And I don't think that we should be indulging the safety concerns of someone who's been committed of sex trafficking. I think that we really need to focus on the victims of this crime.
Who plays victim? A lot of people these days play victim, but I would say the number one culprit is Donald Trump. Plays victim more than anybody else. Everyone's so mean to me. The press is so unfair. They're very unfair. Very unfair. They're not nice. They're not nice. Nasty woman never smiles. Never smiles. She's not nice to me. Donald Trump. They like Donald Trump, so I like them. If they don't like Donald Trump, I can't stand them.
Ask you, not to get too into the political weeds here, as we sit here in Washington, where we can see the Capitol from our set, the place where Todd Blanche will go through that confirmation hearing later this week. You've got to change the minds of at least 3 Republicans to be able to do what you're seeking to do and block his confirmation. Those billboards that we showed targeted 3 senators who have in some way beefed with the president, but they have also already voted once to confirm Blanche for a different position. Liz, I'll ask you, what is giving you hope? Do you have hope that
Yeah, seriously, what is giving you hope?
an outcome could be different this time, or do
You
you
got
believe
raped by Jeffrey Epstein, and you still have hope that Todd Blanche is not going to be
that Blanche will
Attorney
make
General?
his way to a confirmation here?
I certainly hope that he will not make his way to the confirmation hearing. I hope that the American public really understands what the issues are as far as Todd Blanche's competency to hold this job. I think that we're looking at those 3 potential senators that could flip. We've done a lot of lobbying and we've met with a lot of lawmakers
behind the scenes,
behind the scenes, to tell them our stories, to give them information about these crimes. And it doesn't matter what political party someone is from when we sit down and we tell them our stories as human beings, because
Actually, that's a really important part, Mark Lewis. Yes, you're absolutely right. When you're busy working for the man all day, when the corporations make sure you ain't got shit while Elon Musk has $1 trillion, you're absolutely right. How could you have any time to care?
like I said earlier, I think there's been so much political emotion infused into this case.
It becomes a luxury to care about your society.
And it really does not belong
And
there.
your neighbors.
But when you sit with someone and you say, I could be your daughter, I could be your wife, I could be, one of your child's friends. Like, I think that shifts people's perspective. And it's hard to say, yeah, I stand behind girls and young women being sexually victimized.
What do you hope to see come Wednesday? Are you planning to be at the Capitol?
Yes.
Okay. And what do you hope happens?
I would hope for some understanding, maybe like how Liz said, this could be your wife, this could be your daughter. How would you feel if it was? And what kind of justice would you want to see brought if it was your wife or daughter's name that was released in this?
That's exactly parallelish. That's because there's Nazis amongst us. That's the scariest thing, dude. Man, I swear to God, for a while, okay, this is personal, but I'll tell you anyway, because they're all gone now. So for a while, I had people living in my house that had green cards, but were not citizens. And I happen to know that before they got their green cards, like 30 years ago, they came to this country illegally. They came across the border without documentation. They stayed for a long time. They were here for 30 years. They got green cards. And I wasn't really worried about the government coming because I knew they were here legally today. But what I was afraid of when all the ICE was near my house and there was ICE in the streets, and you guys don't remember, like they were showing up at Home Depots and taking people, disappearing people. And I didn't want my people going to a Home Depot. I got really mad. They went to a Home Depot. I was fucking pissed. I'm like, what the fuck are you thinking? Send me to the Home Depot. I'll buy whatever you need. Don't go to fucking Home Depot. You're brown. There's black vans taking people. And that was happening near my house. And man, I was just like, I was so worried about them getting swept up in some bullshit, but I was also really worried about my neighbors. Like I live in a fairly diverse part of where I live is not very diverse, but my little pocket kind of is. My street's got people of different phenotypes living on the street. And I was worried though that the white people, because they hear us speaking Spanish and stuff. I was a little worried that one of them was going to call ICE or do something stupid that they could endanger us because they come with guns now, and you could be doing nothing wrong and have somebody really ruin your day. You know what I mean? And just because some Nazi wants to be a snitch, even though you're not doing anything wrong, That's the scariest thing. You could do everything right and still get swept up in this bullshit because the Nazis are everywhere. A woman parodying Melania Trump had to move when her driver/security told her he got an email from his MAGA group that doxed her, and the driver was part of the email group. The call is coming from within the house. It's always that way, man. Like, I don't know, people who don't live in California or haven't seen what, like, remember when Crystal, the lady I was working with, she lived in downtown LA, left her house, had a camera around her neck, and she got arrested. And she was not part of the protests. She just got arrested. Because they arrested everybody that was outside. She lived there, and they fucking arrested her. She went to jail. They let her out, and then she had to, go to court. And then they said, "Oh, sorry, no harm, okay? Don't sue us, but we're gonna let you go." But she still had to go spend hours in jail, and I had to answer her sister's phone call. People were calling me, trying to find out where she was. She disappeared, and she was only missing for like 4 or 5 hours. Not that big of a deal. Imagine someone's missing for a month, and you can't find them because the government snatched them, and they haven't had a court date. They're nowhere in the system. Can't find them on the internet. Every person you call, there's no one there, because that's what you do when someone gets arrested. You start trying to find out what jail they're in. They try to see if they've been booked, if they've been processed, and but they haven't. And when they're not processed, they just don't exist for a few hours. They just don't exist, and it's scary. And that's just these are small examples. I'm not like, I haven't had the worst things happen. Yes, petty fascists everywhere in modern days. Exactly. Mm-hmm. Oh no, ICE is going to get me. See, this is how this is how stupid and selfish you are. I was never afraid that ICE was going to get me. I'm still not afraid ICE is going to get me. ICE will get people I care about. You see, I care about other people. This is how fucking stupid Republican and MAGAs are. People like Dick Cheney thought it was fun to make fun of gay people until his daughter came out as gay. And then all of a sudden he didn't want to talk about it anymore. Because you have no imagination of what it's like to go through that. How terrifying it is to be disappeared. And I do care about people, and I don't want them. I have a lot of friends who are brown and black, and I worry about them. When Donald Trump was elected, and he was talking about, remember the first time Donald Trump was elected, he immediately came out with all these travel bans and all these things. I had a friend who's Japanese, one of the good ones, and he's rich, he's a millionaire, and he bought a house in America, and his wife was moving in, and Donald Trump won the election. This is back in 2016. And he was so worried because Donald Trump was saying crazy shit at the time. He was going to take people's houses that aren't citizens, and he was going to do all these things and ban travel and revoke people's visas and stuff. And my friend was freaking out. And it sucked. I was sad for him. It wasn't me that was having the problem, but I care about other people. Maybe you don't care about people. Yeah, Big Beats. Apparently you're fucking stupid. You don't know what I was saying, apparently. Yeah, they hear me speaking Spanish with brown people. I'm not afraid of them coming for me. They're probably not going to come for me, imbecile. We all know why you know. We all know why you know they won't come for me. This is how sick you are. This is how perverted you are. What a bigot you are, because you know they're not coming for me. Why do you know that? Why do you know they're not coming for me? How come they're not coming for me? Can anybody guess who's watching right now why ICE is never coming for me? Can you guess? Why, when I get pulled over, I don't worry so much? Not when I was a kid, I worried a little bit more. But now these days, I don't worry so much when I get pulled over. Why? Why don't I worry so much? How come I don't worry? How come I'm not worried when I go to a Home Depot? How come I don't worry? If I'm standing in a crowd of Mexican people, how come I'm the only one not worried?
How about you, Liz? What do you want to hear Todd Blanche asked?
Well, I think that there are a lot of things that we want Todd Blanche to answer, but what I am mostly concerned with is how truthful he is in answering, because we have seen him say things like he's opened the door to meet with survivors when he hasn't met with any survivor that I know of. So I think that my focus is going to be on his answers to the questions. That's where I'm going to.
You'll be keying in on that.
Absolutely.
So tell me, Joanna, what do you want Americans to know? What is your message to the public about this moment?
Well, I think if we would have believed victims to begin with, we wouldn't be here. And I think that a lot of society tends to second guess or question how people were found in certain situations. And I think, had this been taken seriously in the 90s, a lot of us wouldn't be victims. And so for me, it's just to believe survivors. And if you have questions, ask them with care and with kindness and for the reason of understanding, not judging.
Yeah, MFMF, exactly it. Yes. When you live in a mixed house like I did for the last 5 years, I was the only white person. And I worried about them. And I would call them dumb. I'd be, are you fucking stupid? Don't. Like and they had friends that were getting snatched. And they all think it's not going to happen to them. But they literally have friends that are disappearing. It's not going to happen to me. I got my paperwork. There's a lot of people with paperwork not okay right now. They literally just shot a Colombian in the face who had a social security number. They just shot him in the face today in Maine. They just shot the guy in the face. He had his paperwork. But one of my friends, he's got a green card and he thinks he's okay. No problem. I'm like, bro, do not drink in public. They're going to fucking get you. They're going to catch you for something else. That's the other thing. They don't usually catch you for not having a green card or not having your paperwork. They catch you for something else. And then they get you on that. They get you for drunk driving or being out too late or standing too long in front of a liquor store or jaywalking or speeding or any of those things. That's how they get you. And then they start asking you questions about your paperwork. That's always how it works. You're in the wrong place at the wrong time. And then they say, do you have proof of citizenship? And then you're fucked. Like they literally, near my house, there was this big swap meet, right? And Mexicans love swap meets. You know, it's cheap stuff. And a lot of Mexicans don't got so much money. So you'd see a lot of Mexican people there. And, you know, a lot of white people too, but it's for poor folk. And you see a lot of Hispanics. You hear a lot of Spanish. And ICE went and just fucked up that swap meet. It was a big famous swap meet. They fucked it all up and they took a bunch of people. And now the swap meet people, they're like unable to make money. People are afraid to go to the swap meet. Like you got to be really messing up America if people are afraid to go to a swap meet. You know what I'm saying?
Tonight, in a WPBF 25 News exclusive, for the first time, the wife of Michelin star chef Jacob Buckelhop is speaking publicly after prosecutors say he nearly beat her to death. Just hours after a judge denied Buckelhop's request for pretrial release, Nadia Buckelhop sat down exclusively with investigative reporter Terry Parker, who is joining us now.
Terry, I know she told you about the devastating injuries she still lives with. Why she's terrified he'll get out of jail one day.
That's right, Todd and Tiffany. Today was the first time Nadia Buckelhop had seen her husband since police say he brutally beat her inside their West Palm Beach home a year ago. She survived a brain bleed, spent 2 weeks in a coma, and still has part of her skull missing. Tonight, she's sharing her story for the first time.
Yep. So he was kicking me, punching me, you name it, he did it. And I am very lucky and very grateful to be alive.
She almost wasn't. Nadia Buckelhop is slowly recovering from an attack by her star chef husband that prosecutors say nearly killed her inside the West Palm Beach home a year ago. Today, after 5 brain surgeries, she still has part of her skull missing. Next month, surgeons will implant a custom 3D printed section of skull.
What? Yes, I've done 5 surgeries already.
Holy shit.
Yeah. And then I have to have at least one more.
Nadia says Jacob Buckelhop attacked her after she confronted him about spending the night at a strip club. After years of sobriety, she says he relapsed over the stress of running their Michelin-starred restaurant, Conroe.
I think he relapsed.
Man, chefs, you can't trust someone who sits there and just like chops up animals all day. You can't trust somebody like that. I've dealt with lots of chefs, and some I've liked, some I haven't liked, but all of them got a little something weird going on.
Roughly, probably around a year before.
They're all drinking too much. There's a big alcohol and drug problem in chef world, I'm telling you.
It culminated in this.
She escaped the house the next morning, but collapsed at the airport, suffering seizures while trying to fly to Colorado. She spent 2 weeks in a coma. Now she says the attack cost her far more than her health.
It's a shame because not only did he ruin my life, he ruined his own. For what?
God damn, like her head is over here. She got hit in the head that hard. She's got what's over here on the other side?
Alcohol? Is that worth it? No.
And while Nadia lay unconscious in the hospital bed, prosecutors say Jacob Buckelhop violated a no-contact order by calling her from jail, asking for bail money.
Hi, this is Jacob again, trying to get a hold of you. So here's the deal. I know there's a lot going on in really bad shape. I'm going to be here for a very long time if you still choose, like, maybe a year.
I mean, he was calling me when I was in the hospital in a coma. That's a little bit more than bad shape.
But I'm not going to continue this case, forever. It needs to be resolved.
Wednesday, a judge denied Bickelhaupt's request for pretrial release. For Nadia, a tremendous relief for now.
Oh, terrified.
She says she now has some regrets, but doesn't want to blame herself.
Do I wish I had left? Yeah, but it's not that easy. Sometimes it's just, you go into business with your husband and then all of a sudden your entire life is intertwined and it's impossible.
And she's speaking publicly now because she hopes another woman hears her story before it's too late.
I'm not going to sit here and take it. It's not right. So it's just, it's time to get my voice back.
Holy shit, man. God damn. This is what happens when people think that women are second-class citizens, man. This guy should go to jail forever. Forever. This is not Bickelhaupt's first domestic violence incident. In 2017, he pleaded guilty to a domestic battery charge for hitting his previous wife and business partner in the head with a bottle, which forced the closure of his famous Chicago restaurant, 42 grams. My God. Why do we allow this shit? I don't trust people that process animals all day. I don't trust it. This is like, God damn.
Doctors expect Nadia to undergo another major surgery next month when they will implant a custom 3D printed section of her skull. Jacob faces second-degree attempted murder charges. In 2017, he pleaded guilty.
How is he second degree, but Carmelo Anthony's got first-degree murder?
To assaulting his then-wife and business partner in Chicago. The incident sparked intense public criticism and ultimately led to the closure of his acclaimed restaurant, 42 grams, which had earned him 2 Michelin stars. Terry Parker, WPBF.
2 Michelin stars. Fuck 2 Michelin stars. I hate the Michelin star system. I worked at a 3 Michelin star restaurant, and it's same bullshit as everybody else. Everyone's like 3 Michelin star. I'm one of the very few people that you'll ever know who worked at a 3 Michelin star, and let me tell you, it's just the same shit. It's the same shit. It's the same shit, except they pay more people to do this over your food. That's what they're doing.
City leaders in Taylor are apologizing for a poorly timed social media post. Last Thursday, people packed the city council meeting ready to talk about a proposed community-led ordinance to ban data centers. But the city posted on social media during the meeting after people showed up. The proposal cannot be considered under Texas law.
What the fuck? They're like, we call a meeting at the city hall. Come on, come one, come all. We're gonna talk at city hall. And while they're at the city hall meeting, they post on their social media on Facebook that they've already made a decision that this is all for nothing.
After people showed up.
5 minutes ago, after this meeting started, y'all posted this on Facebook. Knowing we were all coming here, shame on all of y'all.
Not a good look at all.
Shame on all of y'all. Texas, yeah. We can't do nothing about this because the state law says we got to do whatever they say. Howdy. Hope y'all can take all the time and engage in some civic activities, be part of the community. Come on down and talk to y'all city hall, y'all. Just joking. This reminds me, man, one time I used to know Bob Goodlatte, who was was he a senator or congressman? Whatever. I don't know. He was in Congress in Virginia. And I knew him because it's kind of complicated, but I knew him. And I went to his town hall because everyone was talking about Obamacare back then. They were all talking about Obamacare, and they were talking about healthcare in America. And Bob Goodlatte gets on stage. He's got a fucking arena full of people. There's so many people. It's just like a big, big, big auditorium in like a high school. I think it was a high school. And it's a big, big room. Probably 500 people there. And he comes in, and he gets on stage. He says, this is a town hall to talk about healthcare in America. I want to hear your ideas and your discussions, but just so you know, I am voting against healthcare. That's how he opens it. I want to hear what y'all have to say, but I've already made my decision, so fuck you. Like, that was Bob Goodlatte, man. That's the Congress for you, man. They don't give a shit. They've already made their decision because the person actually paying his bills, they got him on the hook. They got this. And you little guys, the people that he's supposed to be representing, fucking screw. Get out of here. There's the people he's actually representing are the oligarchs, the corporations, the billionaires. They're the ones who actually pay for Bob Goodlatte. Bob Goodlatte's no longer in office. He was old when I met him. He's probably dead. Maybe he's dead. I don't know. Is Bob Goodlatte still alive? Is Congressman Bob Goodlatte still alive? Yeah, he's alive. He's 73. He was a congressman, Bob Goodlatte, former congressman, still alive. 6th congressional district from 93 to 2019. Holy shit. 30 years he was there. Whatever. Okay, Bob Goodlatte. He's still alive at 73. Good for you. But not Lindsey Graham. Lindsey Graham's died at 71.
After gathering more than 1,400 petition signatures, the group called Halt Taylor Data Centers had asked council to take up the proposal, but during public comment, the city said it could not move forward. In a statement, the city manager...
Oh my God, you're stupid. Oh my God. Oh my God. If we didn't have open borders, then maybe we could afford free healthcare. You know that people who come to this country undocumented do not have documentation in order to get access to whatever meager welfare we have. What meager services this country's government provides to its people, they cannot access them because they don't have paperwork in order to access them. You need keys to get into the lock, you stupid motherfucker. Just like I can't go to the VA. I'm not allowed to go to the VA. They won't help me. You know why? Now, if I go to the VA and I'm bleeding and I'm dying, they'll patch me up. But if I go to the VA asking for, I don't know, cancer treatment or dialysis, they'll tell me to go fuck myself because I'm not a member of the VA. That's it. I wasn't a member of the military. I am not part of the VA system. So that's it. Ding dong. Ding dong.
Acknowledged the timing, saying that announcing that decision online shortly after the start of the meetings was an error they deeply regrets. The city says they will push amendments that would create new requirements for digital infrastructure like data centers. Those include environmental protection, like water use.
It's all about data centers and the government. Your oligarchs own your government. Nothing has been more apparent than ever that the rich are running you. They own you. And all of you MAGAs are waking up now, too, and going, wait a second, something's not right. Something's rotten in the state of Denmark. How come I can't do anything about these fucking data centers? This is weird. Weird. How come Now, what's going on here? My name is Skyjack Morgan, independent news and culture commentator. If you like independent news, if you like independent media, please consider making a donation today. Please consider becoming a Sky City Rebel. Sky City Rebels get extra streams, extra love in the chat, extra streams and extra love in the chat, and extra content for channel members. Please become a Sky City Rebel today and support independent media if you want to fund the guillotines. If you feel like a political orphan, please like and subscribe. Please consider making a super chat, or you can Cash App or Venmo at Skyjack Morgan. Skyjack Morgan, all one word, on Cash App and Venmo. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you. Fuck the data centers. Fuck the surveillance centers. They shouldn't even call them data centers. They're surveillance centers.
We have a lot more to get to tonight. The commie curse of 26. That's the focus of tonight's angle. All right, you've seen the glossy magazine spreads. They're so beautiful. And they're disarming posts on TikTok. But no amount of curated PR will change the underlying truth about Democrats' radical new energy source, the DSA.
They're turning communists themselves, becoming a communist party. These are not.
That's okay. Well, you have Nazis on the right and communists on the left. It's okay. DSA is the Democratic Socialists of America, and the Social Democrats was who stood up to the Nazis. We have the names have changed. They used to be called Social Democrats and National Socialists. Now they're called Democratic Socialists and Nazis. Those are the main tension, basically, in throughout the history of the of humanity. Through the history of humanity, there's always been a tension between those who inherit high positions in the hierarchy and those who think that we're all in this together and the public should all be one. That we all have the public should be served by the government, that the government that governs best governs least, and that it should only exist in order to expedite the thriving human being. People like Henry David Thoreau, proto-anarchist and one of the first American philosophers, Henry David Thoreau. You should read him. He wrote on civil disobedience, and he also wrote Walden. You should read Henry David Thoreau. Maybe we should read it together. Maybe we should do a book club on Henry David Thoreau. Maybe that should be the book club in a couple months. We should do that. I'd love to reread. Plus, it's a free book. It's free. He's been dead a long time. If you want to read early American philosophy and understand my point of view, Henry David Thoreau is a great place to start. Anarchism, baby. He didn't have a word for it back then. Anarchism didn't really have a word when Henry David Thoreau was writing, but I think that most people would consider Henry David Thoreau an anarchist, just like they would consider Jesus Christ an anarchist. Jesus Christ is like a Buddhist anarchist, basically.
Social democrats, these are hardcore, godless communists. They're godless.
Oh, godless communists, they're godless. Not like me. I'm a man of God. I'm a man of God. Everybody knows that I love God. Except when they talk about mercy. I hate that. The merciful. Blessed are the merciful. What the fuck?
Communists, all communists are godless. They don't believe in God. This is the most serious threat to our country since its existence.
I love how he added the godless. That's my favorite.
My favorite too.
Now, naturally, the media brushes off Trump's broadsides. This is Time magazine. To be clear, the Democratic Party has not been taken over by communists. There are also no members of Congress who openly identify as members of the Communist Party.
Time magazine. Who reads Time magazine?
Oh, yeah. That's typically shallow from a reporter who neither knows his history or how to do a basic Google search. David Jenkins is a National Political Committee member for Democrat Socialists of America, and he's very open about the party's goal.
I mean, our goal is liberation. Our goal is communism.
Goal is liberation and communism.
A run for the MPC at convention under the banner of the Libertarian Socialist Caucus. We're a diverse body of libertarian socialists, libertarian Marxists, anarchists, left communists, and other schools of thought within the sort of left-wing socialist movement.
What's this kid's name? Why isn't his name on the screen? What's this kid's name?
I love the reflection in his glasses.
You love the reflection in his glasses. Now I got to go back. Laura, what's wrong with his glasses? Hold on. Let's go back to see what this guy. What's this kid's
Who
name?
neither knows his history or how to do a basic Google search. David Jenkins is a National Political Committee member for Democrat Socialists of America, and he's very open about the party.
David Jenkins. He says he's a. Is David Jenkins a communist? What's his position in the Communist Party? David Jenkins, committee member. Oh, he's a committee member. The communist label is not misleading because they call themselves communists and said they want communism. That's on Reddit. I don't trust Reddit. Let me see. Let me see. A DSA boasts some communists in their committees. He does not hold a position in the Communist Party. He's a prominent leader in the Democratic Socialists of America who explicitly advocates for communism. He serves as a member of the DSA's National Political Committee, which is the organization's highest decision-making body. While the DSA is technically a socialist organization rather than a formal communist party, Jenkins has openly courted controversy by explicitly stating, our goal is liberation, our goal is communism. He's a libertarian socialist caucus. He's part of the DSA's Libertarian Socialist Caucus. He describes his political circle as a big tent made up of libertarian socialists, libertarian Marxists, anarchists, and left communism. Yeah, it's called Solidarity. All right, so there's nuance to this. Okay, that's good. I like to see it, but communism, it's not so bad.
His goal.
I mean, our goal is liberation. Our goal is communism. I'm planning to run for the MPC at convention under the banner of the Libertarian Socialist Caucus. We're a diverse body of libertarian socialists, libertarian Marxists, anarchists, left communists, and other schools of thought within the sort of left-wing socialist movement.
I love the reflection in his glasses. That's a good.
Oh, I forgot to look at the reflection. What's wrong with the reflection in his glasses?
Run for the MPC at convention under the banner of the Libertarian Socialist Caucus. We're a diverse body of libertarian socialists, libertarian Marxists, anarchists, left communists, and other schools of thought within the sort of left-wing socialist movement.
I love the reflection in his glasses. That's a good ad.
Well, I don't understand why is that. Whatever.
That's a big tent. He threw them all in together. It's like a bouillabaisse of
making fun of people for wearing glasses. Listen, Four Eyes, you can't run the government. Listen, Four Eyes, we don't trust you. Four Eyes. Like, this is Laura Ingraham totally was one of those mean girls, right? Ew, glasses, gross.
Radicalism. And following their ideologies, of course, just necessarily leads to big totalitarianism. So when you complain about Republicans and they're not doing enough, think about being ruled by sanctimonious.
To be fair, any form of government can lead to totalitarianism. We've seen it come from all sides. You got to be careful about people like Donald Trump, people who want to control everything. You do need to be careful about people like Mussolini, people like Hitler. You got to be careful about those guys because they will fuck you. They'll take you down to Chinatown.
Buffoons like Zoran Mondani and screeching harridans like this DSA darling.
Look at this room, mother. We ain't going anywhere. Political structures that I have to work in, that we all are surrounded by, was built on slavery and genocide and rape and oppression. Now we're in Congress and we're every corner of the United States. No, they just don't get it.
A applause lines for the brainwashed and feeble-minded.
I really do like her Nazi. She's gone straight. Fuck it. She's hardcore propagandist at this point. I love the cross. Applause break for the feeble-minded. Feeble-minded. Oh, those were the first people attacked by Hitler. The feeble-minded. That's what they called them. They took the feeble-minded and they put them in concentration camps and murdered them in a thing called Action T4. Action T4. Look it up. It's fun.
It's reminiscent, by the way, of a line attributed to Lenin. As long as capitalism and socialism exist, we cannot live in peace. In the end, one or the other will conquer.
It's true. It's the endless struggle and tension between parties of the United States of humanity. Sorry, it's a human struggle. The difference between communism and capitalism, and socialism. Absolutely true. One will have to win. It's always going to be. It's every 100 years we got to kill each other.
And what's shocking is that so many of those whose families were welcomed here to the United States are the most virulently anti-American.
What?
We have to transfer power from the 1% to the working class and to replace capitalism with socialism, which means expanding democracy in every part of our lives. And that's how we're organizing people together.
Sound and fury signifying nothing. Wait, did he just talk about...
Did you just quote Shakespeare, you saucy little minx? How dare you? A tale told by an idiot filled with sound and fury signifying nothing. You realize that the person who said that was Macbeth, right? Macbeth. That's a line from Macbeth. But you go, girl. Quote Macbeth. He was the hero of the story, right? He was the hero. That's why it's called Macbeth, because he was the hero.
Expanding democracy? How do you do that by confiscating other people's wealth and their property? Oh, and unrealized gains, they're coming for those too. Will suburban women whose joint household incomes may be around, I don't know, maybe $200,000, $300,000 a year, maybe their husband's a first or second year associate, and they might have a professional career. Are they really going to like where this takes their families? You don't need that private school education for your child. You didn't earn that. Give that to someone else, maybe who your ancestors oppressed.
Private school? Is that where you're going with this? It's really funny to me, man. I was just thinking about Macbeth, and Macbeth kind of is the same kind of thing. He thinks that he leads a charmed life and that he should be the guy in charge of everything and everyone else could die. He kills his best friend, anyone who says anything against him. And then in the end, he says, tomorrow creeps in this petty pace from day to the last syllable of recorded time, and all our yesterdays lighted fools the way to dusty death. Out, brief candle. Life is but a walking shadow. A tale told by an idiot filled with sound and fury signifying nothing. That is the Tomorrow speech by William Shakespeare in the mouth of Macbeth. One that I've had memorized since I was, 19. I've remembered that. I've been in Macbeth a couple times. I've been Macbeth. I haven't played Macbeth, unfortunately. I always wanted to play Macbeth, but I played Macduff. But I love it when people quote Shakespeare like that and they take it out of context. Full of sound and fury, signifying nothing. And it's funny because like Macbeth is saying that at a time when his wife has been found to have killed herself because his plans have unraveled, his empire is crumbling, the fight for freedom is winning, and Macbeth is cornered, and even his wife has killed herself. And he says that's what he says when he finds out that she's been killed, or that she's killed herself. That all of this was for nothing. If anything, Donald Trump might realize that towards the last breath. He realizes all of this has been stupid and for nothing. I wonder if that'll be the case. We like to think of people like that, the villains of the story, having these moments of clarity towards the end. You like to think that maybe Saddam Hussein, as they put the noose around his neck, maybe thought, maybe I shouldn't have killed all those Kurds. Maybe I shouldn't have made a deal with America to stay in power. Maybe I shouldn't have had all those gold-plated AK-47s. Maybe I should have made sure that people were eating. I don't know. Maybe he was thinking about that, right? When you like to think that. Maybe Heinrich Himmler was like, yeah, Hitler was a bad idea. I made a bad mistake here, Maybe. Himmler, chicken farmer. Himmler studied how to run chicken farms, and then he used that skill to execute millions of Jewish people and others.
Well, Carville sees where this is all going, to unforced errors and alienation of key voting blocks.
You just believe that pablum nonsense that drifts around the left wing, I don't know, whatever sphere, blogosphere, atmosphere, thought sphere, or whatever sphere they got. It's the Democrats' fault. It's the corporate Democrats. It's all because the Democrats listen to Al Gore or something like that.
Yeah, you suck, Carville. Everyone knows you suck. You've been sucking for a long time. I've hated this guy for fucking years too. These old, look at this crypt keeping looking motherfucker. This guy, look at him surrounded by alcohol. Look at this. Your booze collection. Your booze collection is more expensive than anybody else's, and you're sitting there, oh, y'all blaming all of us. I don't think we ding dong do.
These people are so stupid. I don't know what to say about
He can't believe this is his party.
Yeah, it's because his party sucks. Democrats suck. They've always sucked. Maybe someone will fix them.
I almost feel sorry for him. Now, the 20th century proved beyond all doubt that socialism and communism are horrific economic systems for real working people. Because the only winners in those systems are the unelected bureaucrats, the elites, the party apparatchiks who call all the shots. But under President Trump's leadership...
That's a good book. You should read Brave. I have read Brave New World by Aldous Huxley. Shit, I've read things that Aldous Huxley's dad wrote because his father was a famous guy too. You ever heard of Aldous Huxley's dad? What was Aldous Huxley's dad's name? I forget. I had to read all this shit. What was Aldous Huxley's dad's name? Leonard Huxley. Yeah. Leonard Huxley. Leonard Huxley was, I remember I had to read him because he was arguing for teaching evolution.
Come on, the U.S. has the strongest economy of any major nation by a long shot. And every day, even though there are some affordability issues, Americans are creating better lives for themselves and their families.
Did you ever hear Aldous Huxley said this great thing? The greatest lie history ever told was that men would learn from history. The greatest lie the history ever told was that men can learn from history.
They are not about to give all of that up to live as slaves of a government run by someone like Mamdani or Abdul al-Sayed or Rashida Tlaib. Are you kidding me? That's America? If the Democrats keep playing with the fire of socialism, they'll end up burning down the entire party. And that's the angle. Be sure to like and subscribe for...
Yeah, we are getting new details. The party is falling apart. Democrats are falling apart. Thank God. The Republicans are already gone. They're MAGA now. The lines have been drawn. The table is set. The chess table is set. It's social democrats versus Nazis again. It's the same old story. They just changed the names a little bit. Now it's now it's democratic socialists versus MAGA. Last century it was social democrats versus national socialists. This century it's MAGA versus democratic socialists.
This morning about the young man shot and killed by ICE in Maine. He has been identified as 26-year-old Joan Sebastian Guerrero. According to a neighbor, he was a young father who worked hard to provide for his family. Now, the events surrounding the shooting, they are unclear this morning. Very unclear. A doorbell camera captured part of the gunfire.
Is that a car?
No, they're shooting. Get the fuck out the way.
So after the shots were fired, presumably, video showed Guerrero's car going around in circles as officers tried to stop it. Another video showed officers pulling his body out of the car.
Holy shit, they killed him and the car kept driving. Holy shit.
The Department of Homeland Security released a statement saying the officer opened fire, quote, fearing for public safety. Maine Senator Angus King spoke to CNN.
There's a lot of law, John, on police officers shooting at vehicles. And the bottom line is you have to either fear for your own safety or the safety of others. And
look at this, independent.
And so far, we haven't seen evidence of that.
All right, let's get right to CNN's Maria Santana, who is in Biddeford, Maine this morning with the very latest new details emerging. But still, Maria.
Look how like I just watched Fox News and no one was triggered. I put CNN on and man, MAGA, you guys cry far too much, MAGers. You cry so much. We need wet floor signs. Holy shit. Every time you guys see the CNN logo, you're like, you just break out into tears every time CNN, like baby Albert with the bunny rabbit. You guys are fucking off the charts, off the rails. Stop crying. Jeez Louise. Triggered much? God damn.
So many questions.
Yeah, that's right, John. And what we do know is that another family and another community has been left reeling today after another deadly ICE shooting, one that comes only 2 weeks after a similar incident in Texas that claimed the life of a Mexican man. And what we know is that neighbors have identified the victim as 26-year-old Joan Sebastian Guerrero, a young husband and father from Colombia, who, according to immigrants' rights groups here in Maine, was authorized to work in the United States. He had authorization to be in the country.
He had a social security card, and they shot him in the face.
Now, what we have heard from authorities, from Senator Angus King, is that
I thought they were just getting the worst. They're just getting the worst of the worst. No. We're shooting normies now. We're shooting people who are allowed to be here. We already killed a couple United States citizens, so why not kill one that's not a citizen but has a social security card? Yeah, why not? Why not? One with permission to be here. Well, he's brown. He's a father, but he's brown.
Guerrero was not the target of the warrant that the ICE agents were trying to execute. And according to witnesses, what they have told us is that around 7 a.m., Guerrero was leaving his home. He was on his way to work, was in his car when he was stopped by these ICE agents. After that, the situation really gets confusing, murky. We don't know what happened, what escalated this situation to the point where the agents opened fire. We don't know whether the shots happened before or after the car started moving. We did see that video where a white sedan was moving very slowly, and then
Man, are you trying to fuck me? Look, my hairline. I like my hairline. I don't know why you guys are always. I think my hairline's pretty cool. I don't know. I mean, I'm fucking 50 years old. I think my hair is pretty cool. Not too much gray, a little bit, little silver here and there, but like 50 years old, I think I'm looking pretty good. My hair looks. Oh man, I like my hairline. I don't know. I think it looks. I don't put any product in my hair. It's still brown. Still pretty brown. My hair has been 3 colors. It's crazy. When I was a kid, I was blonde, and then when I was like a teenager, it was like strawberry. It was like strawberry color, and then now it's like this color. And so I'm hoping it'll stay for a while. I like it's not too little specks, little salt coming in with the pepper these days. But look, I mean, if you're down to fuck, go ahead and text me. I don't know who you are, but you always talk about hairlines. You guys always talk about hairlines, Unless you're looking for some action. I don't know why you're talking about my physical appearance at all, you little sexy butch.
you see an officer approach the vehicle. He is hanging on to the door. It looks like he's trying to open it or get into the vehicle. Then we see officers in another disturbing video pulling a limp, bloodied body outside of this car, handcuffing the man as he's taken out of the car. And then CNN did obtain video of the agents rendering first aid to the victim. Here is what one witness.
Conan O'Brien, I mean, I have the same thing. Conan O'Brien, I think he might be an inch tall. I don't know. He's like I'm 6'5". He's like 6'6", 6'7". He's tall. I don't know how tall. Conan O'Brien looks tall. How tall is Conan O'Brien? He's only 6'4". Holy shit, that's what I look like. He's so big. Holy shit, I'm the same height as. I'm a little taller than him. I thought Conan O'Brien was taller than me. No, he's tall. I'm taller than him. Holy shit. I'm like a monster walking through these streets. I look so crazy. I'm like a big, tall fucking freak. I hate being this tall. But when you're a big, tall Irish guy, German Irish with this big, I got a big old head, and so does Conan O'Brien. There's only so much you can do with this. I'm doing everything I can, this is what I got. It's the best I can do. If you don't like it, I'm sorry. But a lot of rich people are trying to look like me. They're spending a lot of money to try to look like me. They're getting their legs cut off and re-sewn on to get tall like me. They're getting their teeth done to look like mine. I never had a cavity or anything. They're getting penis implants to get big, long schlongs like my Epic Fury. They're getting their hair dyed, hair plugs. They're getting jaws like Elon Musk. He spent so much money trying to look like me, and he just looks like some weird. He looks like he looks like a lizard version of me with like my skin. He looks like somebody. Elon Musk looks like a lizard stole my skin and is walking around with my skin on. But people pay a lot of money to look like me, so I think it's I'm flattered.
Told us about what they saw happen. Let's hear.
He started coming down the street again, driving. I don't know how, and then the SUV hit him again to try to. And then that's when he stopped. ICE agent got out, tried to open the door, and had a difficult time, but eventually opened it and pulled the guy out. His face was bloody. His head was bloody.
And John,
they're shooting people in the streets,
after
y'all.
about 12 hours, DHS did release a statement. They said that ICE was conducting targeted surveillance on the last known address.
It was targeted. It was targeted. We shot a guy that we weren't looking for, though.
Of an illegal alien with a final order of removal. An illegal alien departed the residence in a
Shot the wrong guy again.
vehicle. ICE law enforcement attempted to conduct a vehicle stop. The vehicle attempted to flee the scene, and fearing for public safety, an officer discharged his weapon. And now,
It is not ICE's job to fear for public safety. It is ICE's job to do the very inefficient work of patrolling our borders. Immigration and customs enforcement. They aren't there to do anything to do with, they have nothing to do with public safety.
they were not wearing body cameras, as the senator said.
Of course not.
So we do not know what happened leading up to the incident. What we do know is that protests have broken out here in this community. There's a small memorial that's set up right here on the intersection where things happened in honor of the victim. He was the father of a 3-year-old, and according to some witnesses, she was at the scene, so wearing her pajamas when her father was shot. John.
Oh, no. Oh, and you can hear, I think, the emotion in the neighbors' voices describing what they saw there as well. Got to be very troubling for the people of that small community.
Get used to it. They're going to start shooting more and more people in the street. Get ready for it. The government's coming for a lot of people, and they're not coming for me, though, so everything's okay, right?
Marissa Santana in Biddeford, Maine. Let us know when you find out more. Obviously, details on this are hard to come by. Thank you.
We have more now from CNN's Jason Carroll, and another warning, his report.
What if he wants to use haircut? I don't think I'm ever gonna. I think about that sometimes because, like, you could tell my my sideburns are a little white. Like, I'm afraid if I grow a beard, is it going to be... Last time I grew a beard, there was a lot more salt in there. And I'm like, I got a little salt coming in up top, too, over here on my chest. I got a couple white hairs. And it's just like, but you know what? I'm going to age with grace and dignity. Fuck it. I don't want to dye everything. Man, I had a friend. He was in, he was one of the general managers I worked with over in, it doesn't matter. And he worked front of house, you know. He started dyeing his hair, and last time I saw him, he had like gray hair. And he said, "Man, I'm so glad not to work in the industry," because we both left the industry, you know. And he's like, "I'm so glad I don't have to dye my hair anymore." I was like, "You were dyeing your hair?" He goes, "Yeah, had that just for men. I was dyeing my hair and shit." And I said, "Why?" And he said, "I don't know. I was front of house. I wanted to look younger, and like it's just like I'm always out there in front of everybody on stage and everything. I had to." So I'm never going to do it. Fuck them. Fuck everybody. You don't deserve to have me dye my hair. You don't deserve it. You don't deserve the extra effort that I got to put in to dye my hair. I'm not doing that.
Contains more disturbing video.
State and federal authorities are investigating another ICE-involved shooting, this time in Biddeford, Maine. Maine Senator Angus King saying he spoke to DHS Secretary Markwayne Mullin, who shared that the victim...
You're going to dress up as ICE for Halloween? I hope somebody kills you. I hope Antifa kills you.
Of today's federal law enforcement shooting, identified as a 26-year-old Colombian man, was not the target of the warrant. This in contrast to an earlier conversation in which Senator King shared that Secretary Mullin told him the victim was the target. Witnesses tell CNN shots rang out early Monday morning, around 7:15.
I was getting my DoorDash, and I thought I heard a car backfiring, and asked the DoorDash driver if that was a car. He said he didn't know, so we kind of went down to the corner and saw a bunch of vehicles pull up at the same time, marked and unmarked. I heard a rapid fire of gunshots afterwards. I got up and went to the window, and that's when I saw the little white car being driven in a circle, like it was circling the intersection with 2 officers pressed up against his driver's side door.
Video from the scene shows officers hanging from the side of a white Kia sedan, and moments later, a second video shows agents in...
He's already dead. He's already dead while they're hanging on the car.
Vests providing aid to a man on the ground. The victim had work authorization in the United States and was issued a social security number, that according to the Maine Immigrants' Rights Coalition.
You do everything you're told, they still kill you. Now, next time somebody tells you that you should just do what you're told and they won't shoot you, you can bring up this guy. He got murdered in the streets after having done everything he was told. Think of all the trouble he had to go through with the government, getting this green card, getting a social security card, all the court appearances, all the money he had to spend, all the trouble he had to go through to do it the right way. Just do it the right way. Just do it the right way. He did it the right way, and they murdered him.
We are grieving, we are furious, and we will not allow his death to be treated as routine or inevitable, the organization said in a statement.
No one should be shot by ICE under circumstances like this. We have also heard that the individual's family was nearby and that a young child was there. A lethal killing is never justified, in my opinion, in a case like this. But we don't know exactly what went on. We don't know if the individual had a weapon. None of those things have been made clear to us. We've asked for a thorough investigation.
according to the Maine Attorney General, the man was attempting to flee in a vehicle in the direction of the officer before he was shot. This comes just days after another fatal case in Houston, where officials say an ICE agent shot and killed a 52-year-old Mexican national. Both shootings have sparked protests and calls for accountability across the country, with many questioning ICE's tactics during traffic stops.
So we've got CNN national security analyst Juliet Kayyem here. And Juliet, just so I can give people a little more detail about what happened, the Maine Immigrants' Rights Coalition has said that the man was leaving for work when this shooting happened. And they also said that he was authorized to work in the U.S., like he as in had a social security number. Federal officials haven't confirmed that. Can you talk about what questions, I guess, how does this work, right? We saw with ICE sometimes, if there's a shooting, you're not going to get access right away to investigate, like states are at odds with them. So how could this work?
So I'll say how it should work and then how it's likely to work, just given the standard operating procedure by this Department of Homeland Security. When there is a killing like this, that appear, that is at the best narrative of it is that it was a mistake, right? Because what your audience needs to understand is that even if everything were true, that he was fleeing, that he wasn't authorized to work here, that he wasn't obeying orders, you still don't kill. Good law enforcement doesn't kill in that situation. ICE kind of knows that in their statement.
Do they though?
In the morning, they don't even say anymore that he was a threat to the law enforcement agent. They say he was a general threat to public safety.
Yeah, it's true. There wasn't even a threat to the law enforcement. It's a general threat to the safety of people in Maine. This poor guy, look at him, just smiling. He has a young father. They don't know why people don't want to have kids anymore. This guy's 26 years old, has a kid. He gets murdered in the street by the cops.
That could be true of any of us, right? So I suspect that ISIS and DHS are going to do what they always do, which is blame the victim and hunker down. And then what you're going to see, in particular, this is interesting because of the politics of Maine right now. I know it was your political story last week. You're going to see very aggressive local and state efforts to try to understand and unearth what happened, because obviously Senator Collins voted for this massive increase by ICE. So this will get political very,
even
very.
if that wasn't going on, there's protesters already hitting the streets, already calling for ICE to get out of their town. You know, people didn't really know that while things were going down in Minnesota, there was a movement against ICE in Maine as people were frustrated with the enforcement that they saw there. I just want to play for you a witness who spoke to the Associated Press, because I think this is the kind of story that can spread quite quickly in this situation.
This is a powder keg. Somebody's going to do something crazy, man. Something bad's going to happen here. Can you feel it? Can you feel it in the air? Can you feel it? Pretty soon, someone unassailable will be murdered by ICE. You wait. Something bad's coming.
Here he is.
He started coming down the street again, driving. I don't know how. And then the SUV hit him again. And then that's when he stopped. ICE agent got out, tried to open the door.
Here's your eyewitness account. Let's just hear that one more time.
In this situation. Here he is.
He started coming down the street again, driving. I don't know how. And then the SUV hit him again. And then that's when he stopped. ICE agent got out, tried to open the door, and had a difficult time, but eventually opened it and pulled the guy out. His face was bloody. His head was bloody.
This is not some wild-eyed protester telling this.
Nope, just a friendly neighborhood old guy watching this happen. They shot into the car. The guy was dead behind the wheel. The car was going around in circles. They crashed into the car, pulled his bloody body out.
Story, right? And ICE was supposed to be, we were told, operating differently in the aftermath of the killing of those citizens in Minnesota. Is it
Mark Wayne Mullen, wood chipper.
Operating differently, or is this kind of revealing that there's a little bit of a standing operating procedure here?
Yeah, so Secretary Mullen, the new Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security, vowed for.
I think that something like that's about to happen, Kieran. I think something serious is going to happen. They're gonna get somebody. They're gonna kill somebody that's got some ties to somebody that they're not going to want to.
Changes and what was going on. They saw the political protest across the aisle regarding Minnesota.
Plus, I mean, think how many people now, like, why you don't want the cops coming anywhere near you now. No one wants to call the cops anymore. So you're just going to have more and more crime. And then there's going to be, who are they going to blame? They're going to blame anybody but the cops. The cops now have a reputation of murdering you if you call them. Call them up, they'll murder you. That's what their thing is.
I think a better way to put it is they just went stealth. That you had Secretary Noem, the previous Secretary of Homeland Security, with her sort of behavior that got a lot of bad attention. What you're seeing here is the same activities, the same lack of training, the same lack of standard operating procedures regarding, in particular, vehicle engagements. Because what I'm seeing, from my viewpoint, I'm seeing unidentified ICE agents masked. So we only know that they're ICE now.
Masks, unmarked cars, no red and blue lights. Nothing. Just murder.
Who put themselves in front of vehicles. So then all of a sudden you're not de-escalating, you're escalating. All for what, right? I mean, the guy's in a car. You know you can get him a different way than shooting into the car. So I think this is a test of whether we should believe the new secretary in terms of training, in terms of how they're scaling ICE. But right now we're not seeing much transparency, not seeing much from him, certainly not seeing much from the White House, which continues to push a numbers game, right? They just want the numbers. Well, the numbers are getting you these deaths. It's the numbers. It's the push for quotas that is not aligned with the public safety threat that is getting these killings.
What public safety threat was this guy? What public safety threat are any of these people? They lie and they say there's a this public safety threat is the state. The state has killed way more people than any other group. More people have been killed by the state than any other minority group, the mafia, anybody, any organized crime, any gang, the blacks, any minority group, anybody. The state has killed more people. Nobody even can hold a candle to how many people the state has killed. Not even, they can't even, we pale in comparison to how many people the state has killed because the state exists to commit violence. The borders are violent tools to slow you down and keep you from your freedom of autonomy and movement.
Tonight, we're taking you somewhere the cameras.
Yeah, here we go.
The Treasury Department's secret vault. And we found something that's never been seen before. Beautiful room.
And here is the Treasurer's vault from 1863. And, you know, Jesse, I can't let you pass the gate.
No?
Too much money in there, Jesse.
Okay. All right. You don't trust me.
Well, it's not you. It's not you.
I've heard that before.
Yeah, exactly.
So what used to be in this vault, or what's in this vault now?
Well, I can't tell you what's in there now, but Americans used to come and cash their checks here.
That's where they came here?
Yeah, or banks could present and get greenbacks. Solomon Chase, who was the treasurer or Treasury Secretary during the Civil War, created the greenback. We used to have states used to have their own money, banks used to issue their own money, and he consolidated it into the greenback so people could swap for greenbacks here.
Were there silver coins? Were there gold coins? Were there certificates?
All of the above.
Okay.
And we still have all those, but
Look at these two homos loving it up, man. I love it. One's out of the closet, one's in the closet. Can you guess who's out of the closet and who's in the closet? Can you guess? Can you guess who's in the closet, who's out of the closet? Let me see. Let's do it. Let's do a. I love this, man. This is great. This is gonna be a great poll. Speaking of polls, speaking of poll smoking, which gay is in the closet? Is it Scott Bessent? Is it Jesse Waters? Who is it? Which one? Which gay is in the closet? Which one is open and which one's in the closet? One of them is very openly gay and one is very closeted gay, but has been doxxed a million times with his Grindr account. One makes fun of gays all the time. One never talks about gays. Can you guess which one's which?
now most people use currency.
I hear there might be a new brand of currency around the corner.
Well, same currency, just different series.
And it's going to look different.
Well, it's going to have one big change on it. For the 250th, the president.
He's so beside himself. Oh my gosh, it's going to be so much fun.
Signature is going to be on it for the first time, so I think it's fitting.
Why would the president's signature be on the fucking $100 bill?
Donald Trump is president during our 250th anniversary, so it'll be the president's signature and my signature on it.
Let's go take a look.
Let's go take a look.
Dollar bills.
Jesse, welcome to the treasurer's office. It's when we have.
Jesse, why are you wearing white pants? What are you doing, Jesse? What is this? What is Jesse Waters doing? Honey, you just got queer-eyed.
3 museum offices in Treasury, and this is one of them.
This is a beautiful office with a great view of the new big, beautiful ballroom.
It's big and it's beautiful.
It's almost finished.
It's going fast. going fast.
These guys, Jesus, get a room, guys. God damn.
This is in Treasury, and this is one of them.
This is a beautiful office with a great view of the new big, beautiful ballroom.
It's big and it's beautiful.
It's almost finished.
It's going fast. going fast.
Donald Trump's signature will be on a $100 bill.
Well, it's going to be on all the currency for the 250th.
Scott Bessent is openly gay. He has a husband. He's a billionaire. He calls himself a soy farmer, which is hilarious. But he's a yeoman farmer. He owns lots and lots of land. He's a multi-billionaire. Scott Bessent. It's okay to be gay if you're a billionaire. He knows it, and Jesse Waters knows it. Jesse Waters is no billionaire, and so he's in the closet, and Scott Bessent is out of the closet. Scott Bessent never talks about gays. Jesse Waters always talks about how he hates the gays. But here they are, yucking it up.
Everything. Yes. So as Treasury Secretary, I only have two mandates. The currency has to say "In God We Trust" somewhere on it, and there cannot be a image of a living person, but we have the president's signature, which again, I think it is appropriate for the 250th. During the 150th, there was a Calvin Coolidge coin, so we can put living people's images on a coin. The president's also going to have a coin coming out with his image.
Holy fuck. It's going to be that face. That's the coin. That's the coin. Like, wouldn't you try to do wouldn't you try to do the something like that? No, it does. Donald Trump, put my face on the coin. Which face do you want? This one. That's the face I want. What the hell? Put my mugshot on there. It's hilarious.
On it, we could put your image on it.
Let's not get carried away.
People might hoard. People might hoard it. So.
My family, and that's it. Can I see the president's signature?
Yeah. So here's the sheets of hundreds, hot off the presses. Watch out. Don't smudge it. Don't smudge it. So what'll happen?
Don't smudge.
They're printed here in D.C. or Dallas. Then they go to the Federal Reserve, and the serial numbers are all registered at the Fed. And then the Fed starts sending them out into the banking system. So this fall, that these with the president's signature will be available.
When liberals see the signature, are they going to light it on fire?
Well, yeah.
No. Maybe we should make Molotov cocktails, though.
That's good for the U.S. government when they do it. So their hair's on fire, so they should keep the currency away from their hair.
I see the president's signature is probably the smallest he's ever written anything.
Yeah, well, you have to do your signature in a box, and there's trouble keeping it inside the lines.
Okay. Did he use a Sharpie?
He used a miniature Sharpie.
A mini Sharpie.
A mini Sharpie.
Got it. And this doesn't cost any more money to the taxpayers to put his signature on?
Absolutely not. Absolutely. We rotate the currency always, so nothing.
Yeah, they're real 100s before they cut them. You can actually go there and buy those. You can buy uncut sheets. It's kind of cool. If you go to the mint, they'll sell weird shit. They also sell you like shredded. There's like, you could buy a bottle or like a jar, I guess, or an urn filled with money, but it's all shredded. It's kind of cool. Like, and then here's $1 million. It's $1 million worth of money, but it's like confetti. You could go buy that shit over there at the mint. It's kind of fun. You ever been to the mint? We have a few of them. There's a few mints. I think they're at the actually Federal Reserve. I forget where are they? I don't know where the hell they're in. I don't know what building they're actually in. Like, I've been to the mint and it don't look like this. But he says he's in like some 1860s building, so I don't know where he's at. He might be in the. Yeah, I don't know where he's at.
Extra to the taxpayer, and there's something called seigniorage. So we put out currency, and people take it. We take in cash, and then we collect interest on the cash. So the more cash that people in the U.S. or around the world are willing to hold, then better it is for our budget. And I think people are going to want to hold the president's signature.
I am, for sure. Do you carry around a lot of cash?
I'm gonna carry. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna keep one. I'm gonna snort all my cocaine with my Donald Trump hundo.
I mean, now, in your personal life.
He's like, I don't want to talk about how much money I carry, dumb shit. Like, no. The answer to that question, if anybody asks you, hey, do you carry around a lot of money? Your answer is always no, unless you're stupid. No, the answer is no.
I don't have a lot of cash anymore. I'm a public servant.
Poor Scott Bessent. You've seen the rise of communism. They say that they could make things more affordable.
Poor Scott Bessent.
Well, they make it more affordable by making people worse off. And look, things are very cheap in Cuba.
Who? What do you mean? Who gets worse off? The rich. They make things affordable by chopping the heads off the rich and taking the shit that belongs to us back, taking our shit back from the rich. If Donald Trump has $1 billion and you have one, the reason why is because he took all your money. Elon Musk has got $1 trillion. The reason why is because he took your money. You silly little bastard. If you don't have a car because someone else stole your car and you see them driving around in your car, it's because they stole your car. The reason why people have that much communism is it's bad because it makes people less, worse off. Yeah, some people, like the 900 billionaires.
Things are very cheap in Venezuela because nobody has any money.
Yeah, things are cheap in Venezuela because we have a blockade. People are no one has any money in Venezuela or Cuba because we blockade them.
I think the money supply in Venezuela.
You think that the Cubans aren't selling their fucking Cuban cigars worldwide because they don't wanna? It's because there's boats around them trying to kill them if they export their shit. By the way, you can still get Cubans if you go down to Mexico. It's rad. You can also get Havana Club rum. You can't buy it in America. You could buy the brand in America, but it's not made in Cuba. And you could buy it, though, in Mexico, Cuban rum in Mexico. And let me tell you, it's better. It's better. Maybe it's just because it's cooler to have Cuban rum, but it's cool.
They went down 90-something%. So you can level things off and make everyone destitute, which is, this is like a Bolshevik revolution again.
The president said, I could be the best
It's like a Bolshevik revolution again. Then why are you still alive?
I can promise everything for free rent, free food.
Yeah, and the shelves will be empty. Like I remember I went to Russia right after the wall came down. And
Why were you there? You were there right after the wall came down, like at the end? At the end of the USSR after America intentionally bankrupted them? That's when you went? Was there? Why were you there in Russia after the wall came down?
The Union fell apart, and it was just destitution, nothing there. So
you were there at the collapse of the Soviet Union, and you think that's how that's what you think, Scott Bessent? Scott Bessent's a fucking liar. He's a billionaire. He's a fucking liar. He calls himself a soy farmer. This guy. Look like a soy farmer to you?
There's a choice, and I think the American people, there's a small vocal group, and I think the American people...
Secretary of Treasury, just a humble soy farmer.
We're going to push back.
Mr. Secretary, thank you so much. Everyone's very excited about the new bills with the president's signature on it. Can I take a sheet home?
You can write a check. You can write...
Be sure to like...
They definitely fucked after that, though, right? They definitely fucked after that for sure, right? They definitely. Somebody got some butt fucking done. I'm not sure which one's a pitcher and who's a catcher, but definitely somebody got laid that night over there with the Secretary of Treasury and Jesse Waters. Definitely.
Fox News Alert, Washington.
Fox Alert! I don't you heard Lindsey Graham is dead. Ding dong, the witch is dead.
Lost one of their fiercest voices. South Carolina Senator Lindsey Graham passed away at 71.
He was a fierce
he
hot
died suddenly
mess.
at his home
He was a fierce hot mess.
Saturday night. He was reportedly alone. Called his schedule.
I love watching all these gays. Both these guys. I love homosexuals. They're great, but these guys are super gay.
Complained of chest pains. She placed the call to 911. When police arrived, the door was locked and they had to force entry. The medical examiner's preliminary investigation determined that his main artery gave out. He'd just come back from Ukraine that same day. It was his 10th trip there. He'd met with Zelensky. Arming Ukraine to the teeth and sanctioning Russia, top of the agenda.
I've never been more optimistic than I am today that we have the formula to end this war. Help Ukraine be more lethal.
So far, no signs of foul play. His father died of a heart attack at 69. Still, even the Wall Street Journal's editorial page says, given every threat this man took over the years, we're owed a full autopsy and toxicology report. Senator Cornyn agrees.
Given where he was and the sorts of things he was advocating for, I think we just ought to resolve all those questions by seeing what the toxicology reports show.
You're concerned he was poisoned, Lindsey Graham, or as a precaution?
I'm just saying they need a toxicology test to rule out any foul play.
We'll know more in the coming weeks. But one thing's not in question. Lindsey Graham was a force to be reckoned with. He was a skilled politician, a Washington creature, a smooth operator, and a ferocious defense hawk. He was also President Trump's closest ally and advisor in the Senate. Lindsey came a long way. He grew up in a one-bedroom apartment behind his family.
Smooth operator. I love it, Sade. Quoting Sade, you saucy little minx.
Family's pool hall.
It could not be more small town and more humble.
I love playing pool.
When it comes to how he was brought up. This room was not your bedroom. It wasn't your brother Lindsey's bedroom. It was your parents' bedroom. It was the room.
It was the one room where we all slept, we all ate, we watched TV, the sofa, everything was in the one room.
As a kid, he had the run of the place, sneaking beer and cigarettes, going hunting and fishing with the customers. He had a wicked sense of humor. They even gave him a nickname, Stinkball. His parents died when he was in college, and he had to take care of his sister. More on that later. She was only 13 at the time, and he legally adopted her. He joined the Air Force and raised her alone.
You're very close with your sister, Darlene, correct? Yes, I am. So of all the things that have happened in my life, her turning out so well is the highlight of it.
Yeah, Waters is in the closet. Waters is winning the poll, but Waters is in fact in the closet. Like there's lots of credible evidence that he has a Grindr account, and people have doxed him a bunch of times. Same thing with Graham, lifelong bachelor. I'm just a lifelong bachelor. That's all I do declare. There's not a gay bone in my body, but I swear to God, I'm a lifelong bachelor. Guy Fox is in the chat. Guy Fox, you want to come on stage? That's great. Who you want to talk about? Let's talk about Guy Fox is here. Let's do. I was going to do another poll, but I got a guest. It's a call-in show. Call-in show. How the heck are you? Welcome to the show.
How's it going, Scott?
Man, I'm kicking A and taking N. Your audio sounds great.
I'm echo. Well, I can hear it on. I should do it in my headphones.
Oh, you can hear an echo. I cannot hear an echo. So.
Well, I got it. Okay. Here's a video if you want to pop up an artist. Have you heard of Ren?
Ren, like Ren and Stimpy?
Just R-E-N, yeah.
Is this a music? Oh, I have heard of Ren. Yes. I like this guy. Now, I can't play music, unfortunately, because I'll get a copyright violation, but I'll put it on the screen.
Can you do a short of his, or would that be violation too?
Hold on one second for me. I mean, I could play probably 5 seconds and before getting busted, but it's not like they'll bust me if I play much more of the music. Why is there like a lot of
jump to like 420?
Because he's like a busker. I've seen him busking in the streets of like wherever the hell he is. Yeah, I think is he talking about Donald Trump?
Well, no, he's actually doing this song's called High Ren, and he's doing a debate within himself. It's the evil of self-doubt, and then he goes into the Ren that conquers it with hope and so on.
Yes, I've seen this before actually, and he's got like a dirty rock sound.
Yeah, it's almost like a Rasta Beck urban pop or something.
Yeah, but his voice is freaking powerful. Like he's actually that was just a clip of him talking, but he's actually got like a sick set of pipes on him. Yeah.
2 more minutes. He goes ooh ooh. part of the
what what did you want to show me about it?
It's a nice artist, something to listen to. But then he's just a good artist.
High Ren by Ren. You should check it out, everybody. High Ren by Ren. Yeah, he's good. How do you feel about? Are you really broken up? You've been. I'm glad you're able to call in. I know you've been crying about the whole Lindsey Graham situation.
Well, no, I was actually on a conference call with Lindsey Graham and last night.
Last night you were on a conference call with Lindsey Graham?
Yeah.
What did he say? What do you have to say? Was he calling from hell?
They just did the Epstein swap out.
Oh,
that's what they call it now in the Republican Party.
The Epstein swap out, because now we're talking about this now.
Yeah, Lindsey Graham. Yeah, they're fine. You know, they're okay. They're doing good in China.
Yeah, they're doing great. It looks like they're gonna be out there. I like this.
Mitch McConnell's doing fine as well. They actually got the youth serum working.
Yeah, he looks younger now, right?
His wife's in China.
Yeah,
his staff posted a video lying proof of life. He's doing fine, and his wife's in the photo while she's actually in China.
Is she in China? She can't fly. I mean, she can get back, can't she?
Oh, I didn't mean that timestamp, but you could do whatever you want. If you want, I don't know if you want the whole thing, but that's just what timestamp it gave me.
I saw this. I thought this was funny.
And then, let's say, went to a World Cup game.
Yeah, Jon Stewart. I mean,
totally believable.
Yeah, I think that's hilarious. He went to a World Cup game right there. Good for him. You know,
the most interesting part is that I think the Chinese wife has some sort of teleportation powers, where she could be at a hospital and in China at the same time, or very short duration.
I mean, I don't think. Do you think they photoshopped her ass in because this is clearly not. I don't know. I could tell it's doctored, but I mean it's not AI. I mean maybe she wasn't even there. I guess you could just Photoshop her in. I mean I've shopped in people to things before back in
She
the
went
day.
and spoke with the Chinese government while her while her husband was, in a bed unconscious. Woof. That's it. Can you say spy?
Yeah, that's weird, right? Yeah, no shit.
That's creepy.
That is totally creepy. But Mitch McConnell's going to hell. He'll be down there with Lindsay pretty soon. He'll be down there with Lindsay real soon. Real soon. I kind of want to read his autobiography now. Mitch McConnell came out with an autobiography not so long ago, and I was thinking about reading it, but now that he's almost dead, I kind of want to read it so I can have a real clear picture.
It depends on who wrote it. You probably just read the Wikipedia article of the same.
Yeah, I've heard
learn
that
more actual facts.
I've heard that he was kind of didn't really bring up very much about how he blocked the constitutional right of the president to appoint a Supreme Court justice, and basically caused this whole mess that we have.
Joy, evil men. Grasping onto power till their last gasping death,
Right, that's exactly it, man. They will not. Right, as you clutch the sand more tightly, the sand falls from your hand more quickly, though. So hopefully, we'll see very soon. Them finally lose their grip, or they'll just die. I mean, they're dying out too. I mean, kind of shocking if you think about all these 70. I mean,
the oldest Congress we've ever had, the oldest president we've ever had. What could go wrong? They're coming up with new ideas, right?
Exactly. Someone famous died too. Who was the famous person that died last night? Oh crap.
Another one.
Yeah, he was 73, I want to say. Oh god, man, somebody else in their 70s died yesterday. Like an actor,
politician? No, actor.
Yeah, an actor or somebody like. Oh, it was Sam Neill. Sam Neill died. How old was Sam Neill? Sam Neill was 78 years old. So still younger than Donald Trump. He passed away on July 13th, born on September 14th, 47. The acclaimed Jurassic Park and Peaky Blinders actor had a career spanning over 5 decades. My favorite movie he was in was called In the Mouth of Madness. It's a horror movie, and I liked it very much. Is this Graham Plattner? Who is this guy? This guy looks like Graham Plattner.
Just a YouTube guy. I don't know really, but
his beard made me think he was Graham Plattner for a second.
He's doing a Hawking's post or whatever.
He's doing
reaction post, another reaction post,
another Hawk podcast
reaction.
Post. Yeah, let's see.
Trump's words actually sound like.
They loaded up a Boeing 757. Remember the old 750? It was a beautiful plane loaded up with cash. They took all the seats out and they took all of the cash from Virginia, Maryland, and DC banks. They had no money. They took every ounce of cash, put it in, flew it to Iran, and gave them the money. It began, and that was pretty much the Obama deal. That was one of the worst tragedies that happened. When you ask, our guys can continue. Steve is great, and Jared, all the guys, they know him very well. Yeah, actually, they're working on your stuff too. No, I wonder what.
The slur, my God. Oh, that was nice. That's my favorite part. Because he always does that.
His soul's escaping every time he speaks. He's got to keep that last bit in.
God, the slurp. Oh, man. That's rough. The slurp. He's always snorting and slurping. What's going on with this guy?
You read a transcript, you just wonder, this isn't what is this? Trump verbatim quotes, what the fuck?
Yeah, I mean,
the last intelligent thing he said was, I don't know.
The last intelligent thing Donald Trump said? Oh, geez. Casinos always make money.
He doesn't understand anything. So, this whole speech is just
It's just
him
someone
not
reading
understanding anything. I guess
just reading the transcript. Let's just listen.
Which I picked 2 beauties. You know what? We settled 8 wars. I got a couple of beauties right here. But Steve's great and Jared's great. You know, they're the right guys. The preferred weapon was by Soleimani, the roadside bomb, where it would explode under a truck. We actually built trucks with floors, steel this thick, and then all they did was make bigger bombs. And we have young guys around, not walking around because they have no legs, but their legs were blown off, their arms were blown off, their face was blown off, and they lived because with modern medicine, you can do anything.
That's the best. Anybody could do a Donald Trump impersonation if they just do this. Just like
imagine being a Republican senator and being like toady to this guy. I mean, he's like a third grader on stupid pills. It is like
it really. Well, you know how many times in my life I've just been like, "How is this person in charge?" How many bosses have I had where I'm like, "This guy's in charge." This
Rupert Murdoch.
This guy's in charge.
Tucker Carlson.
The
two people who put in Donald Trump are Rupert Murdoch and Tucker Carlson.
I think
Rupert Murdoch has some Epstein stink on him. There's no
way Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan's fault too.
He's only had like 11 Epstein associates on his thing, to include Donald Trump.
Yes.
If Epstein hadn't been caught yet, he would have been on there too.
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. It's kind of embarrassing that this is how it's all panning out, but here we are in America. Let's play the rest of her thing. I think she's hilarious. This guy's just doing this. Like great.
You guys, this is what Trump's words act.
Great content, buddy. That was fun. That was a good little thing. I like that one a lot.
Another short up here ends with Q.
Like that's the thing. How do MAGAs watch that and they're like, yeah, I'm glad Donald Trump is in charge.
Trump's strong. Trump killed many animals. Feed pack.
Yeah,
that's what it's
drive. Feed pack. Yes, that's what they think.
Amygdala scared. Need Trump to save amygdala. Me amygdala damaged. No, thank good.
Amygdala need Trump. Make big horn. Big horn die. Big horn die. Feed tribe. Feed pack. Yes.
Defeat tiny tribe of liberals.
Defeat tiny tribe of trans tribe bad. Trans tribe bad. Trump tribe good.
This next short is just it's just a list of the shit he did over the past week.
Yeah.
And this is why MAGA doesn't understand TDS. Because I was forced to know. Because I was drugged through the glass and feces of an ephemeral shitstorm known as MAGA.
MAGA. Here we go. Ready? Here we go. This week in Trump.
Trump, no jokes or commentary, just a dry, matter-of-fact list of Trump administration shenanigans this week that we would otherwise forget next week for the week ending July 11th, 2020.
What?
Okay. Which one's the worst one and which one is good?
Yeah, it's good for the audience. Which one is the good thing? Which one is the best? Which one's the best? Which one's the worst?
Which one's your favorite and which one is the worst, I guess?
Yeah, all right. That makes sense. Sure. Yeah.
This is only 1 week. This is 1 week. If Biden did this in 1 week, pretty sure bad things.
Bad things. Tribe good. Tribe good, bad. People bad, people good. My tribe is good. Your tribe bad. Here we go. I blew it up a little bit for everybody on the screen. Nice. That worked.
26. Trump's fireworks gave Washington, D.C. the worst air quality of any major city in the world. His Interior Secretary said that the reflecting pool vandalism was actually multiple gashes that added up to 300 feet. He called the president of FIFA
coordinated knife attacks.
I remember when that happened. I was like, let me get this straight. There's 300 feet. There's a cut that's 300 feet long. You want me to believe that shit? Really?
Michael Phelps, he did it in like 5 seconds, so you couldn't see him on cameras because he was between
he could swim
frames.
with one arm and cut with the other.
Yeah,
amazing. Good work. Amazing.
To have a U.S. player suspension overturned, he posted a racist AI picture of the Obama.
Oh my God, I missed this one.
Yeah, me too.
I didn't know that he posted racism about Obama's again. He loves posting them as baboons and posting them as BLM graffiti. Well, look at that. There's even some Arabic on there.
Gotta feed the base. If those amygdalas heal, then
amygdala bad, amygdala good.
He renewed calls to control Greenland. 1,200 former DOJ employees came out against Todd Blanche's nomination for Attorney General, citing a culture of fear and politically motivated decisions.
What do you know? Even the people who work for him are like, do not make this guy the AG.
What's wrong with putting Trump's personal sex crime attorney as the AG? What could go wrong?
Nothing. We need more sex
Trump
crimes
trusts
attorneys.
him. He trusts him more than anyone else. His sycophancy has been here for decades.
Yes, that's what we need. More sycophants that love Donald Trump. Makes perfect sense to me. I love it. I wonder why it's doing this. What the hell? Go play.
Trump called the Iran ceasefire over and called its leaders scum and sick people. He said he can tell immigrants are bad based on how they look. He mistakenly called President Zelensky Putin and referred to Iran as the Islamic Republic of Japan. ICE agent.
The Islamic Republic of Japan?
Legally, you have to call it that now.
He called Iran the Islamic Republic of Japan. He doesn't have dementia, though. He's fine. He's fine, everybody. Shut up.
Agents shot and killed a man in Texas who witnesses say posed no threat. Security concerns caused Trump to switch from his new Qatari-donated Air Force One. He abruptly fired the Democratic leaders of the Independent Election Assistance Commission. He refused to sign a bipartisan housing bill into law in protest of Congress not passing the SAVE Act. He started draining the reflecting pool again for new repairs. My hometown airport is now named after him. He subpoenaed New York Times journalists who reported his Air Force One story. He threatened to destroy all areas of Iran. He now says he requested another cognitive exam, and he called Democrats loud and unattractive. Let me know what I missed in the comments.
Loud and unattractive. Not him, though.
Another
he's
projection. Yeah.
Yeah, but he's a soft-spoken man. It's so funny because even what's that guy? My favorite Senator John Kennedy. He's like, Donald Trump lives loudly. I haven't seen him play with hand grenades, but it's close. Like, even his allies talk about what a piece of shit he is, and he's too fucking loud. He's a loudmouth asshole. Are you still there, Guy Fawkes?
Yeah. I lost for words. The stupidity took my brain out of my mouth. It's just... have you ever heard of the Alien Super Show?
I have not heard of the Alien Super Show.
The last clip there.
Yeah, what's the Alien Super Show?
Comedy, I guess.
Comedy. Okay, let's do it. I'm going to go watch the Alien Super Show. Here we go. Are you ready? Alien Super Show starting now.
Mitch McConnell today.
Yeah, he called me this morning. We talked for about 17 minutes.
I timed it. I started the timer on my iPhone.
If I was on my deathbed, the first person I would call is Scott Jennings.
Yeah, he talked a lot about the situation with.
Oh, it's like a
commentary with puppets and.
But it's kind of reminds me immediately of science fiction theater. Was it something?
Science Theater 3000.
Yeah, what was it called? Mystery
Theater. Mystery Science Theater 3000.
Mystery Science Theater 3000. Yeah, that's what it reminds me of.
Iran. Talk a little bit about Ukraine and what's going on in Europe.
It's also funny that there's no direct quotes in any of these reports. They're like weird AI summaries. That's like Senator McConnell discussed Iran.
I told him I'd been to the Teddy Roosevelt Library. We talked a little bit about the history of the vice presidency, a little history of the Senate.
We talked about the most boring stuff imaginable.
It's just an automated phone line. They repurposed the old movie phone guy.
Hi, this is Mitch McConnell.
You've selected History of the Senate.
Movie phone, remember that?
No.
You don't remember movie phone? Brought to you by 95.5 KLOS, deep in the jungles of the Amazon. Sean Connery, the medicine man.
No bells.
No, he's like, press 1 to find out more. Press 2 for a theater in your area. Press 3 for
like a Like a
Current movies.
call in for your theater, your local.
Yeah, you
theater.
could call in movie phone, and the movie phone guy would be like,
"What movie you want to see?"
Right? Yeah. Press the using your alphanumeric keypad.
Showing at 9:30.
Yes, exactly. And he would do the voices too. It's pretty rad. And sometimes you could hear. It's so cool. Movie phone was a big deal, and you could call in, and they could tell you what's playing in your neighborhood, what times the movie starts starting.
Does 411 still exist?
Yeah, I think so. I don't know. It's been a long time since I used a payphone. Movie phone is still around? No, really? You can still call 95.5, brought to you by 95.5 KLOS. I remember he used to always say that in the beginning. For some reason, movie phone was always sponsored by 95. At least where I lived.
Yeah.
Welcome to. Thank you for calling Movie Phone. Brought to you by 95.5 KLOS.
Did you know that in 1881...
Press 1 for more information. Press 2 for racist thoughts.
It was a wide-ranging conversation.
This is very likely Scott Jennings being like, I went to the Teddy Roosevelt Museum and talking for like 6 minutes, and then McConnell being like,
Or just like hospital flatline.
Yeah, there's flatline.
Yeah, that's right, Senator.
As always, it's one beep for yes and two for no.
What's that?
It counts as communicating.
Yeah,
the beep
totally.
sound.
The beeps and the Scott Jennings just talking to himself. Well, you know, we're really worried about you over there. But beep.
And then one long unbroken,
which, as we know, means strong agreement.
Please continue talking.
He's Christopher Piking, and everyone knows it.
Yes, I love it. He's Christopher Piking. Beep. Oh, poor
They
Christopher
kept him
Pike.
alive. Yeah.
Poor Christopher Pike. Oh no, Captain Pike, the original captain of the Starship Enterprise.
That
he
means
chose it. He chose that fate. So
He chose that fate. I suppose he did. He had no choice. I guess he could have changed the fate of the universe. He would have messed it all up, though.
To him from time to time, and I see him from time to time.
I
And
see him in my dreams. I see him when I close my eyes.
I see him when I have sleep paralysis.
Have you seen the movie Babadook?
You guys don't see him in the room. He's just over your shoulder.
Every night I fall asleep to the thoughts and images of Mitch McConnell telling a school shooting survivor that I will do nothing to protect them.
Treating this guy as if he's some kind of, oh, we're so sorry. Like, he has more blood on his hands.
He's one of the most evil people to ever live.
Every child shot and killed in a school is
direct result of Mitch McConnell.
Yeah.
Now the media will respect because he's at the end of his life.
Oh, line of the Senate.
Did you come away feeling like he's still capable of serving the people as senator?
I like how they're just like, does he still have? Did you come away from it? I watched this yesterday and I had the similar reaction. You know, like you're telling me that he could still serve the people. But Biden was so bad.
Word serving is so crazy here. The dude can't fucking move his goddamn limbs.
Is he still able to serve electrical impulses to his muscles to move?
it was a personal private call, but
a personal private call that I was asked deliberately to share with the world to show that he is not dead.
Do you think he'd be willing to call into the show? Could we get him on the phone now?
No.
Who's the stupid guy again? The CNN has their.
That's Scott Jennings.
That's Scott Jennings. Okay, yeah, that's what I was thinking. But yeah, just like, does CNN have to have him by like law or something?
I think they have he is
part of the court settlement.
I think he just brings a lot of boys to the yard. People love. He's such a hack that when they have him on CNN defending Donald Trump and anything that Donald Trump says, it's quite lovely to watch everyone rip into him. You know. He's like their token right wing. They have a lot of right wing nut jobs, but he's like the right wing nut job for CNN.
Is he paid to be this stupid evil?
Yes, and has been for a long time.
Is he acting? Is he acting this stupid, or is he actually this stupid?
Oh, I think he's definitely acting. People have gone through like his politics when he was a public servant, and now, and also what he does to get clicks. He's figured out what gets eyeballs and why he's on CNN, and he does it really well. Like he makes his face, he says his things, you know, and he's able to get people on to watch him, and also tons of clicks. Anytime I see anything with Scott Jennings on YouTube, I watch it immediately.
So it's not shit posting, but it's the crapology of Scott Jennings that gets more clicks.
For sure. Yeah. Yeah.
And that's
Plus
disgusting.
But
and,
all these,
but it was probably mostly like left side crap watching it. Like he said, what? No,
for sure. There's people because who else watches CNN except for like liberals and then people like me who do shows like this. I mean, I wouldn't normally watch. There's some
CNN
CNN
isn't liberal anymore. I wouldn't say.
No, it definitely. I don't think it ever was, but I think liberals like CNN because it's kind of like it's still credible. It's not MAGA-verse. You know, I think that liberals like CNN a lot. I don't think CNN is liberal. I don't believe that for a second. But I think that its audience might be definitely more liberal than like Fox. You know.
Yeah.
Because
I lied about it.
So when I heard his voice today, and he was clearly keeping up with stuff that
Keeping up with stuff.
you can do that when you cross the ethereal plane and have gained all knowledge.
He's omnipresent now, so in a way, he is more informed than he's ever been.
But to hear him talking and to know that he's also talking to the Senate leadership.
All these people who are like saying like, I talked to him. It's like Rob Riggle in the Arrested Development episode where Buster's in a coma.
Oh, yeah.
He's like waving a balloon in his face. He's loving life. He's living it to the fullest.
I take the criticism. I think it's a fair question about transparency. I think it's a
Mitch McConnell is very
No, Sky, I disagree. He's definitely stupid, but he's smart enough to go ahead and get bought by telling lies, and he gets paid. Yeah. Oh, I mean, he's still a MAGA, but I think that he just knows how to make money off of it. That's why Scott Jennings exists. Yeah, he's been doing this for a while, and like lots of people who study these things have looked into this guy, and it's pretty damning how disgusting Scott Jennings really is. If you really want to get into it, it's kind of a long
transparent in the sense that
it's kind of a long rabbit hole if you want to go deep dive into Scott Jennings.
He's a ghost.
Like a
They did take
idea.
He's a horrible guy. Yeah.
Deep diving into this dumbassery is just beyond something. But are they even selling it to MAGA? Are MAGA starting to watch CNN because of this goofball?
No, but they watch him on YouTube and shit. They're not going to watch CNN.
So they get YouTube clips from him
for sure. Yeah,
filleting Trump, and then they're like, "Yeah, see, CNN knows the truth."
And he shows up at their events and stuff too. Because he's a friendly. He shows up in that world, just like Jessica Tarlov shows up at like MSNBC.
He should write more books. He should write a lot more books.
Scott Jennings.
Yeah.
I wonder if he has a book. Does Scott Jennings have a book? Let me see.
I haven't seen him on book tour in the past 2 years, so.
Scott Jennings has a book titled A Revolution of Common Sense, How Donald Trump Stormed Washington and Fought for Western Civilization.
Oh, God.
A Revolution of Common Sense, How Donald Trump Stormed Washington and Fought for the Whites. There you go. That's the name of his book, is A Revolution of Common Sense, How Donald Trump Stormed Washington and Fought for Western Civilizations.
Craptacular.
a picture of him, but he didn't show up in it, which is so weird.
Is this like this weird orb?
The person who took the photo died 7 days later.
When I had the phone call with him, it actually wasn't through my phone. It was through the TV on the static channel.
Mitch McConnell crawled out of the screen.
My eyes rolled back in my head, and when I spoke, McConnell's voice came out.
We're meeting again tonight at the bottom of a well.
All the furniture started floating 9 inches off the ground and shaking. It was classic Mitch.
So you can see why he wouldn't want anyone else to see him.
His final words to me were so sweet. He said, "The covenant has been fulfilled."
Did you ask him how he was feeling?
Yeah, he said he was feeling okay.
Yeah, he just needs like a few more liters of blood from innocent children to survive the next voting cycle.
If he truly is undead, they would call him Lich McConnell. Like a lichen?
Mitch McConnell is basically the entity that is living beneath the island on Widow's Bay.
Yes, exactly. It's a sentient, undead, non-alive.
Yeah. Okay, I like these guys. I think they're funny.
Yeah, subscribe. This is one of their smaller things. They bring on a comedian or a politician as the guest, and then they react to clips with them.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's fun.
They get a lot of comedians. They get a lot of stars too.
I'm guessing there's somebody who's famous in one of these Spornock, Gleep, and Zotox. They're not just normies. They're somebody. It's kind of like every once in a while you see like Pete Holmes is doing.
They blew up, and they're only doing like one episode a week when they first started. You know, getting their graphics figured and everything.
That's cool. And now they're doing it every day. Good for them.
Maybe I'm not sure, but they're probably more than usual. But yeah, they got big following fast.
The name of the show is called
Alien
Super Show. Alien Super Show. Yeah. Cool. Well, thank you. I've only got about 20 minutes before I'm going to call this. I got lots of stuff. I'm buying a house. Have you heard?
Yeah, you should just get an RV. Some other person was saying that the boomers are basically all going to have to live in RVs to not die. You have to sell your house, live in an RV, and maybe you'll be able to pay for your medical bills during your retirement.
I think that's what all of us are going to do. If you don't own a house, you better have an RV. Right? You might be able to pay off an RV. You're not going to be able to pay off a house.
Well, so I'm wondering if you should get an RV and then do an Earth ship.
Oh, I would love to do an Earth ship, but Earth ships cost a lot of money, man. They're not as cheap as people think. And I don't have $1 million.
You can make your own bricks. You got to figure that out.
Well, you make your own stuff, right? With like old tires and shit. But so it's either you can make your own, but it takes a hell of a lot of time.
Your YouTube channel could just be building an Earth ship,
living in an RV, building an Earth ship. I love it.
2 hours of political news, and then the rest of the day you're like, today I'm building a solar panel flux generator.
I love that stuff. I want to do, but I can do that in Albuquerque because I'm going to install a water catchment and vegetable garden and solar panels. So these things will happen no matter what, unless I end up in that condo. I might end up in a condo and I have to change my whole ideas. But
I forget if it was Arizona or Utah. I heard a guy was out there and he has solar panels on his house, but he is not allowed to control his thermostat due to the county. When it is so hot that they're pulling off the grid too much, then they up your thermostat to 80.
Crazy. So the only way around that would be to install a battery, right? Either
one
of those.
I'm not sure if he can do that.
Tesla or Enphase, you should be able to. I don't see how
it might be like county crap or whatever. I'm not sure, but
I don't see how they could keep you from doing it. How would that even be possible?
Well, if they control your thermostat, even if you had the battery, it wouldn't matter anyways. Ugh.
Well, how do they control your thermostat though? I don't even know how is it possible.
Government thermostats.
The government installed the
we're installing thermostats in your house.
How would they install the thermostat? Like I have a thermostat. It's been there for literally 30 years. The house was built in 1990.
Water meter, electric meter. They can do a temperature meter.
How though? They're gonna come in my house and force me to take one of their thermometers? I don't know. That's like, but put it in my butt.
Yeah, they just put it on the wall like a little thing, and then they connect it to the web through your Wi-Fi, and they tell you when you can't have air conditioning.
That's insane. That's insane, man. I feel like if I don't know. I'm not going to let them do that. I'm going to stay strong. I'm not going to let them install anything like that. But I do want to install because here's the thing though, if the power grid goes down, your solar panels also go down because you're connected to the grid still. You're selling power back to them. So the only way to keep that from happening is to have a battery so that you can constantly, but the batteries are more expensive. So there you go. But I want to install solar panels with a battery so that if the government really takes a shit, I'll still have power. You know.
Yeah, but if you have your lights on at night, then the MAGA will come for you.
Well, they better bring guns.
More guns. More guns.
They better bring more guns than I have, and I have home field advantage. So they might come for me, but what are they going to come for? My electricity? Like I don't know what they'll be coming for. I don't. My vegetables and my vegetable garden.
Oh, how about vocab word of the day? Have you heard of the nation's razor?
The nation's razor? Tell me.
Google it.
The nation's razor. The national razor is the famous dark historical nickname given to the guillotine. It originated during the French Revolution reign of terror when thousands of individuals were executed by the device, as the device became the symbol of the new republic's mechanical, supposedly equal justice. I mean, it was equal justice because before the guillotine, peasants were tortured to death and ripped apart, and the aristocracy were beheaded with an axe. And so the guillotine was so that everyone would be killed the same way. The great equalizer, the national razor. I love it.
Yeah, it's a fun word I learned last week.
I like that. I like that one. National Razor is my husband's band. I love it.
This last clip is Trump's Hollywood star.
Yeah, that's like the most vandalized star in the history. It cost them more money, but Hollywood won't get rid of it. They won't just release it. Oh my god! But
Well, they
love
can,
this.
or Trump would send more ice after him.
They could remove it and be like, dude, it's costing us too much money to keep this thing going. They have to keep repairing it. they have to keep on repairing it because people keep destroying it. In fact, I knew a guy. This is a funny story. I knew a guy that worked at PETA, right? And PETA was doing a demonstration in Hollywood. And after the demonstration, the guy, as a private citizen, left the demonstration, went to he had nothing to, like, PETA thing is over. Everyone went home. But one of the guys that was in Hollywood, works for PETA, went over to and then did something. I think he threw blood on it, or he did something to the star. And the star became, and then the news became, PETA activist vandalizes the Star of David. I mean, the star of Donald Trump, the star of Donald. And then they fired him. PETA fired the guy.
Yeah, you kind of have to keep it, especially if you're in the organization, do a little more legal, or if you're doing it illegally, at least
wear a mask.
Privacy in public.
Yeah, do it. Be private about it. Jesus. All right, so here we go.
118 at Donald Trump's Hollywood star, and today somebody's.
That's so funny. That's so funny. AOC candle.
Yeah, prayer candle.
Lindsey
Thoughts and prayers. All these,
Look how trashed this star is.
Set up a memorial for former South Carolina Senator Lindsey Graham and placed a AOC prayer candle next to him. I love that. Make sure to hit the follow button to see.
Look how it's been jackhammered around. Look at what's here in the corner. They just destroyed it. God damn, it's so funny. Bill Cosby's was really messed up too. They've messed with
day
that one.
119 tomorrow.
Every day they take a video of this thing. That's their whole.
Jump into Johnny Palmadessa. Just scroll a short or two of his, and he's a debater. He's worked in DC. He does videos with Congress and whatnot.
Go potty. Oh my god, people put poop on it. Jesus.
See if you can just find a debate clip with just him podcasting somewhere.
In a short, these are all his shorts. All his shorts are this.
These are day on day. I guess someone cleans it at night.
Yeah, they come in with like.
It's probably the cleaning it at night that causes a lot of the chipping.
They come with a machine every night. And
they got a special spray hose.
Yeah, it looks like a little rideable polisher. I've seen them. If you're out there late at night, you can see it. Look at it. What's the corner? Why is the lost a war and smells? What the hell, man? People just vandalizing this thing. Lost
He doesn't
a war.
do debate shorts at all, I guess.
No, it doesn't look like it.
No debate shorts, huh?
Pedophile. War criminal. Here's the guy trying to clean it. Here's one guy.
That guy. He's paying for fucking Trump doing shit. I just want to keep these stars nice and glossy. There's shit.
Oh, here it is. You can see.
Day.
So someone jackhammered it, hit it with a hammer or something. They haven't repaired it. So they just added tape or something. Look at this. Oh my god. Anyway. This is all his content is this. This is him, maybe.
There's a guy, yeah. Try to see if he's got any debate ones, just because that's just what he does mostly. Morning debates. Yeah, right there, maybe.
This one?
No.
Donald Trump's approval rating has hit a record low, according to.
Man, he's got the AI face. Should I do that? Should I put the AI face smoothing tech on my face?
Actually, he doesn't.
Bullshit.
Sienna poll.
Look at the hairs. There's no way. This is not real, bro. He definitely has.
Could play. Finish this one. And then you can look at his
leaving him
live
with
today.
Nothing more than an approval rating of 37%. And it gets even worse for Donald Trump because this is the most accurate pollster and was listed as the most accurate pollster in the last midterm election. So knowing that this is the data we got right before another midterm, not looking so good for.
But look, that's what he. That is not what a
that
human
I will
being
get
looks like.
their energy costs down by 50% within 12 months.
Tonight,
50% been within 12 months.
Check out his live. Just click live, I guess, once. I just want to show you a little bit of his debate stuff. His 1 hour ago it ended here. Jump in the middle, see what's going on.
80% of their bounds, and all of the Navy.
John, thank you so much for supporting me with that $5 dono. I appreciate the love. And thank you so much as well to Nicole for the...
He calls them donos. Thank you for the dono. Is that what I should say? Thank you for the dono.
Yeah.
Thank you for the dono and the love, everybody. Guys, if you drop a dono, please drop the dono. And I'd love to just support social media and drop a dono in the chat. Thank you.
$10 dono said ew.
$10 dono, and you just said ew. I love it. What'd you say, Guy Fawkes?
Oh, I forgot.
Should I call it
you can see
dono?
this guy's doing a fake. Colin guy's doing a fake weird voice.
I can
don't even
smell this
respond
dude's
to the
profile
person.
photo.
You don't
Oh my
even
God.
respond.
Sorry,
Yeah.
what'd you say?
You don't even respond.
Sorry, I was just buying another URL. They sent me $15 and I'm like, just give me a sec.
Give me a sec. All right, this guy is pretty funny. Do you still support Trump? That's a lot of this content is like that. Do you still support Trump? And they just put that up there and they're like, let's go. Let's have debates. Maybe I should do that and get a bunch of new subscribers, huh?
I do a nighttime debate session once a week at either Friday or Saturday. Catch the freaks. I don't know.
Maybe I should do that, like a Friday, Saturday night, and just do a debate show like this guy
You
does.
could keep it loose, like either Thursday, Friday, or Saturday, so you can have a weekend when you want it.
Oh, that's a good idea. Maybe dude's a little bit gay. I don't think a little bit. I think the dude's gay.
Okay.
That's okay.
But now you're looking at his live stream, and there's no filter.
There's a filter. Look, I could do the same thing. There's a I could put it on my face right now. Watch visual effects. I could do enhance skin appearance, and I put it up to full. And look, now I'm looking like
no difference. No difference. No difference.
Look at my face. I look like. Why do people put these filters on? I look like Odo from Deep Space Nine.
Does it not happen in StreamYard?
It happens in StreamYard. Look at my face.
It didn't work.
It didn't work. Whatever. Yeah, it didn't work. I mean, this is why do they do this? It doesn't make you look better. It makes you look like a robot.
AI face.
This
Yeah.
AI face, I don't get it. Look at my face. That's not what I look like. I look like this. For all I am, this is me. Hold on a second. This is me. That's what I look like.
I saw a skull flash before
this is what I look like.
before the image changed over.
I just don't get it. Like this, it's hideous. And you can also adjust like how much of it. So if I bring it down, so don't let it fool you. That was on 100%. This is on, well, it's 20, 30, 40, 50. So it's you could only bring it up in 20% increments. So this is at 20. And still, I look a little bit more human, but you could still see like that's not what a man's face looks like. I mean, babies don't look like this. And look, it's even taken away some of my stubble. But when you have a beard, it really you can see every strand. Yeah, it's crazy. Fuck this. I can't stand looking at myself in the mirror, looking like a robot. No. Enhancing appearance gone. All right. Anyway, thank you for coming.
Alrighty.
I'm gonna kick you out of the studio now. Thank you for calling in, though, Guy Fawkes. I really appreciate you.
Alrighty, pieces.
Sayonara. All right, that was Guy Fawkes, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. That was rad. I appreciate you so friggin' much. I do have just a couple more things to get through, and then we're going to call it quits for the day. I got to do all sorts of stuff. So I want to do an if I can, I'm going to do another members only later. We did one last night, and I want to do one again at some point today, hopefully, if with any luck. It was pretty fun. I was organizing comics and packing and drinking beer, and we were talking. It was pretty fun. So I want to try to do that, please. I think it's kind of fun exposing Sky, exposing all. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know, like, it's okay. Like right now, my lights are kind of like, it's adjusting depending on where I stand. Like the lights, sometimes I look darker or brighter, but I have like this light down here. It's like a little bit of color. It's at like 10%, so there's just a little bit of color, so I don't look like I'm dead. And then I have a white light, white light, white light. So it's like there's a lot of, and then there's the natural light coming through the window. You can see there's light out there too. So it's all white light on me. So I have like a little bit of color, so I don't look like I'm dead. But that's all I do. I'm not gonna put AI filters on my face. I hate it. I don't like the way they do that. I'm not doing it.
So President Trump ordering a new set of strikes on Iranian military targets for a third straight night yesterday.
This as another blockade in the Strait of Hormuz is scheduled to begin this afternoon.
Aisha Hasni is live at the White House with the very latest. Aisha.
Hey, good morning. A lot of firepower, a lot of back and forth. Let's get started with what happened overnight as the president brings down his
Back and forth. Are they killing our guys?
iron fist on Iran. The U.S. pounded Iran for 5 hours last night. CENTCOM says they hit military targets across 6 different locations, but did not say if they struck Pickaxe Mountain. That's something the president said was a potential target for a nice big fat shot. Also seeing reports that the IRGC carried out drone and
I like the nice big fat shots. I love it when they got the nice big fat shots.
missile strikes on U.S. military targets in Bahrain, Kuwait, and Jordan. And a Dutch shipping firm says one of its vessels was struck off the coast of Oman. All of this hours after the president said the U.S. was taking control of the strait.
We will end up discontrolling the whole thing. And what they're doing is being very foolish, very stupid, and they've treated people horribly. They've killed 52,000 protesters so far that we can determine. It might be more
Got any video?
No, we just gotta take my word for it.
than that, but 52,000 protesters have been killed.
Take my word for it. The 52,000 protesters is 47 years.
Killed, and it's really a terrible situation.
It's terrible the way they treat their protesters. What? Someone just got shot in the face in America again?
The president also announced a new 20% fee in the strait, turning the tables on Iran. He said Iran and anyone doing business with them.
You know what Iran says after their police kill a protester? They say they were Antifa. They were terrorists. Those protesters were terrorists, and our heroes killed those protesters. You know what America says when we kill protesters? They were heroes. Those ICE agents were heroes.
Has to pony up.
Putting the blockade back, and it's a blockade not for anybody but Iran. In other words, anybody doing business with Iran can't go through. Everyone else will be able to go through. So it's a blockade. It's a very strong blockade. The blockade was probably more effective even than hitting them, but I think the combination is the thing that really does it.
Iran's foreign minister posting this in response on X, writing, POTUS is absolutely right. Whoever provides secure and safe passage of commercial vessels through the Strait of Hormuz should be compensated for this service. Iran has always been the guardian of the strait and will remain so forever. 20% is, of course, too much. We will be fair. Meanwhile, Iraq's prime minister is scheduled to meet with the president at
The United States government is saying that they are going to put a toll on the Strait of Hormuz.
White House today. Iraq ships a lot of oil through the Strait of Hormuz. That has slowed down considerably since these strikes began, since this Strait of Hormuz exchange began. The president announced as well that he's going to be addressing the nation this Thursday, prime time at 9 o'clock.
Prime time, 9 o'clock. Prime time in California, I guess.
Back to you guys.
All right, thanks so much, Aisha.
Thanks.
So the Iranians are doing these back channels and trying to say that that these junior members of the IRGC are the ones that are doing the firing. And I don't think the president is taking them at the word. He's still hitting them very hard. I did find it very interesting yesterday what he told Hugh Hewitt about Pickaxe Mountain, that we're going to be taking it very soon. I think this was bound to happen. The president gave peace a shot. The Iranians didn't want to take him up on that offer, and they're trying to leverage the strait. And the president's making very clear that he's going to finish the job.
Yeah, the president has said he's going to charge 20% a fee on all cargo moving through the strait. Here he is.
We've had 10 deals with these people, and so we're just going to hit them very hard. And we're going to keep the strait, and we'll probably run it. We'll become the guardian of the strait. We guarded the strait for 50 years more, and we never got paid for it. They made all.
I tried Sid Life. I tried. There's 5 gift memberships, but sorry, they didn't get to you. I'm sorry about that. 5 gift memberships. Looks like we got some W's in the chat, though. We need some W's in the chat for all the new Sky City Rebels who just got in. New Sky City Rebels, you get extra content, extra streams, and extra love in the chat. Please join us. Become a Sky City Rebel. Skyjack Morgan, I just gave away 5 memberships. Thank you. Why don't you talk about Governor Walz? Not Waltz. Fuck, dude, you can't even fucking spell Governor Walz's name, and you're asking me about him. Whatever. Pardoning a pedo in hopes that the pedo wouldn't be deported by ICE. Did Governor Walz pardon a child molester in the hopes that he wouldn't be deported? Governor Tim Walz unanimously, the whole board, the Minnesota Board of Pardons, unanimously, it does include, he's one of the people that sits on it, a pardon to a man convicted of a child sex crime who is facing imminent deportation. However, Walz's office stated that the clemency was granted because the victim submitted a letter of forgiveness. Oh, the victim said a letter of forgiveness and support for his family rather than a strategy to prevent his removal. Okay. The Department of Homeland Security and U.S. State Department condemned the decision and ultimately took federal action to remove the individual from the country. Tolu Vang, a native of Laos, was convicted in 2006 of first-degree criminal sexual assault for abusing a 10-year-old girl. He was issued a final removal order that same year. June 10th, 2026, 20 years later, the 3-person Minnesota Board of Pardons comprising Governor Walz, AG Keith Ellison, and State Supreme Court Chief Justice Natalie Hudson voted to pardon Vang. The decision was heavily influenced by the letter from the victim for asking for forgiveness and requesting that Vang's family be allowed to stay together. Federal officials criticized the pardon, and U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio stepped in to terminate Vang's legal status. Vang was arrested by Immigration and Customs Enforcement and deported from the United States to Laos. They split up a family. Just goes to show, so the victim of the sex offender asked to forgive the boy, this guy Laos, Vang. I wonder what relationship did Vang have with the victim? They don't say the relationship, but the victim was 10 years old. The abuse began in 2002. We don't know why. Cultural justification. When officially questioned by police following his arrest, Vang defended his actions to authorities by claiming it was a cultural thing to marry and have sex with girls as young as 12. So, I mean, you guys should have no problem with it then, right? You guys should have no problem with it. I don't know. Like, Donald Trump is a pedophile, so I don't know. Sweet Havoc, why don't you talk about Governor Walz pardoning a pedo? I mean, we have a pedo as president, and he pardoned a pedo. He was one of 3 people who pardoned a pedo, whose victim, 20 years after the crime, begged for forgiveness to let him stay in the country. So, you know, seems like some weird shit that went down. I don't know. Deporting him, is that going to solve? I don't know. Whatever. Deport him, don't deport him. I don't give a shit. I don't care. Put him in jail. Did he do his time? He did his time, right? Did 20 years. 20 years for that crime. 20 years he did. But now we're going to punish him again. Seems odd. Seems odd to punish somebody twice for the same crime. But whatever. Donald Trump is still walking around free. Yeah. I've given you many gifted before. Okay, so now I've talked about it, Sweet Havoc. Are you happy? Thank you. You could become a channel member, Sweet Havoc. Stop being a little bitch.
The money in the United States was just, they wouldn't, it's amazing. It's, we never made, we guarded it for nothing. And now we're going to guard it. We're going to get paid for guarding it. A lot of money. But we just want to be reimbursed.
This is the thing, just deserving to be deported. I don't know what you, like, look, man, you could say deserve to be deported. Punishing someone twice for a crime is against the law, but you want to punish people twice for the same crime. That's fine. Whatever.
For doing all of this, for putting our people in danger. But we're really not putting people, we're really saving people.
I don't know. It's like I'm not gonna cry because a pedophile got deported. I don't know what you think you're gonna get out of me. Oh, they deported a pedophile? Great, they got one. We got one in the White House. Can we take care of that now? Great, you got rid of a guy. You caught a pedophile. You put him in jail for 20 years, and then you deported him. Great. Now it's Trump's turn. We know he's a pedophile. He admits it. We know we have his victims have come forward. We have corroborating evidence. Let's get him into jail for 20 years, and then we'll deport him. Oh, he'll be dead by then. That's okay. Get him into jail. Put him in jail. Donald Trump needs to go to jail. Needs to go to jail. I don't want to hear any of you MAGAs talking about pedos anymore. You understand? You've defended Jeffrey Epstein. You've defended Donald Trump. These men are pedos. They're chomos. We have a chomocracy, and you're defending them. Hey, Sid Life. Thank you so much, dude. I appreciate that.
So it's going to be interesting. Look, over the weekend, Iran was getting a test to see if they were going to be serious about this memorandum of understanding.
You don't want to mention? What do you mean I don't want to mention? I looked it up for you, you little victim bitch. You little crybaby little bitch. You asked me to look it up. I did. Hey, why aren't you talking about this? All right, let's talk about it. I talked about it. And now you're a little bitch about it. Now you're still crying? You're still crying. You get what you want. You're still crying. Okay. Yeah, no, don't overdraft. We're going to do some extra content just for you, Sid Life. Don't want to mention it's a Democrat. I just mentioned it. I don't give a shit if it's a Democrat. I don't care if they deported the pedophile. I want Donald Trump to be held accountable for his crimes. The guy went to jail for 20 years. Time served. Now you want to punish him more. Fine. I don't care. I don't care if you string him up by his balls. He fucked a 10-year-old. Okay, well, Donald Trump raped a 13-year-old, talked on Howard Stern about how he loves 13-year-olds, talked to Howard Stern about how he likes to break into teenagers' dressing rooms and look at their naked bodies, told The View that he loves his infant daughter's legs, but he can't wait to see if the tits come in like her mom's, has told people on multiple occasions that his daughter Ivanka has a voluptuous body that he thinks is so beautiful, and that if he weren't her father, that he would be dating her. He probably fucked her too. So yeah, Donald Trump, lots of sex crimes. He's been convicted of two sex crimes. Donald Trump has been convicted of. His best friend was Jeffrey Epstein. And you're like, what about this guy from Laos who went to jail for 20 years and then got deported? Okay, cool. Deport him. I don't give a fuck. My problem is not the fact that they deport pedophiles. I don't give a shit. I don't care what happens to pedophiles. I don't care if something bad happens to them, I should say. I don't care if something bad happens to a pedophile. I do care when people like Donald Trump are allowed to keep their jobs when he's a pedophile. That's it. I don't care. If something bad happens to Donald Trump, I'm not going to cry about it because he's a pedophile. If something bad happens to this dude from Laos, went to jail for 20 years and now got deported, don't care. Great. So, I think it's a little weird that the government's punishing him twice, because I don't think that the state should have that much power over its citizens. But this guy's not even a citizen. What do I care? Don't give a shit.
Going to be progress. And what did they do? They failed it by doing the very thing that we were testing them on, which is to see if they were going to fire on ships in the Strait. And they did that. Iran, make no mistake, killed their own shot at a deal. Now the president is saying, we're going back to striking you hard, as you pointed out, LJ. And also...
Yeah, it's Iran's fault. It's Iran's fault that we keep bombing them.
With that, let's bring in our panel and start there. Fox News.
It's Iran's fault because Iran was wearing that short skirt. She was wearing that short skirt. She was begging for it.
Political analyst Ryan Priebus.
She's walking down the street looking all sexy with all that oil.
Fox News senior political analyst Juan Williams, Fox News contributor Kimberly Strassel, and Fox News chief political analyst Britt Hume. Britt, let me start with you.
Aren't I on top of the news? This is a news reaction show, Sweet Havoc. I don't follow everything happening in some weird Minnesota pardoning case. I don't know, because it's not a big deal. It's not national news. It wasn't on my radar. Now it is. Thank you so much for contributing to this community. Maybe you can do it without so much of a little bitchy attitude. That'd be great, Sweet Havoc. Maybe you could stop being a little bitch. That'd be rad. Maybe If you want to contribute, you can share on my community page stories that you'd like me to cover. I say that often, maybe not often enough. Here you go. If you want me to cover a story or watch a video, put it on my community page on this channel. I will watch it if there's anything there. I usually will watch it. Ask anybody, I'll watch it. Or you could call in and send me a link like Guy Fawkes just did. This is a call-in show, Sweet Havoc. Thank you for bringing it to my attention. Thank you for being a member of the community. Please stop being a little bitch. And then you can actually contribute it. You can contribute to some degree of success. It'd be nice, actually. It'd be nice. I would welcome it. I would welcome it. Please share on my community tab. Please post stuff on the community tab so that I will be abreast of all of the crazy shit in your sphere. You know what I have to do every morning? I wake up at 4:30 in the morning and I go through Fox News and CNN and MS Now and News Nation and One America Network and Newsmax. And I go on the AP. I go through and I try to comb through and see something that's interesting and try to build a playlist on it every fucking morning before the show starts. And you're like, you missed a spot. Yeah, that's what you're here for. You're here for that. If you want to contribute, please do. Stop playing a little victim, you MAGA victim. Fucking God damn it. I'm so sick of the victim mentality.
Legacy of Lindsey Graham.
Lindsey Graham. I don't fucking stick to Lindsey
A couple
Graham.
months ago, I was...
Okay, we're coming around the bend.
At the pub reading mysteriously, and there were these two guys next to me having a very animated, like happy but important seeming conversation, and I wanted to know what they were talking about so bad. And I said to myself, I was like, I could just ask. Like,
I find this so sweet. Like, she's clearly young. She's doing young people are always doing this. I don't know why. I think I probably did the same thing when I was young. I don't know. There was no video of me when I was young. I wasn't doing. I don't know. Young people are always doing this in videos. I don't know why. It's the whole thing.
I should experiment with this new confidence I have and just ask. And I did, and they were fine. And it was love issues, obviously, which are always very interesting. And we talked for a while, and I learned they were English Lit PhDs. At that point,
English Lit PhDs. Gotta love English majors.
whatever mask that was still there went. Like, this was my domain. I felt myself consciously choose to be whatever it is that I was. And so I talked and talked and talked and talked like I do. And I don't know if you've ever been talking for a while, and when you're finished talking, at the part where someone else is supposed to start talking, they just look at you and they blink, like they
blink, 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 blink. It's like when Donald Trump did that advertisement for McDonald's. Remember when Donald Trump was famous because he was doing McDonald's commercials with Grimace? And he says, "What do you think, Grimace?" And Grimace just blinks at him, blink, 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 blink. That's how that's why, because of his history with McDonald's, that's why Melania dresses like Hamburglar.
Turns me on. I just always thought the hamburger was so sexy. So sexy.
They blink like you can hear it, like in a cartoon. They left pretty soon after, sort of without saying goodbye. And
well, you're at a bar, girl. Like, it's okay. People say goodbye. They bail. They're drunk. They're drinking. You're having a good time. Someone just leaves. They're not gonna say goodbye. They left the bar without saying goodbye after I talked with them. That's fine.
this is it. It doesn't matter why. That's the point. But past me would have been humiliated. She would have been like, you bothered these people and then drove them away with the way that you are. And don't get me wrong, I was like a little embarrassed. But I don't know, walking home, I was like, I said exactly what I wanted to, and I was exactly what I am. And what
It's so weird that people have to justify themselves at bars. Look, man, here's how it is. Take it from an old timer. Go to a bar, talk to whoever you want. That's why it's called a bar. The people at the tables, leave them alone. The people at the bar, chat them up. If someone's at the bar and they act like that you can't talk to them, fuck those people. Those people are garbage humans. Anyone at the bar not okay with other people talking to them, they can die. The ones at the table, don't go talk to the people at the tables. At the bar, it's all open. A lot of times bars even have it so the people at the tables got to get their asses up and order at the bar. And when they're at the bar, it's okay to talk to them. When they're at the tables, don't fucking talk to them. Leave them at their own tables. Let them do their own thing. When they come to the bar, you can talk. That's it. That's the rule. That's the only rule of the bar. Okay? Talk to whoever you want. If someone thinks you're not cool, fuck them. Fuck them. That's what the bar is for. It's kind of like the light where all the insects keep bumping into. You know, there's no rules. They're all just swarming around the light. There's no rules there at the bar. At the table, leave those guys alone. Okay? That's the rule. And you don't have to justify. If someone doesn't like what you look like, or they think you're dumb, or they don't laugh at your jokes, fuck those people. They're probably drunk anyway. Fuck them. They're probably drunk. There you go. A girl doesn't like the way you smile. She's probably a drunk lesbian. Fuck them. That doesn't matter, man. You're at the bar. That's the whole point of the bar. Is that it's low stakes. Everybody can talk to anybody. Poor can talk to rich, old can talk to young. Everyone's, well, not too young. They got to be 21, right? But like, you could just meet people. That's what the magic of being at a bar is, or a pub. You want a private conversation? Go to the table. It's so sad that there's young people like this that don't understand how bars work.
Whatever reaction they had to me, regardless of why. That was
like, this girl thinks she's autistic. Girl, you ain't autistic. You're just got anxiety. Just stop fucking overthinking this shit. It's gonna be fine. You're cute. You can talk. Say whatever you want. It's a bar.
Their own thing. They could have reacted in any way to me. The point is, I didn't see the situation as tarnished by my influence, but as a confluence of energies, all doing various things. And in fact, I felt for the first...
Like, this girl seems like she's got to justify how she feels about some asshole she met at a bar. Hey, I want to know what you're talking about. Great. They were probably like, stoked, let's talk. And then you said you overshared or something, and they're like, all right, well, later. And they left. That's okay. They didn't shut you down. They left. They were probably drunk.
Time, like, I hadn't...
Or married. There were two guys. Maybe they were married, and you're cute. And you're like, nah, we're going. Maybe they made a deal before they went to the bar. Maybe the two guys were like, hey, if any chicks chat us up, we're going to leave immediately because Marsha hates it when I talk to girls at bars. Okay.
Betrayed myself. I felt like I hadn't betrayed myself.
Piloted by a woman? That's so great. You did not betray yourself, little lady. You're fine. You're fine. You're beautiful. Everything's cool. Go to bars more. Yes, predictive text with the new update sucks. You're absolutely right. Yes. They came over the condo. We did nothing, just drank water. I met two ladies in the 60s at the bar. Totally okay. That's fun. I used to love that, going to bars in Europe, and you're all of a sudden meeting all these old people and young people, and it's just nice. It's the great equalizer. You can have conversations that mean nothing and then go away and be better. Just socialize. And if you don't want to socialize with strangers, get a table. That simple. Anyway, some people have met a lot of assholes. We have more effect on each other than we realize. That's true. I've met a lot of assholes. Sometimes I am an asshole. Sometimes I'm the asshole. Sometimes I'm like, oh, I won't fucking talk to you. Get the fuck out of my face. I mean, I remember this one time I was at this wedding and we were all hanging out at this resort, and this drunk guy came over and like started to crash our party, but we weren't at a party. We were at this lounge after the party in Mexico. And I think he was English, or I don't know. He might have been American. I can't remember. He's a white guy. And he came over and he starts chatting up and he starts talking. I'm like, all right, well, dude, thanks for stopping by, but it's time for you to go. We're having our own private thing. We're at a table. We're in this little lounge area where you're not one of us. Please continue going. And he started like getting angry. I was like, bro, you're not invited. Please leave. And of course, like, his friend comes over. He's a good guy. Then some other girl comes over. He's a good guy. I'm like, he could be the best guy in the world. He's not part of our thing. I want him to leave. He sat down with us. I don't want him here. Please tell him to fuck off. And they're like, how dare you? And I'm like, there's no reason to get upset. Just fuck off. Just fuck off. We don't want you here. Fuck off. And finally, I had to say that. Fuck off. Get the fuck out of here. And then I had to be angry now. And then he left. When it wasn't funny anymore. Kind of made me the asshole. But hey, that type of thing happens when people are drinking out late at night. Sometimes you're the asshole, sometimes they're the asshole. That's just how it goes. That's how life is sometimes. I'm sure that guy, if he remembers, he probably tells the story that he met some asshole in Mexico who told him to fuck off. Yeah, get the fuck out of here. That's what I said. I'm a big firm believer in direct eye contact, telling people to fuck off. That nips it right in the bud. I used to tell cocktail servers that, and like someone comes up to you, if you're a woman walking late at night, and some guy's like, "Hey, honey, how you doing? What's going on?" Fuck off. They know you're not going to be an easy victim. If you're like, "Oh," then don't try to be nice, girl, because that just makes them think that they can get in there. They just think that they're looking for an opening. They're looking for a vulnerability. If someone approaches you, if a stranger approaches you late at night and you do not want to talk to them, look them dead in the eyes with a very stern and tell them to fuck off. 2 words, fuck and off. It works almost every time. Almost 100% of the time it works. Yeah, get lost works. Get lost. Sure. I think fuck off is a little bit. I use fuck off. Get lost works too, I guess. Anyway, this is the last one I want to look at. This is how people reacted to a woman pilot in 1963. Look at this. Hidden camera. Has anybody seen this?
Piloted by a woman? Piloted by a woman. She's a flying? Yeah, she's a pilot. Where's such a thing? I'll see you in public. Sure, bye-bye also. I can't believe it. Why not? I'm shaking. Why? It's the first woman pilot. Do the passengers know this?
Do the passengers know? I love that. She's like, I'm cool with it, but do the passengers know? There's going to be a lot of bad people.
I don't know. What do you think? I think you should tell them. Thank you.
I like this. This guy I like a lot. They did a bunch of these. This guy I liked a lot.
Okay, everything's in order. And congratulations, by the way. That was your pilot.
He couldn't believe it, right? What? A woman pilot? But listen to what he says. 1963. That girl was.
I'm sorry, that girl? Yes, sir. Just our pilot, first woman pilot. I think this is wonderful. Are you serious? Yes, sir. Piloted by a woman? Piloted by...
I think this is wonderful. Are you serious? Some people, they hear new things. Women can be pilots. This is before Charlie Kirk told people that if you see a black pilot, it's probably because he's not a good pilot. He probably was just given the job because he's black. But there's always people out there that see, wow, a woman pilot. Wow, that's wonderful. Anyway, that's the end of the show. My name is Sky Jack Morgan. I'm an independent news and culture commentator, free speech and critical thinking advocate. I want to say thank you to Sid Life, who became a new member today. Thank you so much. Thank you. No donos today. This was no donos today, but thank you to my Sky City Rebels. We'll do a members only stream ASAP. Yesterday I thought was really fun, so we'll do another one very soon, just like it. Yeah. Check. Very impressive. Signed. All right. I appreciate you guys very much. I'll see you on the other side. If you're not a member, then I guess I'll see you tomorrow for the Morning Sky Show. And I appreciate you very much. I've got to do big things for moving. I'm maybe buying a house right now. I don't even know, or a condo. It's between a house and a condo. I have an offer on a house and an offer on a condo. It's getting very complicated and weird, and I've never done it before, so it's a bit stressful. So it's been really fun to do. I've never done it before. I'm adulting, everybody. I'm finally an adult. I'm buying a house. I hear that's how you know. I've always wondered. All right. Thanks, everybody. I appreciate it so much. It'll be okay. It'll be okay. Things will work out, right? Somehow it'll all work out. It'll all work out. Like that Lil Wayne song. Like the Lil Wayne song. It'll all work out. I'm going to listen to that song right now. It'll all work out by Lil Wayne. I think it's the last song on the Carter 5. All right. Appreciate you very much. I hope you guys get an Odin's knife for self-defense. All All right. Why not rent and go house seeing? I don't want to move twice. I'm sick of renting, man. I'm not renting now, but I just don't want to rent anymore. I don't want to pay anymore. I'm sick of paying and paying and paying and paying and paying and get nothing in return. I just want to live my creative life, do YouTube, have a vegetable garden. Hopefully my community will continue to support me and all will be A-okay. Thank you all for being here. I appreciate you very, very much. Illegitime non carborundum. Don't let the bastards grind you down because I need you. We need each other and the animals need us most of all. And I'll see you tomorrow. Godspeed.
Thank you so much for watching. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Thank you so friggin' much.